Why would they create a compass without knowing that the compass would work off magnetism in the first place? That doesn't even make sense.
No,
they just guess, like, we're just going to create this thing that works off of something we don't know about and then hope that it works. No,
you're confusing the Earth's magnetic field with electromagnetism.
So I'm pretty sure that electromagnetism was discovered before they created the first magnet. Like, you can create your own homemade magnet, right? Like, use a leaf and a piece of metal or something, put it on water and do some stuff to it. I don't know, rub it with some wool or whatever the hell you have to do, and that you create a magnetism detector or whatever.
We got to get out of here, guys. We're gonna have to. You guys can continue this on the after show. It's gonna be running in the background, recorded. Sorry, the dogs are loud. So, okay. Thank you very much. Artrexis lives. Final thoughts. All right, Big Blue. Final thoughts.
Yeah, sorry, Jose. Can I present something really quick?
Yeah.
Hang on one second. Hopefully you're seeing my screen.
Yeah, everybody can click the link to join and just to listen. You can mute yourself. We'll be all right.
This is the actual Cavendish experiment taken from his original paper. I would point out that the moving part, the torsion beam, is suspended in an enclosure, which is essentially airtight, and the entire experiment is inside a room, inside a building. I would like each of you that has a moment to go over to Chris Berry's channel and take a look at his replication of the Cavendish experiment and tell me when you get a moment if you can see any damn similarity whatsoever between the bullshit Chris did and what Cavendish actually did. And that's all I've got. Thanks, Jose.
Thank you very much, Blue. Appreciate that. Bob the Science Guy, final thoughts.
Well, I have to say I admire the flat earthers. They are dedicated and consistent in their ignorance. And that's got to count for something.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Brian Peck, final thoughts.
I need a minute, Jose.
Good night, bro. I'm going to be skipping the people that wasn't here in the main show. Bullet Bill, final thoughts.
I'm just going to say to flat earthers, please be honest with yourself. If it doesn't seem like it makes sense, it probably doesn't. If flat earth doesn't seem like it works, if it doesn't check out, then stop believing in it. It's as simple as that. Check the evidence and form your opinion from that, not from flat earth YouTubers or globe earth YouTubers.
Thank you, Bullet Bill. Carlos Pagan, final thoughts. You're unmuted, but you're not speaking. No, we didn't hear you.
Hello. Oh, okay. Like this then. Yeah, so Chris has yet to respond to my proposal for a debate, so that just shows that he's a little coward, little soy boy. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. You had to do it, right? Chris Berry, final thoughts.
All right, good. So I've had two or three call outs. So the first one from Blue on my Cavendish is, well, first of all, no one's going to think that his apparatus inside of a box in his shed in the forest or wherever he was in the country was airtight. That's ridiculous. It wasn't airtight, and I don't think anyone's ever made that claim. So why is Big Blue making that claim? It's absurd. So we know that there were air currents in there, etc. What else? Oh, Carlos, dude, you just lied, man. an hour ago you asked me that question personally, and I said I declined because I don't have time. So to sit there and lie and say I didn't answer is just buffoonery.
So you didn't accept it, moron.
No interruptions. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I didn't accept because I don't have time for that crap. I actually like Bullet Bill's response. I say the same thing. If the globe model doesn't work for you, look at alternative theories and hypotheses. And then lastly, how was magnetism discovered? Magnetism was first discovered in the ancient world when people noticed that lodestones, naturally magnetized pieces of the mineral magnetite,
Wasting your time.
Wow.
Not what I was asking about.
Jose,
Sorry,
are you going to allow that for?
No, yeah, Chris, you're almost done. He's almost done. Please
Almost done. Notice that these natural stones could attract iron. So there you go, ladies and gents. Naturally occurring phenomenon, which led to the discovery of magnetism, which led to the discovery of electromagnetism, and on and on. That's how natural science works. Peace.
Peace. To be fair, okay, final thoughts. You never had one. You had a little back and forward. Go ahead, and then we'll continue.
No, all I was saying is his thing about how magnetism was discovered with lodestones isn't a response to the question I was asking him. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
What was the question?
No questions and answers. That was the final thought. Thank you very much. Continue in the after show, please. I got a lot of people I got to get out of here. Erebus, final thoughts.
As ever, there are no valid arguments for the flat earth.
Thank you, sir. Farmer's Boy, final thoughts.
I'm just going to go out and tell all the birds that they've got to stop making nests because it's not a natural process, and I'm sure they'll be upset. Thank you, Jose. It's been wonderful as ever.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Leo, you know what? I'm going to give you my word that next week, sometime the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to do a show on religion, Bible, creation, Genesis, and I want you to be a big part of it. Go ahead, Leo. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Flat earthers have to reject looking up to the sun, moon, and stars because they can't actually explain those things on the flat earth. Therefore, the flat earth cannot be real. Just like Dean was showing on his thing. If I'm in, say, Canada and someone's south of the Tropic of Cancer and we're both viewing the moon, that moon is in between us, which means just like three people standing in a line, one person will see the person's face, the other person will not. They will see different sides of the same person, just like the moon. The moon will be seen from different sides, does not occur in nature, it's not natural, therefore it can't happen, therefore the flat earth is not true. Boom.
Jose, you muted.
Have we lost him?
He left. Maybe he really had to go.
Jose, you look like you're frozen.
He has. He's frozen.
He's dead. Jose,
Oh no, you killed Jose, Leo.
Chris, you killed him.
Okay, Raqia, final thoughts. Anything?
Yes, love the topic on nature. To my way of thinking, if I think man is natural, he was created, and anything he creates in nature is just that, created by man, not natural.
Interesting. Cheers, Raqia. Always nice for a very placid conversationalist like yourself to be part of the panel.
I think Jose's back.
Yeah, I'm actually back. Can I grab my final thoughts before I have to run?
I love the stream. You gave your final thoughts. I skipped you, Brian. What?
Sorry, I said let me go ahead and grab final thoughts. So I was out for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris Berry, stop equivocating. Dave, your argument of imagine if we could be ignorant about everything. Now, aren't we ignorant about everything? Is really childish. You should find a better argument.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I lost the stream completely, but I lost it on my end. It's okay. Let's continue. We're almost done. Leal spoke. Go down. Piper Rod, final thoughts.
No, I said no.
But
So-
you got inspired to do something.
I got inspired. Yes, I wrote a little poem. I'll get it recorded. It should be fun.
No.
Cool. Thank you. Raqia Live. Are you there? Final thoughts.
StingRay,
Yes,
we did Raqia
just
whilst we were.
like Groundhog Day, I would say man is created by natural in nature, and anything that man creates in nature is not natural. Did that make any sense? And all the personal attacks, all the while calling the person you're attacking silly and childish is silly and childish. Thank you.
Oh, well.
I have to agree with you in that big time. Sean Smith, final thoughts.
Thanks, Jose. Good show from what I hear. I'm in and out most of the time, but for all the people out there in the audience, if you haven't hit the like yet, or dislike, or subscribe to Jose, then there's an issue there. But my final thoughts are: if we were made and we're natural, then what we make is natural. That's what I got.
Thank you very much, Sean. The StingRay, final thoughts.
Yeah, cheers, Jose. I'm still willing to work with any flat earther to work on anything, literally anything, any one single thing that we can make work on a flat earth. Because every time I try, and I try really hard, I have to invent magic, unicorns, new laws of physics. Otherwise, it just doesn't work or match reality. So anything. And lastly, on the point of natural, if I was made by a supernatural being, and I'm just the product of being supernatural, so wouldn't anything I make be supernatural? Because that'd be cool. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you very much. I want to hear Wolfgang's final thoughts.
Only way to heaven is through me. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. I knew it was going to be awesome. All right. Anybody else want to give some final thoughts before we go?
George had said he wanted to say something, but
George, final thoughts. Yeah, round it up, George. You're muted.
Hey there, Jose.
Hey.
You're learning how to process those plants behind you to make it a good smoke.
Right.
Anyway, I don't need to comment on Chris Berry. It sounded like he corrected himself on his final thoughts regarding the magnetism. However, I'll put out to the audience there, and going through my items, business inventory and that to take back to Minnesota with me, I've uncovered my huge Navy transmitter. So I'm going to bring that back with me. It's capable of putting out several thousand watts. For those out there knowing, it's got a final stage of 811 in push-pull driven by a 4146 tube. And what we can do with this is eventually set it up to do moon bounce.
Cool.
George, did you see the trailer I put together for Saturday show yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I was surprised to find my name on there. I hadn't been notified, but I did accidentally discover it this morning. It's pretty cool. In case people don't know, that footage of the drone going up over the lake, that's Rainy Lake, where I live. And
I thought this was final thoughts.
Yeah, this is final thoughts. I just gotta close this up with George. George, yeah. Are you able to do it on Saturday, right?
What time?
Same time I do it, 11 in the morning, okay. Florida time.
I'll try to make it. Okay.
Yeah, and Blue Marble Science, I want to be there also. So it's gonna be yourself, Blue Marble Science, Jessica Slosky. I'll talk to Sean G because Sean G have a little bit of experience on surveying. He's a beginner, and I think he got some good questions and input too. So it'll be really good. Yeah. Just a presentation on you guys. Tim Osman also. I gotta holler at Tim Osman because he have done a lot of work with Jessica Slosky. So I'm looking forward for Saturday, guys. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you very much, everybody. This has been Jose J.G. Gonzalez. Boom! I'm able to let people in 10 seconds. I gotta go hit stop. So good on you. The after show is recording.
It's got YouTube.
Chris, sorry to interrupt. Chris, I wanted to ask you two questions real quick. First one is the horizon natural? Just a yes or no, right?
Yes.
Okay, and is the horizon created by horizon machines natural?
No.
No.
No. This
Okay,
isn't
okay,
hard,
great.
guys. It's not hard.
Okay,
Okay.
I've got one question, Chris. So
God.
is this a?
Oh,
is
by
this
the
a-
way, just real quick, I linked to a third grade video explaining natural versus man-made. You guys should all go watch it.
It's a false dichotomy you're trying to push.
Just really quickly, Chris.
No, I'm not kidding either. 100% being totally serious about that. I just posted it again.
Yeah, it's just that education for third graders doesn't go into what we're talking about. But just really
But it
quickly, Chris.
absolutely does.
Go for third graders, yes, and for small children, and if that's your educational level,
No,
go for
because
it. Look,
information
listen, just
doesn't
really quick.
change
Oh my God!
depending on
Let
who
me
you're
just
teaching it
look.
to.
Look,
Dean.
you can defend.
That's not how facts work.
Actually, information and dissemination of educational information is contextual based on age range and demographic. Now, just really quickly, is in your definition of natural, not natural, because you said the bird's nest wasn't natural. So anything that doesn't exist and is made somehow, doesn't matter about whether it's an ant or whether it's a bird or anything that's made is not natural. But if it was there already, it was natural. Is that fair to say?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by if it was there already. Like you could come across an already existing bird's nest, but you're going to assume that it was created by birds.
All right, no. Okay, so if it was created somehow, then it's not natural. But if it wasn't created, but we can assume it's always just been there in that state, it's natural, right? Is that what I mean?
That's right. That's accurate.
Oh, okay, cool. Are your children natural?
Yeah, humans are natural. Yes.
So humans can create things like other humans, and they're natural.
Correct.
Okay, but if we create something that isn't biological, then that's not natural.
That's right.
Okay, but what about if we create via our ingenuity a virus and we artificially create that? Well, when I say artificially create, we culture it, we grow it, we mutate it, because that's done with intent and it's still only using biological matter. Is that natural?
The virus in and of itself is natural, but the mutation is man-made.
Interesting. So if I create technology, that's definitely not natural, right?
Correct. Absolutely not. No.
Okay. And what's the distinction between me pissing around with biological matter and me playing with metallic ferrous metals? What's the distinction there?
I don't follow. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, if me playing with one, not mutating it, but just allowing, but just facilitating something which is biological, you can call natural. And then me doing a similar methodology to a ferrous metal that I've just taken out of the ground or something, I want to know why one is natural and one isn't. Is it contextual on the material type?
Wait. No, well, maybe I'm misunderstanding. You're saying like if you took some wood and played with the wood?
Nope, he said what he said, Chris. Don't try to change it now. Don't try to change it.
I'm still not. Erebus, relax. I'm just not understanding his question.
Okay, I am playing with something that is metal, and I'm playing with something, much like the virus example, that is biological, and I'm instigating something within it, but not causing a mutation, let's say. I'm just facilitating something. So it could be me pollinating a flower, for instance, but it's me that's doing it. And then I'm playing with something metal, say putting two metals together or something like that. Are both those natural? And if not, what is the distinction between the two?
I don't know, man. You've lost me. Like you're playing. I don't know what you mean by playing with metal. Like you're creating stuff out of metal. What do you mean by playing?
Well, let's just call it. I'm molding metal. I'm molding. I'm facilitating. I'm facilitating an interaction between two biological things myself. and I'm doing the same to metal. So,
well, no,
are they both natural?
They're both they're both man-made in that case.
Oh, right. So now the biological one's man-made as well.
Well, what biological one are you referring to?
Wait, Chris is he's that slow. Chris, is a spider web natural?
No.
No.
Beaver dam.
The spider is natural. The spider web is not natural. Guys, come on. This is like
wait,
third grade common sense.
Wait,
this is basic third grade common sense.
Yeah, no shit, Chris.
It comes out as ours.
How did you ever get out of the third grade?
So hold on, Erebus. Hold on. Let me reverse the question on him. So if you were walking in the woods.
Deflection.
No, it's
Chris,
not
don't
deflection.
give me a hypothetical.
Guys, I know Jose's gone.
You just said that a spider web isn't natural.
You need to chill.
Chris, what is a spider web made out of?
Hold on a second. If you were walking in the forest and you came across an
Chris,
detailed spider
you're
web,
just doing this again.
Oh, that's just
Chris,
there, like the
I
wind
don't
goes
care
back together?
about your ridiculous hypotheticals. All I asked was,
Erebus doesn't care about what I have to say.
Is a spider web natural? You said no.
Well, no,
So
really,
how is a
nobody does.
spider web? How is a spider web not natural, but an apple is natural?
Because the spider created the spider web.
The tree created the apple.
And the apple tree made the apple.
Yeah.
But the tree is
no name. I've got a question. I think you guys have been very active here lately with these flat earthers. What is this obsession of dividing and characterizing things in terms of natural and unnatural? I mean, I'm just not getting this. I mean,
I'm still trying to learn myself.
George.
I mean, if a bird takes a bunch of sticks, if a bird takes a bunch of sticks,
answer that question.
Just a minute. If a bird you can answer this question. Just a minute. If a bird takes a bunch of sticks, little sticks and some mud, and builds a little nest, and I do the same thing, why is the bird's natural and mine is not?
Depends on who you talk to. Let's see from what you're hearing from Chris, who has an entirely different definition than most. Anything that's not supernaturally created is unnatural. But for the usual, like say the Nathan Oakleys of the world, the QEs of the world, they have to make that delineation so that they can refuse scientific endeavors that deal with anything that is complex or anything that has to do with technology. Exactly. It's the way of limiting the scope of a discussion when it comes to physics, biology, or technology. That's all it is. It's a tactic.
Then the natural world is not complex.
That's false.
It's not even that. It's one of those things to where they say you see a rock fall. It's like, well, you saw a rock fall. You didn't see two balls attract laterally by anything else other than magnetism. Therefore, you can't use Cavendish. It's literally a tactic.
Yeah, with the rock falling, you do have two masses attracting one another. You got the Earth attracting the ball.
That's an assumption, George. You don't know what the cause is when you first see that.
Chris, what's the cause of magnetism?
If gravity was so obvious, mass attracting mass was so obvious. Why was it until Einstein's era came around?
Chris, what is the cause?
Guys, we can't have an after show with you interrupting me constantly.
What's the cause of magnetism?
Sure, we can. It's fun.
Also, Chris, there have been postulates for gravity going back to about 40 AD. Don't pretend like it didn't. There were no thoughts on it before that.
Do you have a citation for that?
Pliny the Elder. Go look it up.
Yeah.
Why don't you? I asked for a citation. You made the claim.
Call my friend Carl and see if I can get that SUV.
Oh, I make the claim.
I got a question for Chris. Chris, when are you ever going to get around to actually reading the Cavendish Experiment? And why are you laughing at the idea that it was basically the box is airtight? When it says that right in the goddamn first page of the paper that Cavendish printed. Why don't you read it sometime?
What provisions did he take to make sure it was airtight?
Chris, read the paper.
Read the friggin' paper, Chris. He built a sealed wooden box. In his own words,
sealed but there were holes in the box, Blue.
No, there were no holes in the box.
Then how did he take his measurements? You goddamn
through a glass window, you stupid shit.
Through the box?
Read the damn box, dumbass.
Oh, so the box had a glass window in it?
Yeah, it did, but one on each end. Read the damn
so the box
paper,
had
idiot.
openings.
No, the box had sealed windows, buddy, so he could look through there and read
Sealed with
vernier.
what? Materials from the 1500s or whenever he was around, 1700s?
You don't think they had window glass in 1798, you dipshit?
Airtight sealed glass?
Chris.
Yeah, I wonder how ships worked back
Do
then.
you know the difference in airtight and pressure tight, Chris? No, you don't, you dumbass.
Chris, you know churches?
So there was no air inside the box. Is that what you're saying, Blue? There was no air in the box.
Airtight, idiot. It was protected from wind.
How can anybody be?
I'm not talking about wind. All you need is static air inside the box. And when you put the
No,
weights
you
in,
don't
the
just
weights
need
move
static
themselves.
air. No, bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about.
I do, because I've done Cavendish. You haven't done it.
Your experiment is a joke, Chris.
You're a moron.
It is a friggin' joke.
Oh, yeah, mine's a joke?
Yes, absolutely. You don't think I can
container.
you don't think I can build a replica airtight box of what Cavendish did? You really don't believe
Is there air inside the box?
Will there be air inside the box? You bet your ass there'll be air inside the box. And that doesn't make any difference as long as the damn air is not moving. As long as it's not moving, it doesn't make any difference.
Chris is winning here.
You don't think I can build that and make it airtight, Chris? You stupid shit. I guarantee you I can. I'll make it.
Who's the I can't.
I can make it pressure tight if I want to.
Big Blue,
Please calm down.
Take your medicine, and relax. Who's the
Very familiar
baller?
with being airtight?
Air of this, you not.
Oh, look, it's an asshole laugh.
Hey, Chris.
Who's the baller that built the most advanced apparatus that I've seen? I forgot his name. It was like Pancake or something like that.
BM Furball.
BM Furball. So BM Furball built an airtight, sealed container, and he even admits that when he puts his weights in place, the air distribution inside the box causes the weights to move.
Can you see the diagram that's on the screen, Chris? Can you understand that this is the sealed box and the weights are outside of it? Can you understand?
So how do the weights get inside the box?
Shut up, Chris. Shut up. Can you believe that when BM Furball did it, he didn't have a choice. He had to have the beam and the weights all in the same enclosure because of where he was. That's not the way Cavendish did it. Cavendish did it this way, dumbass. The same way I'm going to do it.
So how did he get the weights in the box?
The weights, what weights in the box? You talking about the big weights that move or the little weights inside that are affected by it?
Okay, what's the green lateral bar at the top? Is that the little weights?
These are the little weights here inside the sealed box. That's the little.
So how did he get the little weights next to the big weights?
The big weights come over close to the box, as close as they can come.
Are you really stupid, Chris? My God!
Wait, so the little weights are outside the box where the big weights are inside?
No, dumbass!
Jesus, Chris, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you this stupid? My God!
This isn't making sense. None of this makes sense.
He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Chris, read the experiment.
He's just trying to
trigger you, bro. So the weights are inside the box with the big weights.
Chris,
he has to move the weights.
No, the big weights are outside the box. The little weights are inside the box. God damn it! Look at the diagram.
Okay, so I just
if you were capable of reading, you would be able to look at the diagram and see what's in the box and what's outside the box.
I got a question for Chris. Chris, do you read shop drawings at all?
Apparently not.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure because the questions you're asking are pretty terrible for somebody that looks at shop drawings.
I'd like to ask Chris a question. Hey, Chris, if you take a latex or rubber balloon and rub it in your hair and then put it up at the wall and see that it sticks to the wall, what is the mechanism by which that that's holding that balloon to the wall?
I want to stay on topic, George. I want to stay on topic. So my question then is, okay, so I got which weights were on the inside and outside wrong. My bad. So you're saying the weights, so there was weights on the inside of a box, the weights on the outside. He moved the weights outside of the box closer, and then you got movement? No, that's bullshit.
Chris, no, you're going to.
listen to what
How
he's
much money
saying.
you got, son? how much money you want to put on it, because it's going to be videoed, and you're welcome to come here and witness it. How much money you want to put on it? Come on, big mouth.
Well, I don't doubt you can get movement because you're going to manipulate it to hell. Until you get
I said you can come here, you little chicken shit. I'll buy you a plane ticket, you little bastard. You just bet me enough money that I get my money back. Now put your money up.
We're waiting. We're waiting, Blue. We're waiting.
Let's go, buddy.
We're waiting.
You're gonna agree to it.
This doesn't happen.
Waiting for you.
Let's
Mate.
put
This
$5,000
doesn't happen.
Let's
This
put
doesn't happen
$5,000
anywhere in
now.
nature.
Right now, let's put $5,000 on it. Are you up?
But Cavendish
Come on,
and Blue
put-
are gonna get it to work.
Come on,
What
loud.
makes you think that you're smarter
Let's
than
go,
Cavendish?
boy. Put your money up.
Chris, what is nature?
If I fart, is that natural or man-made?
I think Blue's on topic. Chris, you gonna take that bet or no?
Of course he's not.
No, because Blue's gonna manipulate the hell out of it until he gets his.
Oh, so you're
desired result.
automatically. Hold on. You just called him a liar. You just called him a liar without him even doing any work.
It's just an assumption.
So you assume that he's a liar.
I assume he's going to manipulate his
No,
results.
Rose, he's a liar, and then he
So you're
assumes
making an
everybody else
assumption that he's a liar.
Wait, oh god, I forgot how bad Chris's experiment was. Look at that monster.
Chris, you're calling us a
So hold on,
portion
I have a
bar?
question. So you built a wood.
That's Chris's?
Hang on,
That's
Chris's.
That's Chris's, yeah.
This is the
I
guy
think the
who's
weed
slagging off
gone
Cavendish.
is a variable here.
Oh my
and having
god.
the cheek to talk about controlling for variables.
Well, it's easy to laugh and talk when none of you have attempted to do what I did. None of you, all you
Okay,
guys
Chris.
are all casual,
Chris,
sitting in
explain
there
this
talking,
experiment to
not
us,
doing
please.
anything.
Why? Oh,
Hey
God.
Chris, can you
Based on our
explain this
discussion
experiment?
Like you don't
Can you
even
explain
know
this
what
experiment to
Cavendish
us?
experiment was about. So how could you replicate it if you don't even understand it in the first place?
Are you using filament wire?
How many? Hold on a second. How many Cavendish replications have you seen exactly done like Cavendish supposedly did it? The answer is 0. I've seen 0 done the way that Cavendish has done it. Everyone I've seen, okay, fine, I'm about to. It's not happened yet. Everyone I've seen did it the exact same way that I attempted to do it.
Oh,
Really?
I don't think so, Chris.
No.
Exact same way.
Until being
exact same way. You really want to hold your head on that?
The same basic way, yes.
Chris, do you understand why your experiment and many other people's experiment fails? It's because the forces, the magnitude of the forces that you're trying to detect that's going to be rotating that balance beam is on the order of nanonewtons. That's 10 to the minus 9 newtons. It's a very, very small force. It's one on the order of 100th of a micronewton, 100th of a millionth of a newton. These forces are extremely tiny, and you have to go to great lengths like Cavendish and what Big Blue is proposing to do in order to successfully carry out this experiment.
So, George, the funny thing is I got movement. In fact, if you look at it, the bar's already moving.
I don't deny that you got movement, but it might not be due to the reason you think it is.
It's due to airflow because I had to put the weights in place. There's no way of getting around that.
Oh,
Once you
yeah,
put the
there
weights in
is.
place, you move
Why
around
didn't you
the
build a
apparatus.
box?
That's what Cavendish did. He eliminated the possibility of air currents moving around the balance beam.
Okay, well, let's see it. No one's ever seen Cavendish reproduce 100% like Cavendish did.
Yeah, well, okay,
Chris?
check that out. Who's got the?
I bet you they do.
Stop screen sharing for a second. I'll show you.
Stop.
Chris,
if Cavendish were real, we would have so many problems as a species. Like people's cars would be pulling into other buildings and mountains and
these forces are so tiny and so minute as to be insignificant to macroscopic world.
But Cavendish got microscopic balls.
The thing is, Chris, is you have to realize that you are totally incompetent when it comes to designing and carrying out experiments. I mean, that's the short.
I just did it the same way that other people have done it.
Yeah, and they failed too.
And you didn't bother to read the damn experiment either, did you? Can you see what's on the screen? This is a company called Pasco. They've been building these damn things for colleges, universities, since the mid-1950s. I used one of these things when I was in college, Chris. This is exactly the way Cavendish. That's an enclosed little box that's got the balance beam in it. The big weights are on the outside so that the air currents in the room and moving these things and people walking around don't disturb that balance.
Wait, are you saying that the force of gravity is able to cause movement, but the force of air current from movement of body isn't?
Wow, that's such a straw man.
God almighty.
It's a ridiculous argument.
That's
How
an
is it a
actual
ridiculous
straw man,
argument?
Chris.
How is that a straw man?
It's a
You don't know
total
what a straw man is, Erebus.
Yeah, I just went with one.
You see it right here in front of your face. There's a little sealed box that's got the movable weights in the moving weights in it. The small mass is inside there. Protected from air currents out here in the room. The big weights are on the outside.
But that whole square piece moves, right?
No, the whole square piece doesn't move, dumbass. The little
What moves on it?
Boo, calm down. Boo, calm down. Chris is obviously trolling you. There can't be any adult man.
I agree with you.
Stupid. I mean,
Chris, you need to
triggering you guys on purpose. I mean,
yeah.
No adult man can be this stupid.
I think
seen the experiment.
Chris, you need to.
Do you have a video of that apparatus working?
Yeah, actually, I do somewhere.
Can you pull it up, please?
Right now, I'll go look for it.
Yeah, right now. I want to see it.
Chris?
I wasn't
right now.
Why don't you go look for it? It's called Pasco. Pasco. Pasco.
All right, I'll YouTube it right now and see what I can find.
Do you want to put up screen record so we can see it?
Not finding anything.
All right, show us your screen.
Hold on.
No, show us your screen. If you can't find it.
Let me see real quick. George, are you wearing headphones? I'm getting
Because
feedback.
right now
from
I
you.
could just be batting on my own keyboard saying I'm not seeing anything. Actually show us. If you want the evidence and you want the proof.
Oh my God!
Give us that proof.
$3,000 for that piece of junk.
Sorry,
Oh,
mate.
you're
You
not
can
finding
use electric fucking tape and a dumbbell weight for yours. Shut up.
Yeah.
Do us a
Flies
favor.
for Arcane used bowling balls. You fucking moron.
Yeah, he was also
That's just a ridiculous
lot
thing
more
to
careful
say.
how he used things.
You look like you got yours from Poundland, mate. Just have a little bit of humility and listen to what.
Hey,
you're
why
being
don't
told.
you have some humility? I took the time out of my day to do that. You haven't done
I
jack
do.
shit. I don't know who the fuck
I
you
do
are,
have
man.
the humility.
Who are you?
Chris, you're the guy who says you know more about contract law than I do. So why don't you settle down with your accusation about humility?
Bet you $100 right now. And if you can find the link, I'll pay you $100.
Mate, you're talking about humility, and you're
Wait,
claiming to know
are you
more
gonna
than
take that
Cavendish.
Artrexis, are you going to take the bet?
Take the bet of what?
That I said what you just said, that I know more about contract law than you.
Yeah, I'll take that bet. That was in Sean G's.
All
Why
right,
didn't
go find the
why didn't you say
link.
Big Blues?
And if I said I know more than Artrexis about contract law, I will
So
pay
you're
you
now
$100.
being you're distinguishing what exactly you wanted to say. Not that you said I think I know more than Artrexis does because he said his field isn't in contracts.
I didn't say anything like that, Artrexis. You're just wrong. I'm giving you a chance to back out of the bet.
Okay,
And if not,
all right.
you, need to go
You
find
know what? Fine. I'm not even gonna take the bet because you're bullshit. But I will get you that link. I'll get you that voice. That
give
link.
me the link. Give me the link. No, the bet's still on. Then give me the link. $100. Since you said that, the bet's on, and you're gonna pay me $100 if you can't find me saying I know more about contract law than Artrexis. I would never say such a thing.
Why don't you take Big
decide
Blues
whether-
bet?
Yeah, take my bet, Chris.
Yeah.
Please.
So I'm looking for a
Well,
video.
you have to realize, guys,
come on, big man.
we're talking to Chris Berry, the man who is a self-proclaimed expert in every field.
Oh, that's
You're gonna-
ridiculous.
So you're going to be a pussy, right, Chris? You're not going to take the bet. You're a pussy.
Well, I just
right?
don't trust you. You
You're-
can manipulate
you're a pussy.
stuff.
Okay.
This doesn't prove anything. It's not a scientific experiment.
I'll tell you
it's
what.
a man-made device.
You can come here and run the experiment.
hang on,
Wait,
Chris,
Blue, where does this happen in the natural world? I don't understand.
Doesn't happen. What do you mean? When does it happen in the natural world? You're standing on the Earth, aren't you? You're being pulled down by gravity, are you not?
No, hang
Where
on.
does
Big Blue, that's-
Cavendish
yeah,
happen?
It's not natural, is it? It's apparently artificial.
It's not supernatural.
Yeah. No, apparently
It
it's
is therefore
artificial.
natural.
I got another question. Chris, if you don't trust Blue, who do you trust?
Well, it depends, I guess. I don't know.
You can come
Well, I
run the
mean,
experiment
you're making the
yourself.
distinction between two people, with the people you do trust and the people you don't trust. So who do you trust?
All I know is I can't find a video of this passcode device that costs I've seen
Okay, so you're going to completely ignore my question. You're going to completely ignore my question, like
No,
you've
you
been
guys
doing
have
this
changed
entire
topics
time.
about 20 times. I'm trying to stay on topic.
I asked you a pretty specific question.
Oh, by
was,
the way,
who do you trust? If you say
Artrexis.
nobody, then what's the sense of having a conversation with you? If you say I don't trust Blue, I don't trust Wolfgang, but I trust Artrexis or something like that, then we could have a conversation. But so far, you said I don't trust anybody.
I don't have to. I can trust anybody I want and nobody that I want.
Chris, on the
You know
topic
what?
of
Here's
trust,
an interesting question based off of that. Who do you find more trustworthy, Blue or Quantum Eraser?
Both are equally trustworthy. It depends on what they're doing. We need to see the results of what they're doing.
So I'll ask
nobody.
it again. Who do you find, on average, to be more trustworthy?
That's subjective opinion. I don't know.
Well, it's your opinion. So
I'm asking for your subjective opinion.
I said they're equally trustworthy.
And then you specify it on what they're doing. On average,
Listen, I'll take back what I said. I just want to see Blue do it. That's it. How about that? Let's see
Okay,
it.
Chris, on the subject of trust, you saying that you can't find this experiment or this setup, why don't you show us your screen so we can see you actively looking for it? Because if Blue can find it, and he's no, but if Blue
All
has
right.
found it, and
No,
can
I'll do
genuinely
it. It's fine.
demonstrate
It's
there,
comical that I have to share a screen share.
Well, it's comical that you talk about
here.
not having trust issues, mate. The
Here,
thing is
look.
Blue's brought it up and shown
What's
you.
the problem? What's the
Blue's
problem?
brought it up and shown you, and then you're saying you can't find it, it doesn't exist.
No,
So
he
is
showed
lying
he
and
showed a
everything he's shown you
graphic.
doesn't
He showed a
exist?
picture. I asked for video. I typed in Pasco Cavendish video, and it's not. I'm not finding the video. Here's the device he showed. $3,000, by the way, for this piece of junk.
Why is it a piece of junk? What makes that device better?
Good luck finding anybody. Because you could just. Why can't you just make this yourself? This for $50 worth of material. It's ridiculous.
I mean, mate, I'm not being funny.
Because you end up with a piece of shit like you made, Chris.
Yeah,
That's
we
why
see-
you
yeah,
can't
we
do
see
it
what you
yourself.
made. You know,
Blue, are you making your own, or are you going to buy one of these devices?
Oh
Honest
no,
question.
Did you not see the fucking drawing I put up a minute ago, Chris?
I thought that was Cavendish.
No, that's my drawing.
Yeah, Cavendish
okay.
came forward and got on a computer, mate.
That's my drawing.
There are drawings for Cavendish. You don't know that, you goddamn moron.
Really? Where are they? Show them to me, Chris, right now. Pull them up.
Oh wow.
No, don't wow us, mate. This is genuinely a thing now. You need to get a grip and listen.
Right there. That's it. That's the one.
That's
the
what I
drawing.
showed you, idiot. I showed you that first.
You first, and then
That's
you
the
showed the
first thing I
3D
showed.
program that this dumbass is talking about.
I
No,
didn't
there
show-
were drawings within Cavendish.
Don't call me a dumbass.
So you're
That's not
saying,
what-
what's this?
that's not
What's
what I'm talking
L?
about.
What are these things right here?
Lanterns.
No, don't get the answer.
Lanterns?
Lanterns, Chris.
So is this opening airtight right here, where these lanterns are?
It doesn't
stuck in
have to
there?
be. It has that part doesn't
Yes.
have to be, Chris.
Chris,
That
Chris,
part doesn't have
that's
to
a
be.
cross section.
God.
You're an
And
idiot,
is this,
Chris.
this is the small.
You are
hold
a
on.
friggin' moron.
This is the small weight that's lowered down, and is this little tiny bitty thing is being attracted from this little bitty tiny thing?
Oh, you're
Hang on,
hopeless, Chris.
mate.
How big is that, Chris? How big is that? Just by that drawing, how big is that?
We've all seen.
You want to hear the worst part about this? Chris has kids and he teaches them things. That's the worst part about
All
it.
right, so I'm still looking for what's this?
Why don't you go back to the Cavendish drawing and figure out what you're looking at?
The arrogance that you have
Maybe
in order
it
to
is
look at that
just
experiment and laugh in a mocking way, and then when yours is pulled up on the screen, you know, act all proud of it. You're a joke, mate. You really are. Just take a minute, go to that last live stream and rewind it to your argument about, your definition of natural. You know, you gave about 6 definitions, flip between each one for when it suited your certain argument at that exact point in time.
I didn't bring up a single definition.
Maybe just
you need to pay
transcribe what you
attention.
said.
You need to stop chat trolling and pay attention. You don't know
I'm
what
not
you're
chat trolling,
fucking
mate.
talking about,
I'm
you
not
goddamn
chat trolling.
moron. I didn't
Again,
bring up a
goddamn,
single
I'm not-
definition.
Yes, you literally spent about a good 25, 30 minutes of when I joined and witnessed, trying to talk about what you thought or deemed was natural, because that is gospel what you say, except everything you said was a complete contradiction of the last statement.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. I may have found
write it all
something.
down.
I bet you can't find the small weights in that Cavendish drawing, Chris.
Sorry,
I thought I just did.
Carried away there.
But you cannot find the small masses. You want to show us what a hot shot you are now and show it to us?
Hold on a second.
Prove me wrong.
Hold on. I did find the video of this. I guess it's this device. It looks different. All right. Let's see the weight. The small weight.
Yeah, show me the small masses.
It looks like it's this thing right here. This right here.
This is why you didn't have any success.
Chris, please stop trolling like this. God damn,
Oh
it's
wait,
so
right
obvious.
here. These two things. You're saying
What?
that? No, you're saying these two things are outside the box.
No, those are. Do you see the outline of the box there, Chris? That's
Yeah.
inside
So
the box.
you said the big weights. You said one of the sets of weights was outside and one of the sets of weights was inside
Yeah.
the box.
Yeah.
So the big weights are outside this box.
Those are the big weights. You've got your pointer on it right now. That's the large
Right.
mass.
Well,
They're outside the enclosure. They're outside the box.
okay.
The little weights are inside that funny looking box. That's
Right.
odd-shaped box. The same thing I'm going to build, only about 2/3 that size.
Okay. It's fine.
That box is sealed. Then to further protect it from atmosphere.
Are you going to evacuate the air?
It's not evacuated, Chris, and the air does not have to be evacuated. It will not be
I
evacuated.
think it should be.
I don't care what you think. It doesn't need to be.
Does the air contain like static electric particles and stuff?
Everything will be grounded, Chris, properly grounded. There will be
Okay.
no static electricity.
Where are you getting the weights and what are the masses?
The small masses will be about 1.5 pounds. They'll be cast out of lead. The large masses will range somewhere between 50 pounds and 100 pounds. I haven't completely decided which I want to use yet.
Okay.
They will also
George,
be lead.
is George on? Is that enough weight, George?
I can tell you it's enough weight, Chris. You want to see the spreadsheet? I'll show it to you.
Well, because George is always talking about how these
No,
small
George,
amount of
you're-
weight is really powerful enough.
This is not the pyramid lead ball test where you increase the weight by hanging it underneath, Chris.
Well, that one he and Grumpus debunked, and that's good of them. But I'm asking about the weights because the weights that Cavendish used were bigger than that, right? I do know that. I don't know how much they like. A couple hundred pounds, I think, were the large weights, 300 to 400 pounds or something.
Large weights Cavendish used ended up being 348 pounds.
Okay.
They're basically 12-inch cannonballs. When John Michel, the Reverend, originally the guy that designed the experiment originally, had intended to use 8-inch diameter lead weights, those would have been about 100 pounds.
What's the distance between the large weights next to the box? Like how close to the box?
Chris,
and
why do you keep asking questions that you yourself can easily answer by reading Cavendish's paper?
If you just read the paper, it's all in there.
Well,
Every bit of
That's because
just
Chris
having
doesn't actually do
conversation.
research.
as
Listen, Chris listens to about 20 seconds of somebody like Huey or Nathan say, "This has never been done. This is this. This is that," and doesn't go any further from there.
He's lazy.
That's the problem with Chris. And then he comes here, it's like, "Oh, why did it take until Newton?" It didn't. If you look before that, you'll find it. Oh, why
I'm
didn't
just
Cavendish do this?
asking
If you read it,
questions.
Chris, you're
Relax.
sea lioning. Sea lioning?
I'm
yeah.
sea lion.
You're not actually Chris, you've heard all this before. Don't pretend you haven't. And you know full well that you can easily access the paper. Read the paper.
Well, I'm just saying if somebody knows.
Well,
it's
you're
easier
not
to
doing
ask.
anything but being a disingenuous fucktard.
He's a lazy cunt. That's what it comes down to. He's a lazy cunt. He's not going to do anything when he can get you lot to jump through hoops for him.
Why are British so fond of that word?
Well, cunt. Well, if you act very much
Yeah.
like one, then it will be thrown at you vehemently. You lazy cunt. Just do it yourself. Genuinely.
Wow, this coming from
You
people
think-
who have
no,
not
no,
even
you can call
attempted
me a
to do it
moron, you go
themselves.
If you,
Well,
this is coming from engineers.
you claim to be, yeah, exactly. Respect the people who have actually put the time in and actually are qualified. I'm not qualified. I respect these opinions massively. But what I am qualified in is spotting someone who's lying and is genuinely not sure of what they're talking about, mate. Just get
What
a
have I
grip.
lied about?
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Everything.
Oh, I forgot the Earth was flat, mate. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not lying that I think the Earth is flat.
Like that flat.
Okay, right. You can.
You see, some of us don't just guess stuff, Chris. Some of us actually have the knowledge, the background, the experience, and the work, and the determination to actually sit down and do things.
All right. So where's your force calculation on the weights then?
But do you know how offensive that is to then have someone like Big Blue, who's more than qualified and capable, right, to then give you the opportunity and then you to turn around and question them like you know more than them?
I'm asking him basic questions. What's your problem?
It's not basic questions, mate. You think you're no. The way you're asking,
It's basic
with this air of
questions.
arrogance. I'm
Okay,
not
let me
gonna
give you
lie, it's
let me
a
give you a
wonder
basic
you
let me give you some basic information, Chris. When you go through Cavendish, if you ever do actually read the damn thing, you will come back and say Cavendish never said how much the weights how much they weighed. And I'll tell you why. You'll read 2,439,000 grains, and you will have no idea what a grain is. You don't know what it is, do you, Chris? What's a grain?
I don't know.
I don't
See,
know.
there you go. I don't know.
Why would I know that? Why would I? That's probably some
I don't know.
bullshit.
Well,
Why would you ask about it?
No, that's a common measurement. That's a common measurement, Chris. We use grains all the time in air pollution control equipment when we're measuring very, very small concentrations of particulate. Divide that number by
64.79891 milligrams.
It's 7,000 grains in a pound. Divide that number by 7,000, you get 348.43. And then I backed into the diameter based on the density of lead, 5.875 inches in the radius. That makes it almost 12-inch diameter. I did the same thing for the small mass. He stated it as 11,262 grains. I backed into that, giving that thing a radius of about almost an inch. So diameter of about 2 inches. I'm going to use the same thing when I do it. When you the maximum center to center distance is 8.6 inches for Cavendish. That's center to center of the two masses, and that results in a force of 161.02 nanonewtons.
Okay.
There's the calculation if you're interested. I'm going to do the same thing. I'll end up with 51 nanonewtons if I use a 46-pound large mass. That's about a third of what Cavendish did, but that's easily taken care of just with the wire that you're using for the torsion itself. I see no problem with doing that. I'll end up with 51 nanonewtons with everything centered, 83 nanonewtons when it's at maximum deflection. Cavendish had 161 and 195. So it's different, but not that different. And the device will be very, very similar to what Cavendish did. This thing, it looks just like what you just saw that Cavendish had, except his beam was 6 feet long. I'm making mine 4 feet, just because I don't have that damn much room in the garage. This is the way the shit is done for real, Chris. This is not some nitwit screwing around in his with a garage door open out there and wind blowing. This is how you do it for real. Don't forget, I've done this shit for a living.
Tough guy.
And that's your best comeback, is it? Tough guy.
That's just
yeah,
rude.
it is.
Show some respect.
It is rude.
Show some respect. I'm not being funny, lad.
You guys have been
genuinely.
disrespecting me the whole time, yet I'm supposed to show some respect.
No, mate. No.
Calling me a cunt and stuff.
Yeah, mate, because I'm not going to lie, lad. You deserve it. How can you talk to someone like... Do you know what, lad? I'd fucking... If you,
Okay, I'm talking to a guy who says he
didn't
didn't use the container to show gas pressure. That's who I'm talking to.
Sealed container.
Mate, again, you're just parroting shit that you do
Wait,
not
well, let's
understand.
ask him. Let's just ask him. Big Blue, did you use the container in your gas pressure experiment?
I did not use a container for gas.
Okay, There you go, guys. That's what we're dealing with here.
Are you going to seriously tell me, Chris, are you seriously going to try to tell everybody that you think an open top pipe is a suitable container for pressurized gas?
It depends on the density of the gas.
Oh,
yeah.
here we go.
No, go on, educate us.
Go ahead, tell us about it.
Well, Big Blue knew that the density of the butane gas he used was more than the surrounding air. So he also knew that when he put it into his container, his pipe, that it would hang around the bottom for a while, maybe hours, maybe a day. I don't know. So he's going to get a differential pressure reading at the bottom. If he left that pipe, hold on. If he left that pipe sitting,
Chris, why is there a pressure differential?
Why?
Just, oh my God. Yeah, Chris, you do realize that you're talking about the demonstration that made Blue and Nathan have to, that made QE and Nathan have to change from sealed container to container because he blew their narrative out of the water, right?
I don't know about that. All I know is that he used an open top container. And if he left that container there for maybe it takes a week, maybe it takes a year, I don't know. That gas pressure at the bottom will change. That gas pressure won't maintain that pressure the whole time for forever.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Are you?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Even
Because
if it took a day, Chris, the entire point of that demonstration was to show that QE and Hoxley were talking bullshit about it instantly equalizing.
Yes, and they said that if you didn't seal the container, it would it would equalize instantly. They had to change their entire use. They had to change their entire use of the words after that.
No, they're talking about next to a vacuum. Come on,
No,
guys.
they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were. No one.
No,
I
they
don't
weren't.
think anybody would think that if you sprayed.
Oh yes, they are. Every day. Every day.
Oh, here comes the other one.
Oh yes, they are.
Oh,
And they
yes,
asked
they
you
are.
specifically, and you said you were going to show them how you could have gas pressure without a container.
No,
nothing to do with an open
without
anything.
a container.
Yeah.
It is not a container.
What's the pipe?
For gas, you idiot.
What's the pipe?
It's a pipe.
Let me ask you something.
Actually,
Is the pipe a container?
if you were
No, it's not
back to the original.
Hey, Dave.
Hold
Howard,
on,
Howard,
we're talking over each other.
No,
If you want-
seriously, let's not fuss, y'all. Just quick question, Dave. How is gas pressure measured?
It's using PSI when it presses on the container.
Yeah, okay. Does it press on all surface? I mean, all interior surfaces of the container equally or unequally?
Unequally, but immediately as fast as it can.
Unequally. So gas pressure, like if I measure the PSI of a propane tank, it is not.
That is
equally
not what
distributed.
we're discussing. We're discussing the atmosphere.
No,
with the vacuum
you
next
brought
to
up.
it.
No,
You
I'm
brought- no, you
specifically
brought up the
discussing
container.
how gas pressure is measured. That is a dodge. What you're doing. I asked a specific question about
No,
gas.
dodging is what they were doing when they were talking about
No
Nathan's
name.
show.
No, you
name,
are
can you-
dodging the
Gas
question.
pressure without a container
No name.
next to a vacuum.
No name. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, bud.
Where are the valves located on a cylinder? On a gas cylinder?
At the top.
I didn't ask you, Raqia.
Oh,
I mean,
okay. At the
It
top.
depends. Well, I mean, you talking about on a propane tank?
Any gas tank?
Yeah. It's on the top. Yeah, same way
Yeah,
with
okay.
a oxygen or helium tank or anything like that.
Yeah, they're not at the bottom, right?
Uh huh.
Okay, so one would conclude, just off of that the pressure at the top, it would have to be pressurized throughout the entire vessel. Is that correct? In order to escape the top.
Yes.
And that's where the readings are, because that's where the valves are, and that's
Well,
where
that's
the
where your
dials
check.
are.
Yeah, that's where your check valve is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it would read how much pressure is in it, not just how much is at the top or some disproportional amount that Raqia seems to think exists.
Right. I mean, it's equally distributed throughout the container. That's how gas pressure works.
Yeah. So
and I mean to avoid that, and then try to conflate air pressure with gas pressure, that's the dodge. That's the shook and jive that you're doing there, Dave, because we claim that gas pressure is equal in all directions and that air pressure is not equal in all directions. Those are two different things. They're two different observations, two different phenomenon, two different measurements.
You're right.
Two different subjects all together.
Right. I'm agreeing with you. And both of them require a, go ahead and say it.
No.
Container.
No.
No.
There he goes again. Hey, Raqia might not. You don't believe in space, is that correct?
No, he doesn't.
Not as it's taught. Not infinite space.
No.
Fuck
Don't
me.
sit there and go as it's taught. Just period, flat out.
Well, that was my answer.
Yes.
Space. Are you asking me if I believe in space as it's taught? No, I do not.
I didn't ask that. That's the question. See, that's the thing. I didn't ask you.
Is there space between ground and the atmosphere? I mean, in between whatever's our container up there, however far it is? Yes, there's space there.
Don't change the question.
I don't know about outer space. I know there's space.
You're doing an equivocation fallacy.
No.
Just as Chris said. When I said space, you knew what I meant when I said space. Not space is in distance between two objects.
I read your mind. Did you say outer space? Because ask me again. Ask me if I believe in outer space.
There you go. Okay, fine. Outer space, period.
Okay, define outer space to where? Where's your container?
There you go again.
I want to answer your question correctly. Where's outer space in?
Why do you keep asking questions?
What do you mean? What is it in?
Well, if whichever model you believe in, infinite space or ever expanding space, or if it has an end.
So okay, there. See, you
I need
do
to know
understand what I was asking.
to help you understand.
Thank you. Do you believe in any of those? Any of them?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you.
His Bible doesn't tell him that.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
That's
Yeah,
not why I
Bible also
believe
doesn't
in it.
mention cars,
Okay.
computers, cell
Alright, there you go.
phones,
Bye-bye.
telescopes.
Okay, so space is
I mean,
fake.
his Bible
Got
also tells him that rabbits
Y'all
chew the
don't want to
cud,
have a
rabbits don't
conversation.
chew-
Y'all just want to attack the man. Y'all keep going. Enjoy yourself.
No,
We didn't attack him, man.
When you hold to a biblical literalist opinion, you are basically bound by everything in it. Which
Did
means
I
that
bring up anything to do with biblical? Did I say one thing about the Bible, or did y'all?
You keep talking
So y'all
about
brought
it.
it
You
up.
keep talking about a
To be fair.
container. You
Bye.
keep talking about a container that is unobserved, right? And then you've said in the past, are we supposed to forget the foundation of your beliefs?
I'm talking about what I know about science. Gas
Okay, but are we
pressure
supposed to
on the
play?
outs-
Are we supposed to play the goldfish
goodness.
memory game
Wait,
every
you can
day?
do
When we
whatever you
start
want,
over from
but here's
scratch
what I'm
and
trying
meet
to
you all
explain
anew?
why I said that. I didn't mention anything about the Bible. I'm talking about science. Gas pressure, PSI, presses on the outside of the container. All walls, no matter what shape. To get that pressure, you have to have a container.
No, you
Equally,
don't.
in all
Oh,
directions.
yes, you do.
Oh,
That's
no, you
only
don't.
that's only in reference to
So
gas
show me
And you just
anywhere in
said
nature where
all
we have a
walls.
gas pressure without a container.
You just said all walls.
Equally.
And
I didn't say
Blue
all walls.
did not. Yes, you did. Do not
Okay,
lie,
well,
Dave.
I misspoke. I believe in the gradient. So whatever you take from that.
I'm sorry, but Raqia, that violates Boyle's law.
Well, whatever you want to call it.
No, it's not whatever you want to call it. It's an act. You're actually violating Boyle's law.
Can gas stick to itself?
What the
Yes.
fuck?
Hold on, I
Well,
have
if
a
you have
question,
gas
Dave.
pressure next to a vacuum,
Hey, Dave,
spinning,
I have a question.
And there it is, folks.
Okay.
that's your
Is
model,
water a
not
container?
mine.
Is water a container?
Anyway, I have to go.
Dave?
No, why don't you just let him...
I have to finish my job. I'm not sitting at a computer. I got to work.
Yeah, same here.
I'm not
So
running.
my
I said
question
what I
is,
wanted
my
to say.
question, I'm
I
still
said what I
working
wanted.
too. So my question is water
Sean,
a
just
container?
Just let him go. Just let him go.
Well, he can fuck off anytime he likes. You know, we're not holding him here.
I'm not running. I'm not leaving. I'm finishing my work, and then I'll be back. Thank you.
You bravely ran away. You bravely ran
You don't have to tell me I can go. I'll go ahead and do what I want. Thank you.
Let's
It's like a
wait a minute.
contest to see who can get the last word.
Let's all calm down a little bit here. Jesus, I came back, and I came back because I could hear people shouting in the background, and they're like, "What the hell
I
is
was
that?"
trying to get y'all. I was having to be the voice of reason.
I don't know. It's just
Yeah, guys, why is not the answer to the question? Show me in nature gas gas pressure without a container? Well, how about the Earth's atmosphere surrounding the Earth? There you go.
They'll say
Wait, can I talk to Artrexis?
because
You're proving Earth's atmosphere to prove Earth's atmosphere. You can't do that
God
in
damn it,
science.
Raqia.
You can't
talk
use
to
Earth's
Artrexis.
atmosphere to prove what you're trying to prove.
That's not what you asked. You show me a natural.
I asked that specific question.
Yes,
I
the
asked that
specific question you asked is where in nature can you show me gas pressure without a container?
And you said the atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
Right. That's using the atmosphere to prove atmosphere.
No, it's observing
That was
the
answering
fact.
your question. I think you
Observing the
misunderstood
fact
what
that
you
we
said.
have an atmosphere with a gradient
No name.
that goes all the way out into space. There's no
No name.
container.
He's trying to sit there and say there's a container using the atmosphere.
I swear,
Yes.
I'm actually fed up with the word container now. I will
The question that was asked, the question that was asked was not referencing the atmosphere. The question was, show me where in nature you can have gas pressure without a container. There's no mention of atmosphere in there. So I'm telling you, it's the Earth's atmosphere is the answer.
Yeah, fair enough. Mate, I get flashbacks walking through the kitchen section in IKEA seeing the fucking plastic containers now. I'm just so traumatized.
Well, but yeah, George makes a good
His favorite
point.
word is container.
Yeah, well, Erebus, you make a good point too. I mean, Dave basically points to the atmosphere as proof of a container.
Yeah.
Since there's no direct observation of a container, they have to infer it based on some misunderstanding of gas pressure laws. So they look at it and go, well, we see an atmosphere, therefore container. But we can't look at the atmosphere as evidence of gas pressure existing in nature without next to a vacuum without a container. That's kind of hypocritical, Dave.
I don't think so. I see gas
You don't
pressure.
think so. Well, they try to get around that by saying container is the necessary antecedent, which is already redundant to begin with.
Yeah.
Wait, are there unnecessary antecedents?
Yeah, unnecessary antecedent. Let's think about that.
Which ones are unnecessary? A unnecessary antecedent.
Like, I guess my mom didn't necessarily have to have all of my brothers, right? She was necessary. She was a necessary antecedent for me, but not necessarily an antecedent for them.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I get it.
I mean, I like most of my brothers, but not all of them. They're not all necessary.
Yeah, but no name.
Let me get in on this. Let me get in on this. Is Artrexis still here? We need to have a little talk. Artrexis said I changed the terms of the bet. I didn't, and now he owes me $100 because he looked up. I didn't say what he said. I said.
Okay, what was the terms of the bet?
So he said he made a very specific claim. He said Chris said he knows more about contract law than me.
Yeah. Right. Is that? And then what?
Then
So was the bet that you said that?
I think he cut out or something.
Right. Okay.
He was saying something
Yeah,
and
no
then I
name?
couldn't hear it.
Is no name still there?
Yes, sir.
Your mother is not going to be pleased when I tell her you invoked her name in reference to flat Earth.
Oof.
Oh no, I sent her a link. I sent her a link to Jose's show a while back. I can't get her to watch it by herself, but every once in a while when we're together, I'll tickle her by playing it on the radio through my Bluetooth, and she just cracks up at you guys. She loves Blue. She loves Blue, so
To be fair, I've first actual stream I've seen from Jose today, and you know what? A lot of respect for some of you guys. Like as you can see, I can't really keep my cool with these sort of situations, but my God.
Oh yeah, like we're all so composed. Most of the times I try to just be tickled
That's why I actually
by
stick
it,
to the
but-
shows.
Oh, wow, that's what it was that I could hear in the distance that made me come back. Composure, that was the sound that I was on about.
It was the sound of a civilized debate. Yeah.
StingRay, do you remember yesterday how you helped run Travis out of town like a common pygmy?
Yeah, but I didn't shout, did I?
Yeah, but you can if you want. There's no rule against it.
Yeah, there's no rule.
It's actually quite freeing. It is quite freeing sometimes just to let loose.
But if you guys are honest, you want to get upset because otherwise you wouldn't be here and talk to Chris.
Oh, true.
Like, that's the whole point, right?
To me, it's a mixture between therapy and cardio.
I never get
I'm stuck inside, pretty much, right? So this is great. Gets my heart rate up. I don't have to be out in the heat.
Yeah.
It's very ironic that we were talking about nature and gas pressure, and Chris pipes in and totally off subject and says, "I won the bet. I'm a better lawyer," or whatever he said, unrelated to gas pressure in a container.
Oh, shit.
I just want to say that I never get upset. Wink, wink.
Jose, you got mad at me earlier.
Yeah, for telling Chris you were going to time him out. Was it you? Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. He was whining too much.
I know. No need.
Yeah, but he always whines. That is his natural state.
I know.
He either whines or he really whines.
The problem I find in a lot of these is you'll get poked and it'll be, "You're a moron, you're an idiot, how could you do this, you're so stupid," and then you come back with one insult and it's like, "Wow, why are you insulting me now?"
Wow. Yeah, nice ad hom, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of like, all right, mate, well, if we put this in real life, there'd be 3 sounds: me hitting you, you hitting the floor, and the ambulance hitting fucking 90. Shut up.
The side chat can be very toxic, and I appreciate that. But if I start deleting people and timing people out for like insults and stuff, I will have nobody watching. That's why I'm successful in that case. I kind of let 90% of it go.
Yeah,
but
it's completely fair. The fact that you run a stream in the sense where everybody has their own fair say, I think, is absolutely brilliant.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
But do bear in mind, whenever you get the chance, wind Gleam up in the side chat because he just loves it.
Who's Gleam?
Oh my God, you don't know Gleam?
You are a new boy.
Oh my goodness.
I'll let you know a little bit about Gleam. Gleam
Welcome to
is
Mocker.
what I call a mock earther. He doesn't know whether the Earth is flat or round, and he will argue with either side because he has come up with this idea that perspective in physics works in such a way to where it's impossible to tell the difference.
Jose, can you hear me, Jose?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you, Chris.
That was a great summary.
I had an audio issue. Jose, have you been recording this whole after show?
It's all been recorded. I haven't been listening. I just jumped in.
Well, I'm gonna need access. So Artrexis and I had $100 bet, and then he backed out, saying I changed the terms. I need to re-listen and see if I didn't change the terms, then he owes me $100.
Chris, there's a join button on the YouTube thing. You can get access to it. I think it's just called All Access.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
here's the deal. Here's the deal. If I did, listen. No, I'm serious. If Jose gives me the access and I'm right and I didn't change the terms, when Artrexis pays me the $100, I'll give Jose 25 of the $100.
No, I can tonight. After this is recorded, I'll upload it in the unlisted videos and I'll send you this just for this video link.
All right.
It's gonna be unlisted, but you'll have access to it. You're gonna have to find the timestamp. It's gonna be a long one anyway.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Chris, just out of interest, what was the contention with contract law? What type of contract law?
Okay, so you talking about the bet?
Yeah. Well, I'm actually the specifics of the bet. I don't know, UCC, commercial contract law. What law?
It's way simpler than that.
Okay.
Okay, here's what happened. So Artrexis came in and said, so the other day on Sean G's, I think it was, we were talking about this, I was talking about like suing PBS and all this stuff. We talking about our contract law. So earlier in this show, in this after show, Artrexis came in and said, Chris said on Sean G's that he knows more about contract law than I do, being Artrexis. I immediately jumped in and said, I have never said that. I bet you $100 I didn't say those exact words. At first he said, okay, I bet you $100. A couple minutes later, he then said, oh no, you changed the terms. I'm not betting. I'm now asking him, and he hasn't responded, what terms did I change? Because as far as I know, he made a statement. I bet him I didn't say that exact statement. He agreed, and then he backed out.
The word there is exact. Did you make a statement that was similar?
but he agreed. I didn't.
No. Yeah. But one of those is dishonesty with intent to deceive. I'm saying, did you mean exact when there might be latitude in the statement with the same intent of the statement? As in, was it worded in a different way but meant the same?
So Chris said Chris knows more about contract law than Artrexis. He said I said that. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that.
Okay, no, that's fine then. That's fine.
But
you said nothing like that. That's fine.
It was
Correct.
implied by the conversation that was being had at that time, though.
It absolutely was not implied.
Did you not need to tell Artrexis how contract law worked?
No, absolutely not. Sean at one point asked if I had any knowledge or experience with contract law. I said I actually did have some knowledge and some experience with contract law. That's all I said.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, if you end up getting those $100, are you gonna buy a Horizon machine with it?
He'll spend that money researching fog and whether or not it's the sky.
I was not ready.
Just crying a little bit inside because if Artrexis don't pay, I'll never see the $25 if he even loses.
That's
Get
right.
Riley on the case. He'll sort you out.
Or Jose, I can give 25 to the charity of your choice. It's up to you, but I'll give it to you, or you can give it to whatever. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I just want. I know I won the bet. I know he accepted the bet. Then he said I changed the terms when I didn't. And
is that a verbal agreement that you'll give Jose $25?
Actually, if we don't lose the bet, I think Chris should just give me $5 on like PayPal. Just $5.
Okay, that's fine. I accept. That's the renegotiation of the terms. $5 it is.
Thank you. I'll give you access to the after show once I upload it. It's gonna be late tonight because whenever it finishes, I got it. It's gonna take a while to download it on my computer and then for it to upload in YouTube. A few hours video, it take a longer time. I got slow internet, you know. But yeah, before the day ends, I'll send you a link.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I posted a link, Chris, for the Horizon machine. I think you can even buy 2 of those, by the way.
Let me look. Are they $100?
No, they are 47 Swiss francs, it seems.
I'll
I
have
don't know
some
why.
to spare.
Yeah, like 47.
A Horizon machine. Oh, a fog machine.
Oh, okay, got that.
Let me see if I have a picture that I took a while back. I think I have it on my computer and I'll share it. Hold on.
Was that a sky generator?
No, it's a Horizon
here it is.
generator. You
Here
have
it
to
is.
distinguish those 2 terms, please.
All right, let me screen share something. And you guys can...
Fog is just an optical effect, sir.
Is it? Oh, that's all right then.
All right, so I'm screen sharing a picture I took in my car driving down the road. So if I didn't know any better, if I walked outside the first day and I started, I would think that the Earth was pretty small because that fog is creating a horizon from my vantage point.
I think the one thing that I'll say, it's quite simple. An argument of that is you keep traveling in that direction through that fog, and terrain keeps on coming under your feet and keeps on appearing, which kind of completely negates that thought. If you were to stay completely static from the minute you were born, then yeah, I could understand that. But you're moving through the fog.
but the horizon moves too. That's the problem.
Is the fog part of the sky, Chris?
So the definition of horizon is where the apparent position of where the sky,
the
ground, and that in this picture, the sky is apparently meeting the ground, and so therefore that is my horizon.
So you think fog is sky?
Yeah. So just really quickly, Chris. So we can interchange the word sky with fog, and it doesn't make a difference. Is that your?
If that's how you want to do it. Well, that's the only conclusion, yeah.
Well, that would be an equivalence, Chris. If you go out now and look up to the fog, do you see any clouds or the sun in the? If you're looking up at the fog, what color is the fog?
Well,
have you got your head in the fog?
So where's the horizon then, Dean?
Don't go out the fog.
Where's the horizon, Dean? Where's the horizon then in my picture?
Your visibility to it is obscured by a physical barrier.
Yeah.
So it's no different than a wall being in the way.
Yeah.
It's
So
like holding your hand
Chris,
in your face. And
here,
So,
Chris.
but, okay,
Here,
the whole
Chris.
point.
There is no horizon.
I love the trick and laugh.
There's no horizon. Okay, so it just disappeared.
No, it's hidden by fog. It didn't disappear, as in some magic unicorn came along and went poof.
Oh,
the horizon's gone.
So the
It's
fog,
the
which
same.
is
Listen, Chris, let me finish because this is
yeah.
good.
Go ahead.
If I hold up my fucking 3rd grade physics book, which you're such a fan of, and I slap my face with it, and it hides the horizon in the background, did the horizon disappear, or did the physics book hitting me in the face block it?
So Dean, let's say that the next Dean.
Sorry, I'm kidding. I don't mean to be.
Dean, let's say that the next day. Let's say that the next
That was
day
that was a good rant, Dean.
That was I like that.
Dean, let's say I go out the next day and it's foggy, but not quite as foggy, and then my apparent horizon is where I drew the red line, right? So the whole point of me even bringing this up was when you brought up the point that, oh, in my 3D model it should look like this. Well, no, Dean, we have atmospheric effects and conditions to account for, such as fog and such as blockage due to visibility. So I can easily say that my horizon should be where the red line is, but it's not because the fog is blocking it.
You've just argued both points there.
Chris is really good at it's good at accidentally taking both positions simultaneously.
How did I take what positions did I take?
I have a question for Chris. Why is that red line not actually following the line where the sky meets the ground?
Because I said if I went up the next day and let's say it was still foggy but not as foggy, and the fog was only covering that portion of the image, that's my new horizon.
That'd be a steep
right?
hill.
Like the definition of horizon is that it's constantly changing and that it's apparent.
Yeah.
Just that it's apparent, that's all.
Right. So my apparent horizon on this day is
meeting of the sky and the land.
Exactly. So it appears it appears that where the horizon is on this day is where this second line is that I drew.
What's your argument?
Chris, we've already just discussed this. The fog is not the sky.
Yeah, those two terms are not equal. You can't just interchange them.
Well, you guys just don't know what you're talking about.
No,
that's the definition.
That is actually you.
Chris,
the definition of horizon is the apparent position where the land meets
what's
the
the
sky.
definition of fog? You're
All right,
claiming
well, let me
that
Google
fog
it.
equals sky. So
me
by all
Google it.
means,
Fog is a visible aerosol consisting of tiny water droplets or ice crystals suspended in the air at or near the Earth's surface.
In the air.
Fog can be
that doesn't
considered a type of low-lying cloud.
What's the sky? What's the sky?
Hold on, Chris.
What's
What's atmosphere?
Yeah.
What's
the
atmosphere?
sky? What's the sky? Is the sky composed of air? And
What
is
is
the
air
fog in
composed
the
of?
air?
Or is it just composed of fog?
Listen, everybody just listen. So the fog is particulates blocking the view.
Correct.
Now we could just call that matter blocking the view to what's beyond. Now, a vehicle, a bus, my physics book, my hand, me closing my eyes. These also meet that definition.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, so your hand is the apparent position where the sky meets the ground?
No, neither is the fucking fog, you tad.
The sky,
The fog is.
Oh my God.
It creates an artificial horizon.
I want to know what fog is.
Okay, it's guys, it's not a. I've got to make a clarification now and a correction. First grade physics book. We're not there yet, Chris. I'm sorry.
We're not.
Well, look, we've had 2,000 years to write
Chris,
physics. They've only had 5 years to write Fleur physics. Okay,
Chris,
Fleur physics is a burgeoning field.
Here's the thing, Chris. See, a fog is basically a low-lying cloud. You've decided that makes it the sky. there are clouds in the sky. Does that make the clouds the sky?
The clouds are a part of the sky.
No, the sky.
in the
The clouds
sky.
just happen to be in the sky.
Can clouds
I hit
be
a
at the
baseball in
horizon
the air.
line?
I hit
Can
a baseball
clouds-
in the air. Is the baseball now the sky?
Can
It's
clouds
in,
be
it's
at the
in the
horizon
sky.
line?
It's in the sky. so it
The
must be,
baseball's in the air.
Yeah.
Wait, are birds a part of the sky? Chris?
Birds are part of the sky.
Why do
Birds are
suddenly
but the nests are.
Anything that is in the sky must necessarily be a part of the sky, according to
Can
Chris's
someone
logic.
define sky for me, please?
Chris,
Because I
define
can do
atmosphere.
it. Because I can do it. Sky is
Go on.
everything that lies above the surface of the Earth, including the atmosphere and outer space. So yeah, fog is part of the
Okay,
sky.
so yeah, but
Therefore, the
Chris,
fog is creating an
I then-
artificial horizon.
Okay, so by your logic then, or
Wait.
by your thinking, I jump into the air and now I'm a fucking cloud.
Hold on,
No, that's not
Chris.
what it said.
Chris, how does fog create something man-made?
What?
You said it yourself.
Oh my god.
Officially.
Artificial guys, I've had too much. I'm lightheaded from laughing so much today. I'm gonna have to probably leave here soon. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's just,
run
can't
when it's shut in your face.
I think you should.
Did you ask me if fog was man-made?
No,
Something like
you
that?
said yourself that fog is man-made by your definition.
When did I say fog is man-made?
Sorry,
You
you
said
said that fog creates
Oh, yeah,
something man-made.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
sorry.
Do I need another $100 bet with you, Erebus?
Yeah, I'll make the bet with you, mate. You said that fog creates an artificial horizon, and artificial, by your definition, was man-made. So is fog man or is man fog?
Yes,
The
yes,
definition
yes.
of
Yes,
the
yes,
definition. Here's where you're wrong. Let me explain.
Oh,
No, okay, no, I'm listening.
First time for
no,
everyone.
no, you don't get to change what you called artificial. You called artificial was anything that was man/creature made.
That is not what I said.
Yes,
Really
it
what you
is.
said.
Yeah,
You actually did
spider
say that.
webs were your example.
Birds' nests.
Never answered
Okay, so-
beaver dams, but I think that would qualify. Birds' nests.
They were
Are we
all
wrong?
artificial.
Chris,
What about methane?
The
I mean, that's
cloud.
created
The
by
cloud.
creatures.
I think you should breathe more of
Is
it.
methane
Well, there's
artificial?
naturally
fog.
there's also
Chris, I'm going to
ground
give you.
vapor.
I'm going to give you a fair out here. Okay, I stab someone, and multiple people see me
Oh,
stab
God.
someone, and people hear me say, "I'm going to stab you," and I do it. I then go to court and stand in front of all these people, and in my attestation, I say, "No, I didn't do it." Now, everyone
does
else
this have
has seen
to
me
do
do
with
it, and everyone's
anything?
heard me do it.
Well,
So
that gets
what?
the point.
So
does
the
that mean I've
claim
done it or not?
what was the original claim that I said the fog creates a man-made horizon?
Yes.
No, I didn't
By
say
your own
that. I
definition.
didn't say that. No,
Right,
not
what
by
did
my
you say,
by
Chris?
my
I'm
own
not
by
saying
my
it.
own words.
Right,
I didn't
okay.
say that.
So I'm going to tell you what you literally said. You said
Okay,
fog
go ahead.
creates an artificial horizon.
Yes.
Did you not say that? Can you
I
agree
said
with that?
that.
Is that
It's
and
not
then
man-made.
earlier
though.
when
It's
you
not
defined
man-made though.
Hang on a
artificial,
second, mate. Let's just pause. Right. So
Yeah, it's not. I didn't
think
say it
that's
was
fair.
man-made.
Fog makes an artificial horizon, and by your definition, artificial is anything that's man-made. So I think, well, not I think, I know, and I think everybody else will agree with me. It's fair to say
false.
that by your definition, the horizon is man-made.
No, false.
Okay.
I
then
didn't say
can you
anything artificial is man-made.
But you
Yeah,
did.
you did.
Walk me there.
yes, you did.
When did I say? When did I say? And I quote anything artificial is man-made. When did I say that?
Right. Okay. I'll give you that
Okay.
$100 bet, mate. Go through that stream, replay it genuinely. Right.
I said,
And
listen. Here's the. Listen. It's a big difference, guys. You guys got to be careful, okay, on these words. I said, things that are man-made are artificial. That doesn't mean everything artificial is man-made. You guys
Right.
gotta
When
use
we
some common
and then when we
sense.
questioned you on that clarification, because then we asked about animals like spiders and
Birds'
beavers and birds' nests and things like
You
that.
did- yeah.
You added those to the list of other things that were
Yes.
artificial.
Man-made
Um,
and
I
creature-made.
added them to the list of things that were
Yeah.
created.
And
If
so
I
you
shit myself, is that man-made?
defined artificial as things that were crafted by creatures.
By creatures, yeah.
Yes.
Chris, I'm gonna
So
be honest with you. I think
therefore-
you got mixed up. I'm sorry. No, no.
Therefore, if the horizon is artificial in that image, it is creature made.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Because
You
So you're
defined
giving
it
us
that
two different definitions
You
for artificial.
defined it that way.
No, I didn't. No, listen.
Yes,
I'll
you
repeat
said
it.
creature made.
No, here's the thing. Listen.
Oh no!
Things.
Don't waffle, dude.
I'm not. I know exactly what
Stick
I
to your
said.
gun, buddy.
Listen,
if you're
listen,
gonna
listen,
say
listen.
artificial is not creature made, then we can go back to Jose's screen and pick your argument apart.
You're flip flopping more than my footwear.
Chris, you and I were having the conversation. I brought up birds' nests. You said that they're artificial.
They are.
Why?
Because they were created by birds. That doesn't mean everything artificial was created by man or animals.
Name one thing that isn't it falls under artificial that isn't man-made or other creature. Something that isn't created by
the horizon.
Okay, but I thought you said that the Earth was artificial. So if
So
the
what
Earth
creates the
is
horizon?
part of the Earth, then by again,
the horizon is
No name in Erebus. I'd like to congratulate Chris Berry for advancing to wordplay mastery. Is now officially the
it's not. What he's done is taken all the Scrabble letters and thrown them at a fucking wall.
No, it's because I know what I'm talking about, and even though you guys try and
That's the funniest shit I've heard all day, Chris.
No, it's why I won. It's why I won the bet against Sean G. It's why I won the bet against Artrexis earlier.
No, okay, Chris.
It's why I would win this bet if I
Chris,
took it.
to be fair,
I guess we need to clarify.
Who's the one winning the bets, by the way, guys? I'm the one winning the bets.
Can you define the term artificial?
Oh, quick, take the screen off.
Hold on a second. Listen.
Take the screen off.
I've been trying to say this for 5 minutes. You guys have been cutting me off, interrupting. I want to clarify so you guys understand what I'm saying. Things that are man-made or creature-made are artificial. That doesn't mean, and by God, I hope you guys have the common sense to understand this. That doesn't mean that all things that are artificial. This doesn't mean all things that are artificial are man-made or creature-made.
Then what's the definition of artificial?
Erebus, can I make a point on that quick? Can I just build on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cheers, mate. Okay, Chris, to be fair, right, you did say that, right? That's a fair comment. But
thank you.
Then let's look at your argument that you said the Earth was artificial. Now, the horizon is an extension of the Earth.
I didn't say the Earth was artificial. No, I didn't.
You did. Yes, you did.
The horizon was.
So again, mate, by your definition, the horizon.
No, Chris actually said that the wait. Chris did say that the Earth is natural, but it was made by supernatural means. Therefore, what is natural only comes through supernatural means.
No, yeah, we arrived at that, but the initial statement was the Earth was man-made and artificial.
No. I bet you $100 I did not say the Earth was man-made.
You're quite fond of betting $100 bets.
I am because I know when I'm right and I know when I'm wrong.
So
I bet
you admit that you're wrong when it comes to arguing with Big Blue.
About what?
Well, you just said that you know when you're right and when you're wrong, which is why.
Well, first of all, are you going to take my $100 bet that I said the Earth was man-made?
So why didn't you take the bet with Big Blue?
Because I didn't say that. Are you going to back? Hold on. Are you going to take back that I said the Earth was man-made?
No.
Okay, so are you going to bet me the $100 that I said that and then prove that I said that?
I'm not under any bet, mate. Unfortunately, right now I'm skint thanks to lockdown. Also, I don't need to verify the length of my cock by making $100 bets with you.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're so confident that I said the Earth was man-made when I didn't, then bet me.
So, Chris, anyways, let's go back. Can we define the term artificial? Because we've danced around it for so long. I would really like for you to define artificial.
So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna change the term I used.
No, you can't.
To apparent. That's what I'm gonna do.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris,
so what you're saying is that something that is man-made is apparent. Is that what you're saying now?
No, I'm saying that the horizon,
but
by definition,
changed the term.
I'm saying that the horizon, by definition, is apparent, and the fog bay created.
We're not letting you off the hook. You claim
get out of this.
That the horizon is artificial. Not just the fog created an artificial horizon. You also said that the horizon is artificial.
The horizon is apparent.
Oh, I don't care what you say now.
No. Now you're saying it's.
Well, I'm simplifying it. I was using when I said artificial.
You're changing your fucking story. That's what you're doing.
Just listen.
Artificial?
No, just listen.
Or
Chris,
apparent.
that's called spin doctoring.
Which one is simplifying? I just need to know what's the difference between apparent and artificial.
So when I said artificial, I was using the colloquial term.
Yeah.
I should have said
Colloquial for
apparent.
what?
Can you define the colloquial term?
That too.
Colloquial for what? What were you trying to accomplish when you were saying it?
Colloquial as like that it's
Mate, if you're going to throw around
the
big words,
horizon,
make sure you back them up. Come on.
that it's that the horizon by definition is an apparent position.
So you use the term called artificial, which is not real, for apparent, which is optical. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on a second. Let me.
He
Google
doesn't know.
apparent. I have to make
Chris,
sure.
are you Googling this shit?
Yes,
mate.
Oh, hell yeah.
So the definition. Well, listen, you guys. This is why I win these bets, because you all don't understand the definition of words, and so oftentimes I'll
Actually, I was trying to clarify. So if you want to have a bet about this, I have no problem debunking you on your
Listen,
claim
I'm answering
that
you.
the military does not use the Coriolis for ballistics. I would really like you to take that bet.
Oh, they
Here we
do.
go.
I want him to take my bet too. What about my bet,
Just-
Chris?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, Blue?
Because
You know,
I'm,
Chris,
yeah,
There's a lot of bets going around.
yeah. I'm
And,
gonna make a
all the
video.
ones that I've accepted, I've won. So
I'm gonna
apparent.
make a video
Oh,
about
so you're
that.
not going to accept my bet, is what you're saying?
Listen. Apparent, seeming. One of the definitions is seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Right. So all I meant is that the fog bank created.
So the horizon is fake now.
Chris, just really quickly, Chris. It seems like you've got two bets on the cards. You've got Coriolis for targeting systems in the military, and you've got Cavendish by Big Blue. Are you just going to gloss over that you don't want to take those bets? If so, that's fair enough.
God.
Yeah, because you said you
Well,
take
first
them when
of
you know
all,
you're right.
I need to get paid for the bet that I did win. I haven't done that yet, so I wouldn't
historical-
take the
I
other
didn't
bet.
make that bet with you, so let's go
Yeah,
back to
but the
our bet.
Globers are notorious for not paying up. That's all there is to it. Second of all,
I'll tell you what.
there's
I'll
a
pull out $100 right now,
Sean
right
Smith.
now, and I will put it on screen. And if you can put up $100, I will give you the handbook for Coriolis in the military. Thank you very much.
Okay, handbooks aren't proof of anything. So if you want to make a bet, there's the guy.
handbook that only do the ballistics for the military. The
There's
ones
a
that
guy-
they use to protect, the ones they use to kill people with, none of those are real. They haven't been doing this since, what, 1932?
John,
Are handbooks natural?
Sean, you need to
Yes,
listen.
they are. They are made out of paper, so they are natural.
They are natural.
John Smith, there's a guy. There's a guy. He's a flat earther now. He was in the military. He's got I think it's a $26,000 bet that if you can prove that people that you have to take Coriolis into account when shooting either any type of munition, then you'll win the bet.
Okay.
There you go. There you
so
go.
in World War One, the Germans developed.
Send me that link. Send me that link. I will do it.
All right, I gotta find it.
Wasn't there one where he said if you could aim it at my head and take Coriolis into effect and adjust for that and fire a shot or something like that?
That's funny.
Don't do your little laugh, you fucking prick.
Oh, you fucking prick. Put your shirt on, man. Why is your shirt off in your picture, you fucking clown?
Are you still talking, lad?
What are you, a pervert? You want people to see your chest?
There's no name
mate,
still
actually,
here.
Yeah, no, I do. I'll tell you what, let's have a roundabout. Who here thinks I look pretty sexy? Because me, personally, I'm into it.
Oh, my God.
You know? Chris, mate, you can try and come at me with these things. It's not going to work, lad. You are coming out with stuff that is so incomprehensibly stupid, and you are sticking to it. I admire the fact that you're sticking to it, lad. But just take a minute and listen to what you're saying, because you've gone through multiple different conversations and multiple different topics, and each one you've gone back and forth on each side of the argument.
Oh,
You
yeah?
haven't landed on a single point.
Oh,
Every
really?
time that you've been called out, you've backed off and then said, "Oh, I bet you $100 I didn't do it," but you did.
Well, then why am I winning the bet?
Oh, do you know? I'm sure that at some point you were a really lovely lad, and I'm trying to help you out here, mate. Just eat a bit of humble pie, sit down, and listen to what the smarter people are telling you. I'm not claiming to be one of those smart people.
I've been right on most of these items. It's not my problem, bro.
Hey, Chris, I'm being really nice to you while I'm calling you stupid.
The irony behind that
Listen
statement
to
from
the
yourself,
smart
mate.
people.
Hello,
I'm not trying to be mean or rude. It's not my problem that I've just been right on all these definitions. Listen, I do
Which
Google
part are you right about?
I do
Are you
Google
right about apparent? Are you right about the artificial? Which part are you right about so far?
I was right about what Artrexis said. I said that I didn't say.
So you're right about something that has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation, is what you're saying. So far, you haven't been right in this conversation. That's the unfortunate part.
Absolutely, I haven't been right. That the fog.
Where have you been right?
The fog created an apparent horizon.
Actually, you said it was artificial, so no, you were wrong.
Oh, okay. So let's just say I was wrong about the word artificial. Big whoop. Like the intention is there.
Then your claim about being
It
right
validates your
is
entire
wrong.
previous conversation, Chris.
But I'll take it. I think the fog bank is creating an apparent horizon. Am I wrong?
No, but that's not.
No,
what
you're
was
not
being
wrong.
Said before.
It is what I
point.
said.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right now.
That's
it looks
fair,
like
mate. That's fair. I'm not arguing that with you. What I'm saying is, Chris can't.
No, let's
change his
talk
mind.
about it. Am I wrong? Is that where the sky appears to meet the ground at that point?
It is, Raqia.
Actually, no.
Actually, you are wrong. You are wrong. Hold on, Dave. Hold on. You are wrong.
Okay.
Because if that fog is not there, then the apparent horizon is still there.
But a different one.
A different one. A different
No, it's not different. It's the same one. Is it apparent? Do you see it? Hold on. You guys aren't even listening.
You asked five different questions and then
I
kept
did not
asking
ask 5
more.
different.
Can
I
you
asked
see
2.
it? Is it gone?
I
Is
asked
the
2.
fog there?
Okay.
I asked 2 and I explained twice.
How
So
many
far,
do
I
you want
said,
answered?
I
How
said,
many do you want answered? You're still talking.
Is
Dave, if I put
the
You're still
apparent
talking.
horizon still there?
It's there, right in front of you. It's where you see
Boom,
the sky
there
meeting
you
the
go.
ground. No, it's where the sky appears to meet the ground, right at that moment.
What about it? What about it? What
That's
about
not
it?
where the sky appears to meet
And when
but
that
that's not where the
fog-
sky appears to meet the ground. That's
when that-
where the fog bank appears to meet the ground, and fog is not sky.
Is the fog in the sky? Is the fog in the sky?
Okay, so if
Something being
I
in
don't
the
know,
sky
is
is
it-
not the same
Is
as
an
being in the
airplane
sky.
in the sky?
Let me ask
Is
you.
a baby-
When you see an
is a home
airplane
run ball in
crash
the
into
sky
the ground,
for a
is that the horizon?
Hello. Point to the horizon in that fog picture.
Chris,
Point to it.
Can't see the horizon. It's obscure.
You can't see the horizon.
That's
the
a
apparent
fog
horizon.
line. That's a fog bank.
So you're seeing a fog line meet the ground.
Do you have fog lights on your truck or skylight?
I kind of get your point. But
well,
it
then there you go.
appears.
That's it. That's it.
It
You
appears
understand
this-
where we're coming from.
Hey,
Raqia,
no name. How
the
can I get your
fog is
icon off
no
my
different,
phone?
Raqia. The fog is no different than having a bush in front of you or
Mm-hmm.
a wall in front of you.
It is. It is different.
It's
No, it
definitely
isn't.
Okay,
Yes,
why
it
is
is.
it different?
Because it's in the.
Because the definition
Okay,
of horizon
sorry, mate.
is the
Sorry. Okay,
apparent
I'm
position.
actually king of the world because.
Well, he
No,
was
I'm answering.
explaining and you cut him off.
Jesus Christ, bro. Listen, I mean, it's all about definitions. You guys don't understand that. The definition of horizon doesn't talk about walls and bushes. It talks about the apparent position where the sky meets the ground.
It doesn't talk about fog either, but you're claiming it.
Fog is part of the sky.
Airplanes are part of the sky under your definition.
No, wrong.
Chris,
The definition of cloud and fog is something that is suspended in the sky. That doesn't make it the fucking sky.
It's made of the same stuff. It's all gas.
No, it's not.
Whoa, wait.
So fog is
Chris?
made of 70%
hang on.
nitrogen now?
Erebus, what were you going to say?
He caught. Okay, Chris, you're claiming that fog is gas.
You're fucking joking.
Come on, Chris. Is that what you're claiming?
Gears are grinding.
The fog is
Fog, yes, fog. Are
is
you
a
claiming
visible
gas?
aerosol consisting of tiny water droplets or ice crystals suspended in the air.
Hold
at or
on,
near
you
the
just
surface.
googled it.
But
Yeah,
you just
Googled
said.
it.
Fog can be considered a type of low-lying cloud, usually. So are you? So
It's water
yeah. So
vapor.
fog and clouds
Don't-
are part of the sky.
But don't
No.
hit Erebus with the
Where is the
definition.
gas?
Do you think that fog is a gas?
If you had a low-lying, listen, if you had a low-lying cloud near the horizon and you looked out and you said, "Oh, look, the
Chris.
cloud is
The
cutting
cloud
off
is
the
in
Chris,
horizon."
that's
I'd
like
say,
saying
oh,
that
look.
fish are a part of the ocean just because they swim in it. That's fucking stupid.
I'm confused. So let me ask a serious
I bet
question
you
because
are.
I really am confused about where we're missing each other. If there's cloud, if the sky is totally cloudy, right? and I'm out on the ocean, and where I look out into the distance, the horizon, there's clouds. Is that the horizon?
That is the apparent horizon. That's where the clouds meet the land, right? It's apparent to your eyes. Am I right?
Let me finish.
Apparent
I said
to
you're
your
right.
eyes. Let me finish. I'm not done. I'm not done. So it's apparent. So then you go up over the fog, and you look over, and you still see the land meeting the sky.
But let me make sure I understood, because I
So
asked
that
the
is
question.
still the apparent
Oh,
horizon
my
to that
goodness.
observer point.
Are you done?
Also, clouds
No, I'm not done. I just figured I'd just stop for a
I'd like
second.
to clarify. I asked the question.
Also, clouds wouldn't change the distance to the
Oh,
horizon.
my
Let
goodness.
him make his point. Let him make his point.
Just really quickly. I'm.
Oh,
willing-
my
Come on.
goodness.
No, Raqia. Listen, Raqia, calm down.
No, it's hard to listen to 5 different people on one point.
Concede, just for the sake of argument, because I forgot why we're arguing about fog.
I don't know.
Because to be honest, the clouds are in the sky. The clouds are not the sky. So I don't even. But I'm willing, for the sake of fucking argument, to say anything that we put in front of our faces can be the fucking sky now. Because what is your point? If I say that my hand is the sky, that water is, what is the point of all of this?
The point is when you look out from any position, and wherever the sky appears to meet the ground, that's the horizon, correct?
The sky,
Correct.
yes.
The sky.
Just say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sky,
just
yes.
just like the fog.
Just like the fog, yes, exactly.
Just really quickly.
There's the equivocation problem.
I'm willing to but just for moving forward, to give them 1 point.
I don't want to.
I will say, yeah, but I will say, clouds are not the sky; they are in the sky.
Okay,
But that's their point.
For the point, but for this, but for the point of this,
where do clouds come
everything
from?
can be the fucking sky. Where
do
your
clouds
point?
come from?
Let's just.
Okay, so Chris, here's a quick question for you then. Are fish the ocean?
Where do clouds come from?
This has
Give me a
nothing to
sec.
do
I'm
with
just going to go
fish
hammer a
ocean.
nail into a tree.
How are clouds? What materials form clouds?
Water and air.
Okay, water and air. So the air of the sky.
But you said that.
Yes,
the gas. No, the air out my eye.
I don't know why you're trying to make clouds the sky. Just because that's like saying fish because they have water in them.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Clouds are formed
It absolutely is.
Listen. Clouds are formed from materials in the sky.
Try and
fish are fish are made from materials in the ocean. What about it?
No, they are not. Fish come from fish. They don't come from ocean water.
Do fish not contain the materials from the ocean in them?
Yeah, I thought fish eggs were in the water, weren't they? So that was me.
Oh my goodness.
Do the dust particles and water vapor that form clouds, are they spontaneously generated from the sky?
No, but they can form an apparent horizon.
That's my question then. If they are not spontaneously generated by the sky, under that logic,
but aren't they?
Then they are not created by the sky.
But he said
they
in the sky.
Yeah, wait, no, but don't clouds come from the materials that make up the same part of the sky?
They also
not the dust and the water vapor. No,
actually, water vapor. Yeah.
No, he's just saying it right there. Chris, they also come from the same substances that comprise of the oceans.
Yeah.
Does that make clouds the ocean?
Or does that make the ocean the sky?
Oh my God! Please, Chris, if I promise to you right now that fog is the fucking sky, can you tell me what difference that makes to anything?
Yes. Okay, that's fine. Let's move on.
No! Please tell me what this was about. Please.
No, I am. I am Dean. So Dean, I told you.
Raqia.
He was the apparent horizon. He was trying to say that the horizon can be made an apparent horizon by a fog bank.
Right.
You can make that happen because fog is the sky.
Or by clouds.
Okay, or by refraction, or all sorts of things.
Guys, what
Okay.
point does that support then? The apparent horizon.
Oh my god, I get it now. It was. Oh my god, I started this. I've just realised.
Yeah, Dean, I already
Holy
told
shit!
you.
I've
Dean,
been
I
away
already
when loads
told
of
you what
stuff
it
had
was
come
about.
back. I just asked what this was about, and I've realised it was my my thing ages ago.
Yeah, Dean, I told you that. I told
I
you
have
that
something
hours
real
ago.
important. I have
Oh,
something real
guys, I am
important.
so sorry.
Can I be heard?
StingRay,
Fine, I've learned-
I
No,
have
Dean,
something
don't be
real
sorry. Don't be
important,
sorry, Dean.
real important that
Oh
I
my
just
God.
discovered. I've discovered the spiritual world. I can prove it. I can prove the
Dean,
evil.
Dean, don't worry,
Hang on.
Dean. You have given us something here. We now know that clouds are actually the sky because of air. They're the ocean because of water, and they're the earth because of dust. So clouds are
in this
everything.
great, beautiful.
Oh wait,
curve
don't
of
forget
existence.
lightning. Don't forget lightning. So they're made of.
Lightning is a part of the sky. So the definition of sky
Wait,
is
what'd you just say?
Everything that lies
Everything we
above.
see, apparently.
Chris,
Listen,
did you just say that lightning isn't a part of the sky?
I said it
Isn't
is.
lightning
The
statically
sky is
charged
everything
atmosphere?
that lies above the surface of the earth, including the
The
atmosphere.
electricity.
So
So
clouds are
Erebus.
formed from the atmosphere, therefore they're part of the sky.
Erebus, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not too savvy on this, but isn't lightning a statically charged atmosphere?
yeah, basically. And so we have just
Which is
electricity.
sky.
I mean,
Oh my
that
god!
means-
Can I just refresh everybody on what this point was? The point was,
Yeah.
when we look out, I said what can form a horizon then, Chris, and I said, I admit that light attenuation, we might be able to, things might get hidden because of light attenuation. Then Chris said fog. But the brilliant thing is, the visual artifact of fog is a graduation of visibility. The problem is that doesn't match all the observations of what we see of the horizon. In fact, it matches very little unless you're looking into fog. So a brilliant way to get out of this discussion, don't make fucking observations in fog.
But
There
how
you
do you
go.
know if you're looking out 20, 30, 40 miles, say on a mountaintop, that there's not fog and clouds and all sorts of disturbances
I've just told
out
you
of the distance?
I've just told you we can visually see fog. A telltale
you can't.
sign.
No,
that
you can't.
Oh no,
You
it's
can't
invisible.
in that
isn't it?
regard.
It's invisible, is it? Is it
No,
invisible?
listen.
So what
30
about your
miles
picture?
away.
What
it's
is
all
it that we're
gonna
looking
blend
at if
in.
it's invisible? And if it's invisible, how the fuck does it hide anything?
Listen.
Okay, go on.
Okay, I shouldn't have said you can't see fog. Obviously, you can see fog. What I meant was, if you're looking 40 miles out on a mountain, you're not going to be able to tell what's part of the sky, what's fog, what's clouds, what's dust, what's dirt.
That's a
what's
very weird
refraction,
generalization. What
what's
about if
refraction? What's
Wait a
not?
minute. Listen. Stop.
It's not generalization.
No,
it's
don't guess, Gallop.
fact.
You know that you can't understand refraction, and you can't adequately explain the mechanism by which refraction creates a fucking horizon. But let's just stick with the fog argument. A telltale sign of fog is a graduation of visibility. An object moving into fog will gradually fade away. There is no defining line to fog.
Boats fade away.
Fog would not simply start and end at the same point in space.
The government sat there with a fog switch.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Why don't we do something amazing, which I know is terrible for flat Earth? Let's not make observations in fog. Let's not make observations with heavy atmospheric refraction.
How do you do that,
fucking learn what these things are, and then you avoid days where the magnitude of them would be great. How cool is that? How easy
So
is
I'm
that?
going to present something, Dean. You tell me what's happening in this photo to the boat. Where's the boat go? Where did the boat go from the top left to the bottom right?
Did anybody hear me say, let's not make observations in heavy refraction days?
Yeah.
Wait, but
was that
you're
just
saying the
not
top?
heard
But you're
at
saying
all?
you're saying you can see fog. Where's the fog in this that the boat's going into? Because the boat's disappearing.
Oh my God, Chris, you are not this dense. You seriously are not.
That was sad.
Well, then what did you say? What did you say, Dean?
Chris,
You said you can see fog.
do you
right?
think this represents, wait for it, this very important thing that I think you're missing, reality? Yeah? Do you think this represents reality? Do you think a boat moving away suddenly morphs to a little Pac-Man?
Well, that's just perspective, so it will get smaller.
Oh my God! Wait a minute! Stop with that! Can you tell me the mechanism by which perspective would make a boat into Pac-Man?
Well, it's an angular size change. It's just making it harder to tell what it is. So the top, if you look at the bottom right photo,
Can you
hold
tell
on, you wait a minute.
Stop,
you wait
stop.
a minute.
No,
you
keep galloping.
You said you could see the thing going into the
Angular
fog.
size
Where's the
change.
fog?
Angular
Where's the fog
size
in this?
change. Chris, angular size change. Do you?
Where's the fog in
Can
this
you
image?
tell me? I can't see any fog in this. We're just
So then
looking
why
at
is
heavy
the boat
refraction.
disappearing?
We're looking
Why
at a
is it
fucking
disappearing?
mirage effect, you dickhead. Now,
The top of
can
the
you
boat
tell
is
me?
mirage. The top isn't mirage.
No, you're right. It's a band of fucking air. It's an
Right.
inferior mirage, a mirror
the boat's
image.
going into the band of air, making it harder to see.
It's called a humidity layer.
Oh my God, Chris, listen to this. You just said this is angular size change. Brilliant, awesome. I do not deny that's going on. Is that all that's going on?
No, and that's my point. You just
Okay,
confirmed
so what
that I
else is
know
making this disappear then?
I know Dean
What
Dean
else is making this disappear,
Dean
Chris?
just let the cat out of the bag. He said the atmosphere is getting in the way. That's me and Raqia's point. Fog's part
Welcome
of the
to Flat
atmosphere.
Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you.
Stop.
And
Wait a minute. Let's try this, guys. Let's try this, guys. Oh, you guys just admitted it's a sphere. Welcome to the globe. No, that doesn't work, does it? It's fucking ridiculous to say, Chris.
All right.
So, let me ask you a question, Chris.
What's ridiculous to fight so hard about atmospheric conditions affecting light and then say it's not affecting that part?
Did anybody else on this panel hear me say, let's not make observations low to the ground with our heads up our ass looking through heavy bands of refraction?
Yeah.
Or let's not make it so that we say, "Oh my God, let's see how far we can see in this fog." How ridiculous are those two things? Really? Why don't you go up high at a slightly elevated place in Boston and fucking take a photograph of Nova Scotia? Please do that.
Chris is fucked off.
Oh, I guarantee you, he's clipped that last bit of him saying thanks for proving the flat Earth, and it's going to be on his YouTube channel.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares what Chris says.
Oh, it's going into the air. That's it. I win. All right. Well, the thing is, and Raqia, if you can hear me, if you're denying it's our explanation, explain it yourself. And also, if that's the case, and that mirage, inferior mirage doesn't exist, why is the boat getting really tiny, like the size of Pac-Man, and flying off into the air like it's just hitched a ride with Mary Poppins?
Yeah, if I had all those answers, I'd get them straight away to you.
But we've given you answers, to be fair, mate. So
No, I don't disagree with the answers that I've been given. Right? I don't deny a lot of the things. I'm just still questioning, which side is right. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fair enough, mate. That's fair enough. I think the only thing I'd give you there is maybe look at it from this sort of perspective, if you like. But genuinely, we've given you those answers and explained how it can happen, and it's logical. And when you look into it and think about it, it does make sense.
Until you start telling me that the boat's going over a physical edge that we should be able to measure, and it's really tough to measure.
Right. Sorry. What do you mean?
Like if you're telling me the only reason that 20 foot of that boat is missing, let's say just for an example, is because of Earth curve, and then I ask how can we measure that 20 feet, and you send me up to space. It's kind of weird.
No. Wait a minute, Raqia. Just really quickly, just on this point, please, nobody comment on heavy refraction and inferior mirages unless you have temperature profiles and gradients. And even in that small band, you've got no fucking idea what's going on. It would be an insane person to look at that and saying, that is my reality right there. That's where Flat Earth lives. It is a ridiculous proposition.
So in that
Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it when there is a crisp horizon? Why don't you do it when that boat disappears bottom up and goes all the way down and it's always visible till the water blocks it? That is called reality. Nothing got distorted. Nothing got Mary Poppins.
Reality is that I have been out there on days like that where it's crisp and clear, and I can see the boat way past where the water's edge should be if the sphere was as size as it would. And then I'm told it's refraction because it's bending the light up and lifting the object back up into my view. That is where I have a problem. That's why I started doubting the sphere. It's double speak, my friend.
Yes, but do you realize all you need to do is get away from the fucking water and do large observations of such magnitude
like
that
the Nova
refraction.
Scotia?
Yeah.
Like the Nova.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Have you? Let's see it, and just like you said,
let's see Nova Scotia.
No, let's right, exactly, because there's things in the way. We can't see far.
Stop. The key about Nova Scotia is this. This is the key. You can see where Nova Scotia should be, the moon rising over the ocean.
I think, Raqia, mate, you said you doubt and you're not 100% sure, yeah?
And my point was just made. He went straight to the moon, right? Using the moon.
Okay. I'll give you a genuine example of Earth curvature that you can visibly see. If you look at Mount Rainier, there's been a couple people that have been banging on about it. Now, I can't remember what's the name of the mountain in front of Mount Rainier. Can you remember? It's actually about half the size, right? And
go ahead. Yeah, I trust you. I've seen the deal. So go ahead.
Yeah, if you stand in front of those two mountains, now Mount Rainier is about twice the size of that other mountain. But when you look at it from that point where that photo was taken, it appears to be smaller. Now, that genuinely is only possible on an Earth curve.
That is no way you can say that. When StingRay even said over long distances, you would have to take all the measurements of what's in between you, all the differentials, all the different atmospheric conditions, all the temperatures, all the dust particles, all the fog banks. That is impossible.
I hear excuses.
No, it's reality. Dealing with optics that you can see that
offering
far.
up some bullshit.
Well, I'm telling you what
everyone knows. You're just sitting there giving excuses. All I ever hear from flat earthers are excuses.
I'd like to ask something about Mount Raqia, whatever. I don't remember how it's written, but if was that observation taken at the same elevation as the mountain that blocked the Mount Raqia, or was it taken below?
I believe it's taken at the same elevation. Again, don't quote me. I'm not 100% sure.
Because if it wasn't, then it would be perspective, which would play in account.
Yeah.
But if it was at the same elevation and you take the photo and you make sure that the camera is horizontal, then if you follow basically the law of perspective, then there would be no way that the Mount Raqia would be lower, right? Because
but even if it was taken at the same elevation, what's the distance in between the two mountains? It was like hundreds of miles, right? Wasn't it like hundreds of miles? I don't want to misquote it.
For what? Sorry, mate.
From mountaintop to mountaintop, it was hundreds of miles, correct?
I couldn't quote you the distance. I'm afraid. I'm just giving you an example here, and I believe
I'm telling you by personal experience, if you're looking past 10 miles, you ain't getting. Okay, so I'll reconfirm this. I'm not saying you can take any optics and prove the shape, right? But what you can do is say, with a radius at the given size, you should not be able to see past this geometric horizon because of something physical would be in the way, correct?
Well, that would
correct because it doesn't. Hang on, if I may,
that's what you.
finish
That's
my
what
point.
your uses up doing is not.
Come on, let him finish.
So
Man.
10 minutes of silence, and as soon as I start to make my point, he jumps in. So
your point is built on false premises.
No,
let's finish his point first, please.
So then when we see past that distance, then instead of saying, wow, that might be, I don't know why this just might be a flat area or we need to take the measurements, we say, no, it's refraction. I just don't get that point where light is bending up at a certain, I don't want to say bending up. Well, light is it's angled up first, and then it's bending down to the viewer height. That is where I draw the line and say, wait a minute, that doesn't add up. Can't have it, but well, you can't have it both ways, bud.
No, let's break down your syllogism, okay? Because I was forced to listen to your argument or your premises, and I've never heard of a syllogism that midway through your premises turns into a meandering question. Okay, so there was no form to that logic. There was no logical expression of an if-then statement. You went, here's my reasons, nuh-uh.
Maybe I should say it over. You want me to say it over without interrupting? Maybe when you interrupted me, maybe when you interrupted me midstream, maybe when you interrupted me midway through, it might have got a little crazy there. So let me restate it. So when I'm viewing from whatever height, and I take the radius of the said sphere, and then at that viewer height, I know that 10 miles out there should be a geometric horizon. But when I'm viewing and I see 15 miles, right, and there's no, oh my God, cut me off again.
You're doing it. You're presupposing something that a globe. Why would you presuppose anything off of a globe? Just tell us.
I was trying to prove the globe when I first went and did this. That was all.
No, let's
cut me off again.
Well, maybe that just shows that you're consistently bad at proving things.
Maybe so. It's just attack.
Well, I mean, you've been really bad at proving your other observations, like the firmament.
Okay, I'm fine with that. No name. Tell us about your observations over 15 miles. Go.
There he goes again.
Sure. You ever been up to Stone Mountain, Georgia?
Yep.
Lookout Mountain?
Yep.
Okay. So how come I can only see 7 states from one spot at that elevation? Hello?
What is that? That's not physically possible. Am I listening to Chris Sperry again in the background?
Somebody's got a hot mic, I think.
Yeah. Are you getting info from Barry? Is he answering questions for you?
I wouldn't.
I'm sitting at a Mexican restaurant. You think
is it
so disingenuous?
Sorry, that was me, guys. I didn't realize the mic was unmuted.
Oh, that's all right.
Go ahead, no name. You can just attack me again.
I wasn't attacking you. I was joking.
No, but you just
so anyway,
obvious, man.
You asked me for my observations. Okay, right. And I've been to Stone Mountain. I've been to Lookout Mountain.
What day were you there?
Okay, so
what day were you there?
I don't fucking remember what day it was. It was a Sunday.
Year, 5 years ago.
It was a Sunday a few years ago. We drove up, me and my family.
What was the
But I
refraction
mean, we've
rate
been
that
there.
day?
You know, living in North Alabama for 26 years. You know, I've been there more than once.
Was it a heavy refraction day or a light refraction day?
Anyway, well, refraction, it wasn't really a problem at my altitude. You know, it was pretty high up, pretty crisp and clear from my vantage point, and I could see a hell of a lot further than I normally can. But at the same time, I could not see for an infinity distance. Okay, even with a telescope that's mounted up there, I could not see as far than I could when I pointed the telescope up and looked at the moon.
And you have no clue why. And you want me to tell you why.
Well, I'm above the worst of the refractive effects at that altitude. I should, were we to live on a pancake, even with hills and stuff, I should be able to see further with a telescope across the breadth of the United States, at least. Because I can see the damn moon when I point the telescope up.
Straight to the moon.
But that's a tangent line. That's an observation.
We don't even know what the moon is. We know what the building is in Chicago, right? That might be 5,000 miles away from us. And we know
why can't I see that building in Chicago from Stone Mountain, Georgia?
That's how
are you telling me that there is a physical hill that's higher between Stone Mountain, Georgia and Chicago? I'd like you to find one that could block my visibility with a telescope from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Find
That's not my claim. I'm saying atmosphere is blocking. No matter how high you're up on Earth, even if you're at the top of a mountaintop, you're not going to see forever. You can get on the tallest mountaintop, which, you know, is in Japan or is Mount St. Helens, whatever you want to say. And you can get on the top of that mountain. You're not going to see forever on a flat plane. No, what? That's how optics. That's how.
Why not?
Why isn't anybody else? Why? This is my question too. Anyone else on this panel would be jumping on me right now if I was saying that. And
no, why not? I should be able to see if I'm at a certain elevation, a
Because
flat
you're still in
plane,
the atmosphere.
and I'm above the clouds, I should be able to see another object with a telescope at that same elevation across any amount of distance.
That is not true, and that's ludicrous.
That is not ludicrous. The moon is 250,000 miles away.
Is it in the atmosphere?
No.
And how do you know how far it is?
Because we've been there.
Right.
Because I personally have bounced a radar. I personally bounced a radar signal
blah, blah,
off of
blah.
it.
We've all heard.
Well, see, that's your blah blah blah. That's your hand wave dismissal.
Your observation
You
was
asked
seeing
me.
7 states.
You asked me, and then you go blah blah blah.
No,
so why
because-
should I provide any other justification ever that you ask for if you're just gonna blah 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 it away?
Because you went from an observation of 7 states from one point in Georgia, which I've been to the moon.
Which we know the distance of.
No name. I have a
Which
question.
we know the distance to.
Fine,
Yeah.
but it has nothing to do with the observation of 7 states from a point in Georgia.
Why? Why does it not have anything
Because you're
to do
in
with it?
the atmosphere
Wait a
looking
minute.
across.
So
Wait a minute, guys,
what?
guys,
I should
guys,
be able
guys.
to see
God.
another point of altitude
No way.
We're
distance.
arguing. No,
Please,
no,
please.
you're arguing with us.
No. Let's not ask questions. Let's just make a statement. Raqia, I'll make this statement right now. We know the speed of light. We radio range things to get the distance. We've radio ranged the moon at over 230 miles. We know 230,000 miles. Sorry. We know, or I know, that I can see the moon at the horizon. And guess what? That same thing that I keep bringing up. Looking from Boston to Nova Scotia in Canada, the moon rises up over the horizon. If I know that that is 230,000 miles away, and I know that Nova Scotia is about, you're going to hate me, but 450 kilometers away, why can't I see it?
I have no idea.
I'm looking through the same amount of atmosphere, if not more, to the moon.
I have no idea.
Weird, that, isn't it?
Can I ask you something based on that? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
StingRay. Hang on, let me he addressed me. Let me ask you, and then you can go, Lel, please. StingRay, knowing what you know, on the furthest, the parts of the sphere that we know are flat, right? Over hundreds of miles, you should be able to see that whole distance. Why can't we? Why can't we see forever?
What?
Wait a minute. What do you mean? Why can't we see forever? Well, there's only 2 reasons that would do that. One is the geometry of the situation, and the other is light attenuation.
Light attenuation. Thank you.
However, there is a very
just
really quickly, just let me say this, because being a flat earther, having one word and then claiming victory is
I'm not claiming victory, but having another grown man tell me I should be able to see forever on a flat plane is totally ridiculous. And when no one else steps in and goes, "No name, you're wrong. You're right. You're just wrong."
Wait a minute. There are 2 points to this, and let me just close. Let me just close this point. There's 2 points to this: light attenuation or fade of something because of lack of energy. Because of dispersion or in the atmosphere, we would see this as a fog effect, similar to fog, except things would just go off into the blue, and that would be it.
Like they do.
Right, listen at this. However, we have an issue, and that issue happens to be the 230,000 mile away moon that rises, which means, hang about, if light attenuation is stopping me seeing Nova Scotia, and that's only 400 kilometers away, yet the moon is considerably further, how can I see the moon? Logically, that argument falls flat. I don't care what the moon is. I just know how far away it is, because same reason the cop knows how fast he's going.
Say it again one more time. Why can't we see forever?
It's either it's a curve.
No, I'm talking about light. I'm not talking about the shape. I'm talking about what we know about light and optics. Why can't we see forever, StingRay, in your expert opinion?
Get light attenuation.
Thank you.
But there are things you can do to combat this. On a sensor, you can heighten gain. You can do long exposure. How do you think we get distant galaxies photographed?
By drawing them out with data points.
Let's not go to that one. But Dean, you have to consider that
Now
when
we're
you
going
look at the
past
moon.
the moon.
Wait, please.
I think
Dean,
Leo
you have
wanted to
to.
go. Leo
Dean,
was next.
Wait. Sorry. You have to consider when you look at the moon that there. First of all, the air density gets lower and lower, right? And
Not when it's on the horizon.
When it's on the horizon, you'd be
But
looking
it's
through more
still-
atmosphere than ever.
Yes, of course, but it still gets lower, right? When you, even if it is on the horizon, the air density.
No,
Of course.
no. It is the most dense that I can
Compare.
be looking parallel to the ground at an object far away. It
Compared
will
to-
never be more dense anywhere else.
Compared to 400 kilometers distance, as you said before, right? Because
now
when you look,
I have all this. Now I have all this extra atmosphere to look through past the 400 kilometers as well.
but is it really comparable to looking at the moon, which I don't know the distance in which the air density stays at a certain percent, in relation to 400 kilometers where the air density stays at the same certain percent, right? But it doesn't like those 400 kilometers.
The air density and the distance through that density actually is greater for a longer time before for a longer time.
400 kilometers. Because when
it's greater than 400 kilometers at that point. You have even more atmosphere to go through before it would go off into less dense material. You have a greater amount of time when it's at the horizon. You have a greater amount of distance at that density when the moon is on the horizon, given how far it is past that 400 kilometers to Nova Scotia.
No one's
ever claimed
that the
I wanna
moon-
see it modeled, man.
This is
Because
why I get
if you
frustrated. I have a question for No Name about his observation, and we're way off that topic now. And if I go back, you guys get angry at me.
Go ahead, Leo. I
So
want to hear
No
your
Name,
question.
you said you were on a mountain about 14,000 feet high, correct? No Name, are you
Sorry,
still
bud. I'm here. I'm sorry, I had my mic muted. Yeah, up at Lookout Mountain, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Yeah.
Okay, that's about 14,000. Can you guarantee me
No.
there's no mountains in between you and Chicago that are just equal in height to what you're at?
I can find a line. I could probably map it out. Yeah, I could probably map out a line, like one of those great circles between Stone Mountain and Chicago that would not include a mountain of higher elevation than 14,000 feet.
Higher.
Stone Mountain's not 14,000 feet, bud.
Oh, is it not?
Hell no.
What is it?
But my point is, if there's
I don't know.
mountains,
We'll look it up. But it's nowhere close to that. A couple of thousand.
Okay.
Say there's mountains in between
About
you.
2,500.
Say you're 12,000 feet.
Sorry, I was just going with the flow in there.
Right. Say like you're 6,000 or 14,000. We'll give you the 14,000. Say like there's mountains in between you and Chicago that are 8,000. Could that not be blocking the horizon of Chicago? Because Chicago doesn't sit anywhere close to 6,000 feet.
You should be able then to see those mountains that are blocking the horizon, that are blocking the Chicago.
Well, no, okay.
Yeah, what mountains are between? I mean, it's the highest point. It's the highest point for a goodly ways, as I recall, in the southeast.
Well,
it's
till you get to the smoke,
I guess my point is, are you guaranteeing me there's no
1686 is the elevation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right there.
1,686 feet above mean sea level.
Is Chicago?
Huh?
Does Chicago sit that high above sea level? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm telling you what Stone Mountain's elevation is at the summit.
Let's see.
1686. Chicago's at around 800 feet, 700 or 800 feet, maybe 900 feet.
So if there was a mountain that was, let's say, 900 feet or 950 feet, that would block all of Chicago from your view, right? Because it's taller than Chicago.
Don't forget there's 1,000-foot tall buildings in Chicago, though, too.
Well, Yeah, but then you got to take into account the elevation of the mountain.
The highest point east of the Rockies is Mount LeConte, which is, well, I think 6,300 feet.
Stone Mountain's a dome.
No, that's not my point. My point is that there's mountains in between there that equal in height or are higher than Chicago. Of course, you wouldn't be able to see Chicago from that mountain because those other mountains would be blocking Chicago because they're taller.
Lyle, that's why I always say Boston to Nova Scotia over the ocean, you can photograph Moonrise, which is very rare and not a lot of people do it, but it's fantastic. And I'd love to do it, but I don't live anywhere near there. But the weird thing is, Nova Scotia doesn't get in the way.
Mount LeConte is Mount LeConte.
That observation. I'm disagreeing with the Stone Mountain observation.
But a better one, and this is the one nobody's been able to answer. And you know how big the Rocky Mountains are. Why can't you see the Rocky Mountains from one of those really tall buildings in Kansas City? Because they got some whopper buildings there too, and there's absolutely nothing between you and the Rocky Mountains from Kansas City. It's just a slowly rising plank.
Wash those hands good, Raqia.
I hope that's what he was doing.
Hit the Marietta
Anybody that's ever driven
over near State Line Road, yeah, you should be able to see the Rocky Mountains from there.
Anybody that's ever driven I-70 across there from Kansas City, Topeka area up to Denver, will tell you that you can't see the damn 14,000 foot Rockies. Those are 14,000 feet, and you can't see them until you get within a couple hundred miles. Right. And then you only see the very top of them.
How come I can't see those same buildings?
How much distance is in between the Rockies and where you're
from Kansas City to the Rockies is about 500 miles.
And you're saying there's nothing in between you?
No, there's nothing that would block your view from Kansas.
Except for atmosphere, correct?
From a tall. Yeah, I'm saying though, when you finally get close enough there, then you only see the very top of the mountain, and the closer you get to it, the more the mountains you see.
I got you. I'm eating with my guys, so I'll be off. Y'all can hear me washing my hands?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, when you leave your mic open.
Great job. Well done.
I was on mute.
No, you weren't.
I mean, it showed
guys. Blue. Yeah, Blue.
Yeah.
I'm out in Colorado right now. In about a week, I'll be leaving and traveling east to Minnesota. So I will be periodically about every 10, 15 miles, look back west to the Rockies and take video and pictures and show you all how the Rockies disappear as you head east towards Kansas.
Yeah, please do that, George. That's a great observation.
I'll take high resolution photographs, and you'll be able to see how the mountains disappear as you head east.
Try to make sure you get a road signs or something in there to identify.
Oh yeah, I'll get distances, GPS coordinates at each position.
But George, that's
they'll
just
tell
optics.
us you're lying about the GPS coordinates, but
get the days, otherwise they'll tell you you're lying about the weather or something as well.
No, that's just optics, George. It's just optics.
Mm-hmm. Of course, but I'll do it anyway.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to wrap my head around the idea that a supposed grown man who is also familiar with math and geometry and so on struggles to understand the difference between something being close and something being further away, and the fact that you can see the thing further away and not the thing that's close. It's not a difficult concept.
Wait a minute, Al, starting with the premise that we don't know what light is or what it does, then it becomes an incredibly difficult concept. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I absolutely hate that line of argumentation. We must assume we're ignorant, therefore we can't know anything. Aren't we ignorant? Yes, absolutely.
Correct. Or StingRay, we do know what light is.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but you don't know how it acts.
Really? Is it a particle
Yeah,
or wave?
we actually know how it acts too.
I'm genuinely curious. Can you explain it? Like, this is just like for my own learning.
The physics of light is very well known.
Yeah, but is it settled, George? Do all of science actually agree on it? I can't do Raqia.
Yeah,
100% settled
It's
science.
fucking terrible.
Come on, Raqia. Step in.
100% settled science. The 5% we know about light is 100% known.
No, I didn't
gotta
say
agree with Raqia in many points.
the physics of light is very well known. It is settled science. It's solid.
I have a question unrelated to light. What does it mean? What's the difference between the elevation of a mountain and the prominence of the mountain?
Never heard the second word.
Prominence, referring to the top of the mountain.
But if the elevation is taller than the prominence, what does that mean?
One is from
There's an elevation from sea level.
Yeah, so I would say, I'm guessing here, and someone can correct me who's got the right answer. I would say elevation is exactly that, from sea level. Prominence is defined maybe from the base of the mountain to the peak and that distance. So elevation will always be higher than prominence.
So that means
That's
if the
correct.
prominence is like 3,000 feet lower than the actual elevation, that the mountain could potentially be on 3,000 feet above sea level. Correct?
Yeah, that's a mountain sitting on a plateau at an elevation. They have them in Texas. They have them all over in Texas, where they have a coral mountain sitting on the West Texas plateau.
That helps
Right.
me understand that better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry for changing the subject a little.
But the
Kind
the
of.
prominence is at the base of the mountain. Yeah, that's not sea level. That's from wherever the surrounding terrain.
Oh, guys, I've got a question with this. I've got a question with this. Can the prominence of a mountain be greater than the elevation of the peak?
No.
Wait a minute. But Blue.
What if it's an equator?
Yeah. What about if the base of it is below sea level?
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say there are mountains.
Ding ding.
It
There are mountains
genuinely can
coming
be,
off
yeah.
the ocean.
And thus starts the Google search.
You've done it now. You stoned chaos into the ranks.
Also, the world is in Hawaii and one half of it's underwater.
I think there actually might be a different set of rules for underwater mountains.
No.
Quit moving the goalpost, Erebus.
Pardon me for assuming we were talking about land-based mountains and not shit shooting up out of the fucking
No,
sea.
I wasn't.
whoa,
No,
wait a
I
minute.
wasn't.
The
I'm
mountains
still
are
on
in the
about
water,
land
they're-
based. I'm still on about
Right,
land based.
let's
If
say
they're in the
there's-
water, they're in the sky. Don't
Let's say
forget.
hypothetically there's a big old crater in the ground there is such a deep crater it goes below sea level, and in that crater is a mountain that shoots up 100 feet above sea level. So it's got a 100-foot elevation, but it's got a prominence of 600 feet. Hypothetically, is that correct? I'm just asking these questions to be a dick.
I'm trying to figure out if there's any possible way the prominence could actually be at a higher elevation than the peak, than the summit.
I genuinely think
I'm
that might
looking.
be.
I'm looking. I've just looked at 108 listed mountains, and none of them are anywhere near.
No.
So
I think in that case you'll actually see that the height of the mountain is listed as opposed to its elevation.
That's possible.
Otherwise, you'd have a lot of mountains that could be listed as like 14,000 plus feet, but reality they're only a couple hundred.
Did I hear someone that said they agree with a lot of my points earlier, or was I mistaken?
Someone said
Yeah.
they agree with one of your points,
which was about light.
I agree with the atmosphere being in the way of the light point, for example. That it would be unrealistic to say, for example, that we should be able to see a continent at the other side of the ocean.
Exactly, and that's why I was making a point when he's saying there's nothing in the way. I just think that's a little disingenuous from a smart person.
No, why would the atmosphere get in the way if something further away can be seen through the atmosphere.
When
That's the whole point.
Zinder, let me
for
clear this up.
example, let
me clear this up really quickly.
Let me make an example first. When we look at the sunset, right? The official reason for the way that the sky starts to become orange or yellow or whatever reddish is because the blue light waves start to get scattered in the atmosphere and they don't reach our eye anymore, right? And that distance the light had to travel through the atmosphere is way less than the distance it would take to look at another continent, right? And if we would look at the other continent, I think already then the red light waves should also start to scatter and not to reach our eye anymore because there's something in the way.
So the reason, Zinder, the reason why I choose Boston and Nova Scotia is that is very specific to moonrise photos that I've seen. The moonrises that happen over the ocean, and we know the moon is further away than Nova Scotia, yet Nova Scotia should be silhouetted in front of the moon. The light leaving the moon goes through, off top of my head, probably about 200, no, probably about, wait a minute, let's think. I can do this. Maybe about 400 miles of atmosphere.
Could be, I don't know.
Yeah. So, and that's at the horizon. So that 400 miles of atmosphere, Nova Scotia is 350 miles away.
But I'm talking about other continents, right?
I'm not talking about that.
I was starting to talk about that, and then you brought up another example.
All right, no,
specific about that we cannot see over the Atlantic.
This is looking out over the this is looking out over the Atlantic to Nova Scotia from Boston. So yes, this is exactly what I'm on.
Wait. 400. What did you say? 400 kilometers?
Sorry. Yeah, people ask me to do miles and kilometers because you guys use not you guys, the other guys at the other side of the place use silly like imperial shit.
Is it like you guys are the weird one.
Wait, because I use my freedom unit doesn't mean I don't understand metric.
Wait, over the Atlantic. I mean, like in over the Atlantic in basically the average, but over the Atlantic isn't 400 kilometers in average. Over the Atlantic is at least
I mean
3,000 kilometers.
Nova Scotia. I mean Nova Scotia. The highest peaks in Nova Scotia from the Boston sea line, I think I looked up, were about 400 kilometers.
StingRay, is there any examples where the moon is silhouetting things from that distance?
Oh, shit tons. There's some amazing photography done with mountains that you can see, with just loads. Just have a look
from the same distance.
Oh yeah, well the moon's always an incredibly far distance away. Yes.
No.
No, he's talking about the land. He's talking about the land that should be silhouetted behind the moon.
To Nova Scotia is a certain amount of miles, right? So
yeah, let's call it 200. It is 250 miles for you.
So from 250 miles, is there any other observations being done where the moon is silhouetting things?
I don't think so because the arc of the Earth covers it.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
What was that?
Because the arc of the Earth.
No, but that's Why do you think that that's something that favors your side of the argument, David?
I'm sorry, I didn't say it.
Dave, you basically said the geometry of the situation disproves me. So thank you, Dean, for proving me wrong.
I was just asking if there was other observations, just that one, because he kept bringing up that one. That's all I was asking.
Personally, I've never seen a photo of anywhere that's 250 miles away, a reasonable elevation, let's say 20 to 60 feet of a moonrise, and showing something that far away. The geometry of the situation makes that impossible, which is why I say it's a brilliant test to invalidate flat Earth.
Yeah, even from 35,000 feet in an aircraft, you don't have a 250 mile horizon.
You're a bit close to it. You're close.
It's about 250.
It's about 230 miles.
60. Not much.
But don't forget the peaks in Nova Scotia are quite high. I forget how high now, but I did actually know it when I looked into this.
Yeah, it still comes down to the point that for some reason there seems to be a struggle for people to understand one thing's closer, another thing is further away. But the thing further away, the light from it is reaching your eye. The thing closer, it isn't.
Oh, wait, that was another thing. The angular size of the peaks was well enough to be able to be able to detect them in a camera zoom lens, basically, in anything over, I think it was 1900 millimeters. So a P1000 or a modest telescope would be able to see them.
Let's see. 530 meters is the tallest peak in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Just that there seems to be this kind of underlying theme that the atmosphere is getting blamed for this Nova Scotia disappearing, despite the fact that we're talking about a situation where something much further away can be seen. But even if you allow, we know the moon's further away and it's coming through more atmosphere, but you can say, well, the moon could be closer. We put it at a minimum distance as the same distance away as Nova Scotia. Now it's coming through the same amount of atmosphere, so you've moved the moon closer. You've made the atmosphere the same amount. You're obviously still going to see the moon. You're still not going to see Nova Scotia.
Well, the moonlight is different than the light from Nova Scotia.
And also the sunlight is different than
How
the
is that
moonlight.
even
That's why
possible?
the sunlight comes up more.
Wait.
How is the moonlight different? I need to know that. That has to be. You can't just say that.
Well, if you look at the
It's
moon,
still light reflecting off of a surface.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Brian. I would never look for the light from Nova Scotia. I would look at the lack of light from Nova Scotian peaks silhouetted on the moon, which would make the world's most fantastic photograph if you could get it, but you can't because it's a curve.
StingRay, I'll stand there with a flashlight for you.
StingRay.
But I think that's
This
the
is a
observation.
serious question. StingRay, you ready?
Wait a minute. Is this a gotcha?
No, I'm just
Okay.
asking a serious question in your opinion.
Okay.
If replace the moon with the sun behind those Nova Scotia, would you think you'd be able to see the silhouette of those buildings? Think it makes any difference?
It's not we wouldn't see buildings at that. There's no camera on Earth that see buildings at that. Yeah. The mountains. If you put the sun around, it depends on the atmospherics between. That's a very turbulent ocean, isn't it? So in the day and the currents, I seriously doubt it. But if you could, it would be literally for one day out of the year or something in a huge.
So now we're talking about long distance observation with the moon that we don't know if we could see it or not, the outline of the mountain, and turbulent waters underneath, correct?
It's not the turbulent waters. It's the temperature differential along with storm fronts and pressure and different pressure profiles just screwing everything up.
How does that affect our optics over 250 miles with a moon behind the mountain? How would that affect the optics?
Well, put it this way. I can never say that you would never be able to see it. I cannot say that. But I can pretty much say that I bet in my lifetime no single person will ever capture that.
I have a rebuttal to it. You know how... Oh, sorry. Go on first.
I just said thank you. Go ahead.
You know how when we talk about moon, like when the sun shines on the moon and then we get the shadow, like eclipse, a lunar eclipse, then the shadow is supposedly like really small, right? Because the sun is so big, and then when you shine an object which has a bigger light source to a smaller object, then the light rays start to come together and make the shadow smaller, right? That's the explanation. So in the case of the mountain, it's the same. You have an object in the way, right? And you have a really big object as the moon, which reflects light. And when the light shines on the mountain, it starts to come from both sides, basically, and then you cannot see the shadow of the mountain anymore because the light already converged into one, and it doesn't matter
I'm
anymore.
not looking for the shadow on the moon. I'm looking for the physical silhouette. I'm looking for the physical silhouette before the moon.
You cannot see it
so wait a
anymore.
minute, Zinder,
You cannot see it anymore.
Zinder. In your example, good try, but in your example, that would mean there would be no such thing as a lunar eclipse.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I don't know which standpoint
exactly
I have
what that would mean. Because the light casting a shadow, like Brian said, is different to the occlusion of the moon. You've just said light casting a shadow because the light actually converges and wraps around. That actually negates the silhouetting or occlusion that the moon the moon is actually doing to the sun, and that is clearly not the case. When you look at all of the sun, and then you see this object moving in front of it, and now you can't see the sun because in its entirety, because that object is occluding it. That's not about the light rays coming from the shadow being cast from it. It's simply in front of.
StingRay, humor me.
I'm not looking to see the shadow cast onto the moon. I'm looking to see the light that didn't reach me from the moon.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because the mountain in the way doesn't matter anymore.
No,
because
you're not looking at the shadow. You're looking at the outline of the mountain. That doesn't
well,
change.
But
okay.
Mountain,
No, I get
the
it.
mountain is the shadow. Wait. Let me finish.
Zinder, you're looking for light wrap.
The mountain is the shadow, basically, right?
Right. Yeah.
The mountain is the shadow.
Zinder, I get you. What you're looking for is
it
light
doesn't
wrap.
cast the shadow on the moon. That's
So what you're on about? So what he's on about is the light from the moon is so intense that it will wrap round that silhouette and bleed it out. That's just light wrap. Except this is awesome because what we can do with that is, guess what? We can just filter that out really easy.
How does that work?
Like magic fuckery, man.
It isn't.
I don't know.
You just,
how does that work?
Well, you don't actually need to filter it out. You can just step down your exposure and actually not take in as much light, and then that glare gets cut out, and then you can start to see it again.
Well, that's pretty simple.
StingRay, I think there's one problem with all these moon observations. On a flat Earth, for the moon to even be at the horizon, you'd have to have such extreme refraction bending light up that anything in the distance is going to be way down from where it normally is. So if the moon's at the horizon, then distant objects would be way, way under the horizon.
Yeah, but then you would need to prove that light goes the opposite direction through dense mediums anyway.
I agree with you.
That's a sheer contradiction.
No, I agree. It's just to get the moon to the horizon in the first place, you have to have this crazy refraction where the light is bending up. So you're going to have everything in the distance way down from where it really is.
That's the simple thing, isn't it?
That would be up to them to rewrite Snell's law and everything to do with refraction from the ground up and bring it to us.
They already did because they admit that sun sets. So they had. I mean, no, in their world they had to. If the sun sets, they're already doing that.
That's the problem.
Okay, so now the burden of proof is on them to show us how, why, and quantify what the difference is. They can't just claim, oh, it does because.
No, I know. I agree that they do, but that's just what they do. So they're going to have to use the same rule for the moon to set at all that they will for you not to be able to see that silhouette in the distance.
I just want to correct you there, Brian. You said they can't claim that. They actually can, and they do. But you're right. There's no weight behind it because there's no explanation of the how.
I heard one that apparently what happens is the sun doesn't set. It just goes so far away that it appears to set.
That just doesn't make any sense.
I know. But apparently that's true.
With the sizes and distance that they give us, it would never get below, 12 degrees above the horizon?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Apparently it gets so far away that it appears to set, but it doesn't change in size. It just fucks off. So I guess in a way it gets further away, but gets bigger as it gets further away.
Well, wait a minute. Now that someone told me to raise on my flat Earth model, someone told me to raise the sun up to 5,000 miles. It would now have to get. Wait a minute. I could do this away from me it would have to get 355,000 miles away from me to be in the last degree ready to set.
Is that sun in your model in a firmament?
Defined firmament.
Is it in anything except for your known atmosphere in your model? You set parameters for where the sun is.
Yeah. This is the flat Earth model, not the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but you made the model. You set the parameters of where the sun was, right? What?
Yeah.
Are you asking is the sun within that firmament?
Are you asking for it to be in the? Are you asking for it to be underneath the dome or put it in the dome? Which are you asking for?
Yeah.
I'm asking him what he did in the model he just explained.
I've actually done everything to the sun, and I've made it work by inventing some weird ass physics. But the one that's in there at the moment that I'm talking about is actually just underneath. If the firmament is the dome, then it's underneath the dome. It's on the inside.
So it's just in the atmosphere, like you know now, like how you know light works.
No, it's not in the. Well, unfortunately, it can't be in the atmosphere because we've got weather balloons that go up that go to.
I'm talking about in your model that you just gave an example of. Where'd you put the sun within the atmosphere?
Underneath the dome. The atmosphere. Wait a minute. The atmosphere ends or gets to or there's hardly any atmosphere at the elevation of 5,000 miles. There's no atmosphere hardly there. There is, but it's insignificant. There's like nothing, hardly. You wouldn't even account for it, I guess, at 5,000 miles.
And considering that light bends towards the denser medium, it could never, ever get below your line of sight.
Dean, can you pull up your model again? And first you can speak, Raqia. Sorry. You want to?
Sorry.
Zinder, go ahead. Playing a flat earther again, Zinder?
What? No,
Are you playing a flat earther again?
I'm just asking really important questions. I'm not a flat earther, no.
I know, I'm just asking if you're cosplaying one.
I have been wondering that every now and then.
Well, I mean, some things Raqia said kind of made sense, but I mean, like the question I asked with the mountain, for example, right? Dean, you brought it up a distance from 300, 400 kilometers, but I meant like over the Atlantic Ocean, which is like 4,000 kilometers, right? So it would make sense that even no matter how big the object you would look at, it probably would get obscured by the atmosphere, and you would be able to see it.
And the turbulent water. Don't forget about the turbulent water.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We've never been able to look that far. The arc and curve of the planet prevent it, so we've never been able to look through that much atmosphere. So I can't tell you what that would look like.
Raqia, how far away should the sun be in Dean's model?
I have no idea. I was just asking what he did when he was giving y'all how far away it would have to be to set. I was just asking what medium it was in, just to hold him accountable. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But give me, like I said on Jose's show, Raqia, give me details about it, or even get me to try something, because the lower down it gets, the easier it is to get to set. But the only time it's going to set, given the distance away that it's going to be, we're going to be able to fly over it with a plane. So we've got problems.
Also, you were specifically asking about the firmament, which the other day you jumped on board with the mind of God and agreed that it could be billions of light years away, suggesting that if the sun's outside of it,
I did not agree to that.
It must be that far away.
I did not agree to that.
Oh, you were cheerleading with him. Don't deny it.
Hello.
He was making up nonsense, and you were going along with it.
Whatever.
Yeah. Well, Dean,
you can tell me today that you think something else, David, but this is what you jumped on board with when the Mog was saying it. So if you don't believe that, don't flip-flop.
I will tell you again, I don't know where it is, what it's made of, or how it's affecting light yet. I'll let you know when I do.
Yeah.
So
once again, you're back to this, I know nothing, you can't know anything, we're all ignorant. Aren't we ignorant? Therefore it's flat. That's a shitty argument.
I didn't call anybody ignorant, but you are truthful in saying that I don't know yet.
I think Raqia.
The thing is, if you don't know, you can't declare it's flat, can you? But you have chosen to call yourself a flat earther.
I don't call myself a flat earther. I didn't declare
No,
it was
he's still-
flat. I'm just investigating. Thank you.
That's fair enough.
Investigator.
I mean, something as simple as a sunset or the moon rising just sort of says it all, really, isn't it?
All right, so let's get some clarification from Dave then. Dave, is the Earth flat?
Seems to be measurably flat right now. Could be doing it wrong.
Brilliant.
Though.
How have you measured it?
I can't go into that. I'm eating beans and rice and fajita steak burrito right now. Thank you.
No,
Enjoy
wait a
lunch.
minute. Brian, Dave has actually admitted that he may have measured it wrong or the survey information was wrong because he was talking to George yesterday. And it was it's now inconclusive to him, but I'm sure he's going to have another go and come back with details about it.
Dave,
many questions.
Yeah.
Bessie, enjoy your food. I too love Mexican food. That I will agree with you on.
I've just made enchiladas. Life is good.
I'm building a part of a supermarket.
Oh.
Well, actually, no. I'm having a part of a supermarket.
Out of Lego?
Or building one digitally.
Dean, could I task you with writing like a paragraph or two about how you think machine learning could benefit medical sciences? I'd like to include you as an authority for a little piece I'm writing.
In what specific discipline and in what context?
Hey,
If you
can you
provide
give me
me
one,
with that, then
can you
yes.
give me 1 second before y'all go into that? I'm fixing to have to go. I want someone to tell you something. You listening? It's someone that's sitting with me eating. He's going to tell you something.
La tierra es plana.
You heard that?
No, I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, Earth is flat.
Tierra plana.
Earth is flat, he said, yeah.
La
tierra es plana.
La planeterita.
La planeterita.
You know I don't speak Mexican.
Dean, it could be about anything you want, whether it be a diagnostic issue, whether it be about creating bots to follow individualized treatment. You can make it about whatever you wish.
Oh no, it would definitely be on first stage rapid diagnosis, then based on based on trained correlation data and input.
Dean, what's your profession then, or field as it were again?
Yeah, if you want to drop that, it's a little something that I'm trying to put together that I'm not sure if it'll become a paper, but you'll definitely get a credit on it if it goes anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know, Brian, I am. So we have in the UK something called Innovate UK, which is a government-backed grant system, and I'm going to not this year because it actually ends on Friday. Submissions are on Friday. And I've just got no bastard time whatsoever. But next year, around this time, I will be putting forward 3 proposals. One of them is for this very thing that I would just do a paragraph for you on. The other is actually for a symbolic gesture-based language system for mobile devices for people suffering with any kind of neurological motory disability, and the other is for something completely different, so I'm not going to say that.
You're making a flat Earth
The
app.
second one sounds pretty cool.
It is actually. Well, so, yeah, especially when you think about Stephen Hawking had like £60,000 spent every year on his synthesis machine, which costs way too much. And products out there on the market right now cost like £7,000 or £8,000. And when you watch someone with MS trying to use it, it's painful. That is long dead in this day and age. A machine learning container coupled with even simple motory skill of one finger, given a gesture-based language, could be taught to speak for you, and that's entirely within the realm of possibility now. I just don't have the money to do that, which is why Innovate UK is a good thing. And the other thing that I do about that, just so that everybody knows, is there would be no fucking cost to that whatsoever. It would not be a commercialized product. You do not fucking profit from people's disabilities.
Yeah,
Sure,
tell that to Novartis, our pharmaceutical company in Switzerland, which just discharged, I think, $1 million for a medicine that would basically heal a person with a disability who will eventually die or suffer for a really long time. $1 fucking
not
million.
on.
That's
Not on.
fucking. That's so fucking idiotic.
Oh
man.
yeah. That's what happens when you let crony capitalism go too far. A bunch of shady ass sweetheart backroom deals with somebody's brother-in-law on a corporation, board somewhere, buying off a congressman and shit like that. But I don't know what that has to do with the shape of the Earth.
The government's all lying to us.
Just really quickly, put them in charge of space agencies and see what happens.
Just really quickly to answer your question, wouldn't it be nice 97?
Just call me
Jim.
Jim.
I am I'm a CTO. I'm an enterprise software developer. I do machine learning, augmented reality, virtual reality. I've done visual effects and games development for a very, very long time, console game development, and I'm also an authorized Autodesk instructor.
All right, check you out, Jack.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, fair play, mate.
And here he is, arguing about flat Earth.
What do I do with all this time?
Wait a minute. In my defense, I did hear Zinder saying, "Can I pull up that model?" What I was going to say is, you need to give me a fucking reason because I'm simultaneously working right now. I will stop.
Okay.
I will stop and do it if it's an important, if it's a good point. But if it isn't, I'm going to continue working.
Oh, wait a minute. Shells versus Shells, right, Dean? Are you a tranny? Because no man can multitask.
So, have you guys heard of that? Was it Hans Wormhat who thinks everybody's a tranny and gorillas are invisible?
Yes, I've heard of Hans.
Yeah. Oh my God. It'll be on you next. You carry on.
I have a question, StingRay, if you have time.
Oh yeah, go for it. Well, I can. No, I talk and I work, and I can talk and I work. I'm not dressed in drag, but I could be if someone paid me enough.
I'm out of the restaurant now, so it should be better. But if you take a light source and you project it onto a screen, and then you move an object in front of the original light source, would it create a eclipse?
It will cast a shadow. Yes.
So if you totally cover up the...
Just really quickly, an eclipse is defined as occlusion. So to create an eclipse, you would have to be in that being cast and the thing moving in front of it and seeing that. So it's not necessarily just a shadow or something shadowing something. That's not what an eclipse is.
Let's say I take a bowl, a round bowl, and turn it upside down and put water above it, and then have a light source projecting down onto that, and that's projecting that light source through that water and through that bowl onto a like the bottom, a screen. And I move something in front of the light source, it blocks the light that was projected, right?
Yeah,
of course.
I'm following you. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but that would just make whatever the projection is disappear.
Yeah, but it looks just like what we see.
It really doesn't. What we see is occlusion, which we call an eclipse. That is an object moving in front of another object. Regardless of shadow, what you've described is me blocking up a projector by putting my hand over it when all I've got is the screen. All that happens to that screen and the image on it is it disappears. That's it. And that is not an equivalence.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
So what I wanted to suggest regarding that model, but I don't think you should pull it up because it isn't really a good suggestion.
I'm gonna say I don't mind stopping working and taking a break.
No,
it's a really good point, but if it ain't,
it's really relative if it's a good point, right? So if you, I'm just gonna explain it. If you, when you have a plate, right, and then you have to plate the Earth, and then you take another plate and you cut it in half, and readjust it a little bit, and then you put it like I don't know, 100,000 kilometers or whatever above, or any distance far away. And then you have the same sun as the heliocentric model does, but it just chills there in the air, right? Because of of forces, etc. It doesn't really matter. And then the light rays come down parallel, right? And the plate that moves due to solar energy, it has solar panels on it, which propellate it and make it rotate around itself and create day and night, right? So now you have basically problem solved. And
You just explained that like a flat earther. Because
Wait a minute. Let me just think about this. The problem with that is for the day-night cycle thing, that actually works. You are correct, Zinder. The problem is the sun wouldn't fucking move.
What I loved about it was, yeah, it's up there because horses. oh, okay.
The problem is the sun wouldn't move in your example, Zinder.
Well,
No,
but does the sun really move, or is it just an illusion?
Does the sun move or do we move? Is the question.
What
Maybe
if
the
neither
government. Maybe the government comes my house in the day. I don't know.
What if neither of us does?
What's the sun orbiting now?
The
Is
Sagittarian
the sun-
arm of the Sagittarian. Well, it's
Like the
orbiting
center of
the center of our galaxy on the Sagittarian arm.
And what's holding it in that orbit? What's if the sun? Hang on.
The Via Galactica, the Milky Way. Sorry, go on.
So the mass of the
road
Milky
of milk,
Way,
actually. Via Galactica, road of milk.
So the mass of the Milky Way is making the sun be attracted to it and be in orbit, falling towards it.
The mass of the. Say that again. The mass of what?
Well, the sun is in orbit of the Milky Way, is what you're saying?
The sun is part of the Milky Way.
What's it orbiting? The Milky Way?
No, it's orbiting the central supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy.
Great song by Muse, that.
And what's the mass of that black hole?
It's 12.
Yeah, there you go. And how far away? You answered that like a flat earther.
I actually thought I'm going to come up with an amazing answer to this and just make it up, and then all that popped into my head was 12.
The funny thing is, you could have said 12 kilongs, and I wouldn't have known that wasn't a measurement.
I know.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very hard to weigh a black hole, I think.
It's about 12.
So how far away? How far away is that black hole that the sun is orbiting around?
Oh God, I don't know.
About 13 and a half.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I could look it up for you.
Right.
But the thing is, Dave, you can't break everything down to where someone doesn't know something. So obviously everyone's ignorant to everything. Therefore, Earth is flat. That does not work. Stop with that stupid line of thinking.
It's a learned skill. I've been taught over the last year by this particular channel, almost singular, that you can do that.
No, a reductio ad absurdum is a bullshit way to go about things. It's the basic.
Well, it might not be the
basic
best
argument
way.
behind presuppositionalism. It doesn't do anything. All it does is throw doubt. It doesn't give any sort of It doesn't give evidence to your point. It just tries to poke a hole in somebody else's where there may not be one. You're just trying to reduce it down to a point where something cannot be explained to you. Therefore, you don't have to accept it. That's a shitty tactic.
Well, it's a tactic. It may be bad, but it's definitely a tactic. And I think it's been used against me.
Yeah, mate. But the thing is you shouldn't be resorting to tactics.
I'm not trying to resort. I was asking
the
a question.
The thing is, we're not
one thing I don't
asking
understand.
questions to bring it down to the most basic level. We're asking you for a simple mechanism of
know
how
how many
something would
people in
work,
my
and you can't
lifetime-
come up with anything.
You know how many people in my lifetime I've asked that question? 0. He was the first. You know why I asked it? Because I don't know. If he would have given me a logical answer, it would make more sense to me.
I think
That's why I'm here.
There are people. Fair enough. There are people though who have spent their whole life like studying, learning, developing the answers to the questions that we don't know or we want to know. And unfortunately, I think as smart as StingRay is, I don't know if he knows them all. So
yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, I think maybe look to those who, instead of people like Chris Perry as an example, look to the people who genuinely have spent their whole life
getting those PhDs, getting that experience, and you know they haven't spent their whole life just throwing a ball at a wall or on YouTube. You know.
Listen to me very clearly, okay? I don't
Yeah.
care how many letters a man has behind his name or how long he's been studying the black hole that the sun is orbiting. If he's going to try and tell me what happened 1 trillion light years ago, that's a tough sell, buddy.
Yeah, I can understand why it's a hard concept
Okay,
to
and
grasp.
let me explain. Let me bring it down to earth a little bit, okay? I have one of my best friends was a doctor.
Is that
I
with
went to
gravity?
him.
No.
Well, I'm just going to explain why I said that.
Yeah.
He was an MD forever, his whole life, okay? And he was very orthopedic surgeon. That's what he specialized in. I trusted him with my daughter's knee, her ankle, her wrist, right? I trusted him. I have no problem with that. You know how many times he was wrong? A lot.
Wrong about what?
Yeah, I think
Wrong
I
about
get
his
where you're coming from.
profession.
I get where you're coming from, but
There you go.
Can you give me an
my
example
point.
of that?
they're different.
Give me an example of how he's wrong.
Oh yeah, that's a fair enough one. Like, do you have any examples?
What do you mean in his diagnosis?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Diagnosis is very different. Diagnosis is very different.
In the way he read an X-ray, in the way he was trained his whole medical career to read an X-ray, and a couple of times he was wrong, admittedly. Yeah, those things. Yeah, like just like that.
See,
Yeah, and it
X-rays are
happens.
incredibly subjective. You're
And
talking. You're making something out of. You're taking something very subjective, like reading an X-ray, and putting that down to calculations that we use to bounce radar beams off of the goddamn moon. There's a
I'm
huge
talking about black hole. I'm talking about a man telling me what's happening light years away.
We can see it.
And equating it to a man that's holding an X-ray, that took the X-ray, sent it down, did this, and my daughter is right there. He can lay hands on her. He could do surgery on her. He could do whatever. It's right there, and he still makes mistakes. If y'all can't see that, I don't know how to talk to you.
They're not.
I don't think
comparable.
anybody has ever argued that scientists are perfect. It's just that they have a peer review process in place so that they can, poke holes in their theories and, offer other hypotheses and possible errors and biases and things like that. I mean, that's what that process is all about.
Guys, just really quickly, guys. I would let Brian continue on asking for specifics on this because it is his field. And if Raqia had have said something about visual effects, machine learning, VR, augmented reality, and made a claim about someone else's skill set that directly, had relevance to my profession, I'd want to know more about it.
I think that's fair enough. Brian, crack on.
It's crazy for him to sit here and say that one guy looking at an X-ray is the same as the whole of science constantly reviewing and updating a model of the universe and making those two things the same. I would tell you to eat a dick and fuck off if that's the actual comparison you're making.
Well, that's fair enough. You can do that.
So
Ricky,
also the other side. Sorry, I was just going to say, just the other side to that is it gives a kind of false implication that because you don't know everything, you can't say you know something. Like, medicine's a pretty extensive field, and the human body obviously is a complicated thing. We know a fuck ton about it. Just because there's imperfections to the medicinal field occasionally, it doesn't mean that we don't know what we know, and that on the whole, things are right, that the techniques we use are accurate for examining, like the X-rays, the MRIs, and all that kind of stuff that you're kind of conflating with looking at the universe. So I think it's pretty disingenuous to use that as a comparison. You know what I mean? To kind of imply, well, you don't know this, so you can't know what you're talking about when you're talking about this thing. It's just
that is not what I was saying. I was explaining why I don't trust the person. Because
why don't you trust them? Why can't they be right, Brian? Why can't they be right?
I'm answering the very question. When you cut me off, I'm answering the very question you cut me off with. Because humans are wrong. And for a human to tell me what happened light years ago, I don't care how long they've studied it, There's
You act
no
like it's only
certainty
one
about that.
person saying it. It's
Again,
more than
why?
just one person. It's not
I
the
think-
same as it's not the same as your X-ray question, where one guy looked at it, said, "I think this is wrong." This would be like that one guy getting the X-ray, submitting it for everyone to look at before making every decision, and putting it up for scrutiny for years and years and years before he made a decision and went in and tried to repair anything. The situations are not comparable.
When I asked you, you said you were
Fair
going to
enough.
answer the question about why. You didn't answer the question. You didn't give a reason. You just gave incredulity. It's, oh, there's big numbers involved. No, I don't trust them. That's it. You don't have a reason.
I think if you can also take that exact same sort of thought process and apply that to the people that talk about flat Earth. And I think the big difference between the two of them, between people who say, you know, this is what we're orbiting, this is what's going on, you know, you ask about the mass of the black hole that we're all being drawn towards. Those people are more experienced. They have studied it longer, you know, and for all intents and purposes, have the proof that states that they know what they're doing, you know, or they've put the effort in. And I think apply that thought process that you've given to StingRay, for example, and apply that to someone like Chris Berry.
Yeah, Wikipedia and Google are king.
You've got me.
But just to emphasize Brian's point one more time, that is one of those. You know, that example is completely subjective. So it's like taking it to my field when I was an artist in games. It's like me looking at a picture and saying, "Oh my God, this is worth £1,000, and if you bought it for £1,000, you definitely make your money on it." Now that is my opinion of a future event, and it's my interpretation of the current situation, but by no means should that be taken as an absolute. It is quite simply my opinion. Whereas if I tell you what trigonometry is, if I tell you how to do what you call triangle stripping for fast rasterization in a draw cycle for 3D graphics, these are not interpretations and these are not my opinion. These are facts that can be verified by more than just me and even yourself if you know enough. So the two are not equivalent.
I mean, couldn't say it better myself. Well, I definitely couldn't, because I don't know what triangle stripping is. I just picture a sexy triangle.
Now, it's actually the fastest way to do what you call single draw call GPU use when drawing 3D geometry inside of a game, so to speak. So
you say you were a game artist? Sorry, I'm really interested. What sort of stuff?
Well, no. So I left a games career about 9 years ago. I was in it for about 16, 17 years.
Anything I might know?
Yes.
Oh, go on.
Well,
go on, let me fanboy.
well, wait a minute. Let's think. How old are you?
23.
Wait a minute. Let me think. So
Well, I'll play anything from the original Doom onwards.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
What consoles did you have?
I had obviously all the PlayStations. I had the Nintendo.
All right, I'll tell you what. So, MotorStorm. Do you know what MotorStorm is?
MotorStorm was one of my favorite games on PS3 when it came out.
Yeah, there you go. I was very much responsible. And the studio that was doing that was in Runcorn.
Oh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they've closed now. They've died. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame. I used to blow up the bikes and watch the guys roll in the mud and thought it was so like cool.
Yeah. I watched. I was up in the so I went in there to fix a production. I actually went in there to fix three problems. One is the LiDAR scanning data from the helicopter that they paid to fly over this terrain.
Right.
Had interference patterns from the motor of the helicopter. So we had to come up with a way to take that out, and it was ridiculous. All you needed to do was shield the fucking LiDAR scanner. That was it. But no. Let's let the interference from the engine fucking fuck up the scan. And it's not cheap doing that shit either.
No.
And I also designed the system that allowed multiple artists to work on the terrain, because it was a PS3 launch title.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And it was the first time, and it was one of the only remaining PS3 launch titles that was on schedule as well. But it was the first time that you had a terrain that was so big that the DCC packages, the digital content creation packages like Maya, Max, or whatever you want to use, couldn't load a level because PCs at the time and Windows and all that kind of stuff, they'd just crash out because it was on that verge. So I came up with a database-driven, multi-level of detail, adaptive display system to load in a level, but only the areas where artists were working on. So as an artist, I could work on the corner of this bend and start setting up props and put bushes in, put like primary and secondary rocks and people in billboards stood there, and someone else about 100 meters away on the track could be doing something else, and we're both working on the same thing, but we could work together collaboratively. But I didn't need to load the entire level. And if I updated something in mine, it would just appear in his, and it'd see me sort of like moving a rock around. And it's a really good system. And I think it was the first time that it was done. But I've worked on everything from Thomas the Tank Engine to Rock Revolution and SingStar to Battlefield.
Mate, Battlefield was just everything.
Dean, somebody actually took the idea that you had for that, for the multi-artist design, somehow backwards engineers something very close to it, and has made PC Skyrim multiplayer for up to 6 people now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mate, I actually played a little Battlefield today.
So here's an interesting story, and one of the reasons why I left the games industry is the reason I got into the games industry is I loved playing games. Fantastic. So I just wanted to be the world's best 3D artist in games. Yeah. And then when I realized that the competition was going to be tough, and this was in my very, very early 20s, I thought, I'm going to become the world's best technical artist that allows knowledge to bridge between artists and programmers, because there was a very clear divide that wasn't just knowledge based. It was an ethos as well. There was sometimes animosity between the two. You got one set of people that want to make the best looking thing ever. You got one set of people that want to make the most efficient thing ever, and the two are diametrically opposed. Right. And I wanted to sort of like be that communications gap, so I maneuvered myself into that position. But in doing that, it allowed me to do some work on some pretty cool stuff. And rather than just being on one project from start to finish, it meant that I was shifted around onto all projects on an ad hoc basis, to the point where eventually I went around all studios, like Sony Studios, like Rareware, places like that, and that's how I also became an instructor. But all I did, the moral of this though, was the game that I used to be awesome at, and I used to piss everybody else off at, was the original Battlefield 1942, and especially on Wake Island. It always used to be a case, I'm going to get in a plane and I'm going to drop the most fucking deadly weapon there is on you, and it's going to kill all of you. It's me. And I'd just jump out of it and fucking pull my chute like a second from the ground, and then just muller everyone. I'd even go against tanks on foot, and I used to be really cool at it. But listen to this. Fast forward 4 years later, and through a third party, I had to assemble a team to work on weapons and vehicles for Battlefield 2 on console.
Was that Bad Company?
No.
I'm thinking Bad Company. Yeah, that's way later.
Yeah. And since working on it and working, it was for a company called another company that's dead now. It was actually in Scotland called Creative Science, I think, or something Science. I can't remember now. Yeah. It was actually in Dundee. But after working on the Battlefield 2 series, I never played Battlefield again.
Really? Because Battlefield 3 is a masterpiece.
Yeah, I know. But Brian, when I look at that, and I just think of work, and I think of heartache, I think of a situation. This is a terrible situation. And this really did get to me. The CEO for the company rushed into me and pulled me aside and said, and I'm in charge of a team doing that I've assembled to do this, and he says, we've got a problem here. I've just had Visual Sciences, by the way. It's just got back to me. The company was called Visual Sciences in Dundee. But it came up to me and says, we've got a problem, Dean. Visual Sciences, it's gone through their QA department, and I want to show you something. And he showed me some feedback on a weapon that we'd done.
Yeah.
And it was quite frankly a contract ending mistake. And what it was is on the side of the gun, semi clearly was, if you can read this, you're fucked, in the texture of the weapon.
See, nowadays that would be nice.
But wait a minute. So this is not only a contract ending offence from company to company. It's a career ending offence for the artist that's going to be responsible for it. I knew exactly who had worked on that, and I said, and the CEO Mark says, we've got to get rid of him now, on the spot, match him out the door. We have to try and make an example to save this contract. I said, whoa, calm down. I know the lad, and by the way, this is also a lad now that was it was a student of mine before this. I trained him, and then I brought him onto the team, and now he's even got an Oscar after his name, by the way, for designing. Well, I won't tell you what for, because that's a bit weird. But he's got an Oscar after his name for visual effects now. But I said, no, he's not like this. His name was Adam. It's not like this. Let me deal with it, because this might not be as it seems. And Mark reluctantly agreed, the CEO, and I fucking went and tracked this down. I went up to Adam and says, look, what the hell is this? He says, I don't know how this has happened. I said, well, what did you do? He says, well, DICE, Digital Illusion CE, the people who actually made the first Battlefield and also did Battlefield 2, we were doing the console conversion. He says, all I did is I upscaled one of the diffuse textures from their weapons. And I went, no, this must be new, because they've seen this now. Let's have a look at it. And I looked, and the way that you apply a texture to a weapon is called UV mapping, which is just a coordinate system on how that wraps to geometry. And what Adam had done to save time is sometimes it's common to do a projection straight through it. So on one side you have a texture, and on the other it's the opposite, because the coordinate system is just projecting through it. It was an efficient way to do it. But the problem is, on one side he'd actually reversed the texture, and it was inverse, this coordinate system, which meant when we tracked it down, we looked at the original asset, and this was from Battlefield 2, done by DICE, and they'd put that message in. They just inverted it so no one could read it. Whereas when we upscaled it, Adam had inverted it back unknowingly and just fucking slapped it on the side and touched up details, not even reading what it was, because he just thought, these are numbers and a designation. So that wasn't us, but that was. People would love that. But shit like that. I mean, I said this to Sean. I had to admit to Sean G. I've also been responsible, or part responsible, for. I actually saved the world's most racist video game.
Oh god.
Oh no! What game was this?
Wait, what? Yeah, what's this?
Okay, so here's an interesting thing, and I'm sure I'm boring the shit out of everybody in the fucking chat. So the thing about I walked into this studio, and this was in Brighton, actually, in the UK, down on the south coast. And a friend of mine, actually an ex-student of mine that I'd also trained, was working in this team, and it was a Microsoft licensed title that used the camera, not the Kinect. This was for Xbox 360, so it was just the camera. But it did something quite amusing with the camera. It cut you out as a human being and put you in a game. And it was called You're in the Movies.
Yeah.
And the issue with it was, we tested it, and I saved the game because of a video buffer overrun that none of the programmers or artists could fix, and they were actually taking out detail when the answer was to actually subdivide everything. But this game, when tested, was only really tested with white people, The way that the SDK actually cut out and did luminance separation and motion separation, the first pass was luminance. So on dark skin people, it just didn't work. But no one tested this beforehand. And it took 7 to 8 months to realize that all the really bad reviews were from people with dark skin saying this doesn't work at all. And it was eventually tested. And it's like, oh my fucking god, how
That's
did we
hilarious.
miss this?
That's hilarious. But how do you then address that to the public? Be like, sorry.
You move on very swiftly without
Yeah,
saying a
just
fucking
put it under
thing.
the rug.
Yeah. Oh no,
Brilliant.
I did enjoy it, but now I get to play games without any of the preconceived, like fucking horror flashbacks like Vietnam. So
It is quite funny that you gave yourself PTSD designing a war game.
yeah.
I have to admit, that's kind of ironic. Yeah. Oh man. Has Raqia gone, has he? I think he has. Do you know what? I think Raqia was savable.
I'm going to say no because I've asked him a question before.
Hey?
I'm going to say no, he isn't, because I've actually asked him this question before.
Oh, really?
The question that I've asked is, do you have, when he said, oh, I think it's this, my simple question is, do you have any evidence and a logical good reason to believe that that is the case? And the answer is no. And he'll tell you that.
I wonder what it is. Because
Ain't that right,
actually,
David?
He's actually, for all intents and purposes, a very calm. And without Chris fucking
He's back now, by the
McGee
way.
there.
He's back, by the way, now.
Is he back now?
Yeah, I would
He's
say.
back. Yeah,
I would
yeah.
say Raqia is one of my favourite flat earthers at the moment.
He's all right to talk to. Like without Chris Berry being there, he's actually fairly civil. I'm assuming. Can you hear us now? I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably eating Mexican or doing or something.
You know.
Oh shit, Carlos, are you about? Sorry, just really quickly, Carlos. No, you're not. Balls.
No, I just I'm not. Oh, Carlos is here.
No, wait a minute. Yeah, no, it just
Video
unmuted.
on.
It just unmuted.
just got his video. His face appeared for a second, and then he went.
Carlos, are you there?
Yeah, so when you said the most racist video game ever, I assumed you were talking about Hong Kong '97.
No, when I say the most racist video game ever, I mean one that's actually done by a large studio, not just some random people that want to spread hate.
Yeah. By the way, if you ever get a chance, that game is hilarious. They took Jackie Chan's face, put it on the main character, and this is like back on the SNES. And some of the shit they came up with was unbelievable. The opening screen is the walls have broken down, and Dao Xiaoping has been turned into some sort of bioweapon. He's the ultimate weapon, and millions of ugly fucking Reds are invading Hong Kong. It's your job to kill them. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my god!
Oh, I gotta give that a shot. Was it Hong Kong '97?
I think it is. You'll have to. Finding a copy of the game is actually really difficult. You may just need to look up the Angry Video Game Nerd review of it. It's fantastic.
George, I'm going to go in a second, so I might ask George this. If George is around, George? No, balls.
No. There's some funny video game fuck. Do you remember All Your Base Are Belong to Us?
How does somebody fuck up a translation that badly?
I love that one. I love that one so much. Have you heard the song?
Oh yeah, back in middle school. All your base are belong to us.
Wait, that was just. That was my favorite ever translation. That and there was a Chinese bootleg version of Star Wars Episode 3, and they do where Anakin goes. This is where the fun begins. They zoom in on him in the Chinese version, and it just says, "Fun time has started." It's just one of the ridiculous translations. Oh, Phil KO's found it.
You guys don't realize how hard it is to localize a game, though.
I agree with that.
You don't know how hard it is to play them sometimes.
Yeah, but so I also used to do TV and film visual effects as well. And one of the TV show things that I had to do, and I was entirely responsible for very early on, was Robot Wars.
No way.
Yeah,
I grew up on Robot Wars.
But get this though. Yeah, so season 1, season 2, you know, all the CG intros and the stats and battle boards and stuff that came up with smoke and sparks. Yeah, I did all them. But the point of this was, you had the stats that you had the results that came up, or you had the versus screen, and the top title was Battle Board. And then the fucking BBC decided to sell this franchise to everybody. And in one Eastern European country, the translation for Battle Board, since I designed it for this plaque on a 4:3 aspect that pretty much fills the TV, now I have to fit, and this is the literal thing, now I have to fit the board on which does the battle really occur. And it's like, that's not fucking Battle Board anymore, you bastards.
I love that. That is just... What country was that?
I can't remember now. I can just remember the fucking shock when I got this back from the translator, and they're like, "This is not This is not 2 words. This is like half a novel. Where is this going?" I did actually ring up and say, "Is there a shorter way to say this?" And the answer was no.
That is a very specific country.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Dean, we agreed on something.
What's that?
That I was the best looking, nicest, coolest flat earther around.
I think you added a few fucking words there, if I'm being honest, Dave.
You're throwing a few things in there, maybe. Embellishing.
We agree on whatever you say good about me.
Carlos, just really quickly, guys. I'm going to go in a second. Carlos, are you there? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Carlos, do you do sort of like flat Earth, sort of like testy videos anymore? Or have you given that up?
Say that again.
Do you do kind of flat Earth debunking or flat Earth demonstration videos for your channel anymore, or have you pretty much given that up?
No, I haven't given up. I haven't had a time yet, but yes, I'm still down. What you need?
No, well, it isn't what I need. It's just that I wondered whether this would be possible. If you start out with zero knowledge of any GPS satellites whatsoever, and all you try and do from that moment on is figure out what are these things in the sky and gather as much information as you can, but not going with any preconceived notions. So you've got the frequency that you found, you can track it, you've got the Doppler, you've got other satellite, you've got other, we won't call them satellites, we just know that they're sources of signal. And I was wondering, what if you started out not knowing anything and only from your own personal experience, what could you conclude about it? And I just thought it would be an interesting starting point to kind of do.
I have an idea with general.
I'm not going to lie to you. You're breaking up like a motherfucker, and I don't understand a word that you're saying right now.
How about now? Is that better now?
Yeah, that's better.
I say, yeah, I had a similar idea to just test satellites in general, and just basically explore all the beliefs that flat earthers have, which is drones, balloons, ionosphere bounds, and also cell towers. But the idea you have actually is great, because all you have to tell me is say, look, here's this frequency, and I mean you can either give me just a frequency, or you can tell me here's a frequency and here's a general idea of where they're coming from, or I guess I could do that myself, track them down, because the less data you give me to start with, the more that I'm going to have to figure out on my own, and more credibility I would have. I think it's an excellent idea, and I think I should get on that.
Yeah, I think it will be cool, because I think you get some quite, because what you could also do is you could with that signal, after you've observed it, and let's say you kind of realize that it's going in a line and it's fairly consistent and it does it twice a fucking day. You could also, on your, just measure its inclination and then go somewhere else and then measure its inclination and do the others as well, and then just build up a map. You're never once reading any data from them. It's just the signal, the source, where they are, and see what can be inferred from it.
Yeah,
That's I think like I said that the best thing is to give me the least data possible to start, and I think that give me a frequency, and then for me to track it down and get some measurements of where they're at and follow them, and some arc minute whatnot, and then start there, and then I think that later I can move on to getting a software to decode the raw data, and without being connected to the internet live. But anyway,
all I would say is scan between 1200 and 1600 up in the sky and look for moving signals.
1200 and 1600 megahertz.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I think that's a good idea. Let's do it. I got the what's it called, software defined radio dongle.
Nice.
And I have satellite dishes and antennas. So.
Yeah. I thought you'd be the person to do this, but I didn't know whether you were still doing videos or anything.
No, anything for you, Dean.
Cheers.
You just have to let me use your black magic.
I was actually thinking about upgrading to the 6K version, but I don't know whether I can justify it.
Tell me the one you got, and I'll work on that. We're not that close.
I'd keep the 4K one for a drone, actually, if I could, and I want to build a big drone to put it on.
Oh, get you! Hey, have you seen the new drone from DJI, the Moonrise 300?
No.
Oh, you can get it with a camera that has a wide angle, 12 megapixel, 4K. It has another 4K camera that has up to, I think it's 35x zoom. I don't know the more details now, but it also has a thermal 640 by 480 camera.
Holy! Oh my God! I'm just looking at the Moonrise 600.
Yeah, dude, that
Wait a
thing
minute.
is gonna be a killer.
Mate, they've got on the gimbal, they've got a red mounted on it. It looks like it looks like an Epic, and that is not a light camera. That holy shit!
That's a workhorse right there, man. And just the that multi sensor camera that they have is freaking amazing. You can touch any spot on the camera, and it'll zoom into it, and it will tell you the temperature.
Holy shit!
To the decimal, to the first decimal.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spend £6,000 on a drone though. No,
but it's pretty awesome.
Damn, I am gonna watch YouTube videos on this now. Is it out?
Filmmaker's perspective, it's pretty amazing, but also as an industrial tool for imaging and inspecting and everything else. I mean, you can record, you can lock into a subject and it'll follow it. I mean, it'll you can have a wide angle, zoom, and temperature. I mean, that's just freaking awesome.
With this kind of lifting capacity as well, you could couple LiDAR scanners to it to do surveying.
Yeah. Well, but you can. Well, yeah. You could also put a near infrared camera so you can prove that there's no curvature.
Holy shit. I'm watching the promo for it now. I'll dump it in the side chat. They have actually got a red Epic coupled to it, I think, or a red Mysterium 8K. I haven't seen it yet, but it's immense.
Yeah, I figure you would find it interesting.
Holy shit.
Hi everyone. Dean is having a nerdgasm over here.
Yeah, but that thing is like really heavy.
Massive. Yeah. Well, you know what the flight time is? 55 minutes.
Not with the Mysterium 8K on it, I bet you.
Well, I mean, probably just with the standard camera, but you can do a hot swap of batteries. So you can land it, you pull one battery, put another fresh one in, and then you pull the second battery, put the other reset. You just stay on and then get back into the mission. You know.
Nice.
Yeah, normally powering down and powering up is about a minute to 5 minutes.
Wait a minute, 6 intelligent batteries. Holy shit. 6 intelligent batteries. What?
I think it's safe to say that neither of those batteries are flat earthers. Boom.
Raqia, you've got your own sort of like buildy business, haven't you? Is he? Oh damn! Oh no, he's still here.
Yeah,
I
this
think
camera.
I think he should buy one
He's
of
licking
these.
his wound from my last.
I think he should buy one of these.
Hey, Dean,
Yeah.
you and Carlos will probably get a kick out of this. Last week, I bought several lots of HP test equipment, and I went down to southern Utah to pick it up just by Las Vegas. And in one of the lots that I purchased, that I bid on and I got, was a D. Gordon digital projection Millennium Products DLP MFD. And when I got there, they had me sit about a quarter mile from the site because of the coronavirus thing, and I was waiting for them to bring out the pallet loads of equipment. And they brought this projector out on a pallet, and I about shit my pants when I saw it. You couldn't tell the size from the auction photograph. This thing literally took up half the bed of my truck. I mean, this thing was like 5 feet long and 3 foot wide and probably 2 feet high, with this huge
IMAX projector
lens on it. Pardon?
Was it an IMAX projector thing?
I have no idea what it was, and we put it on the truck, and it was so heavy it reversed the camber on my springs on the rear wheel.
That's awesome.
So I said, there's no way I can take this. So I had them pull it off, and they said, well, we have a smaller one. We could trade you. And I said, yeah, why don't we do that? And they brought the smaller one out. And that thing, even on its own, is probably close to 100 pounds. I don't know what the hell I'm going to use it for. It's going to be kind of interesting to see what the heck it really is. But it's one of those things, be careful what you bid on, just from pictures.
Dang. Well, I guess you could try to recreating the dome and projecting stars on it. How about that?
Yeah, well, it could have been a used dome projector from God,
Yeah.
From God, I thought you were gonna say from a museum, from a from a star. What do you call it? A star. What is it? Where they recreate the sky and the stars and I put that projector.
Oh yeah, the
hologram thing.
Planetarium.
Yeah.
Planetarium. I thought I was gonna say planetarium. He said from God. Infidel.
What I love about that argument is
but God accessed. Yeah, God accessed it last year for a newer model.
Watch out when it gets rainy out there, George. Might catch lightning.
Yeah, but anyway, it was so funny when they brought that out. I was so flabbergasted. I just couldn't imagine. I just didn't conceive that the camera would be that huge.
Yeah, but that shows something, George. You look at that and you think, "Oh my God, I can't take this. I can't take this." The camera of my truck is inversed and it's just way too big. And I think, "Oh my God, can I turn this into a laser? Because this would be awesome."
Yes. You could project boats going over the Okay, I'm done.
Oh my God. Every one of them. Right, anyway, I'm going to sign off, lads.
No, just the glass. Just the glass itself was amazing.
I will probably catch you guys some other stream.
Yeah, catch you later, mate.
Mate. I'm not the smartest bloke, but I like picking up on points where they go over them and they lie. So.
Yeah, it would have been fun just to take the thing apart to play with, because the glass lens in the front was probably at least 18 inches in diameter.
Well, you could have broken it. Well, I was going to say you could have broken it into component parts. Anyway, yes, I'm off now because I'm gonna give myself a break from work and
Don't go.
piss off and watch some. Don't go.
Bye,
Okay.
StingRay.
Yeah, I've
People
been
are-
wanting to just quickly ask you something. Being polite and let everybody else, let you have your nerdy.
Well, you can say,
conversation.
one relative standpoint is politely waiting for everybody else. The other would be, I'm going to wait till this fucker says he's leaving and then cause him to stay for a little bit, because that's me.
I have a quick question for you.
What's up, Al?
You'll never know. There was
You better not be
a
showing me.
little quick idea that I had to do for a video. And in
Okay.
order to do that video, I need a little model, right?
Okay.
And it's not complicated. The thing that I need, you'll be able to do it fairly quickly and easily.
Right. So wait a minute. I've just got a question on that. Fairly quickly and easily. They are both relative terms and very open to interpretation.
I'm talking about
but even then, wait a minute.
Is not a complicated request.
Even then, the answer would be different per individual, even if it's still projecting that ease onto me. So what is this?
Right, it's very simple. Just a sphere model, right?
I got you there.
If you want to actually texture it as the Earth, that would be better.
Oh yeah, no, that's a
obviously.
piece of piss. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, and then in addition to that base texture, you want to be able to show some lines and some rings on certain parts of it.
Where? What do you mean, certain parts of it?
So like a line running across it, and a line running around it, like a latitude line or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
All right, yeah.
Just an indication.
Off the surface or on the surface?
It would be ideally, if possible, slightly raised off the surface to make it more obvious for some of the lines.
And these are just like orbit lines, concentric rings around the shape, yeah?
Some will be rings, and then others will just be arcs.
Okay. And you know where these are and what you want, yeah?
Yes.
And how many are there?
I'd need to refer back to the list just to make sure I don't screw it up, but not many. Like
again, not
5, 6,
many is okay.
Like
five or something. Okay. Yeah, no, that. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, I can probably do that in about 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Optionally, if you want to make it more complicated and prettier, you could animate those lines. But other than that, that's not a requirement. That's just an option to make it look nicer.
Animate them. What are these lines, Val?
Just have instead of just making the ring appear on there, you could have it go draw itself around it or something. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. But that's not a requirement.
That's fairly easy if it illustrates the point. But yeah. What are these lines out of interest?
Different parts of the Earth that you see depending on your position when you're looking over it.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Are these lines going to be tiny?
Yeah, but you've got a model so you can zoom in on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can choose which part. That's kind of the point of it, is to show which part of it you're seeing and which aspect of the curve.
So there would be like a point, and then you'd have lines out that would sort of you would animate from the start point to the extent of what you could see in various different directions.
Yeah, for some of them, and then you would have like a kind of almost a God view thing to show to make it more obvious what part of the Earth that represents. You know what I mean? So you'd have like your observer view almost, and then you'd have your additional camera to show what strip of the land or whatever it is you can see. You know what I mean?
You wouldn't have observer view. Yeah, but the problem is zooming out. It's actually a very hard proposition saying, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be on the ground, and then I'm going to zoom out and zoom up to, to display a 200-kilometer segment of the Earth.
So the observer thing, right? So the observer thing might not be necessary because the whole point is to match it up to real imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea is to show some specific imagery. Just say, for talking's sake, you show the Pontchartrain Causeway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a model of Earth where you draw a line that's similar to the arc of that bridge, if you like, demonstrating what it is you're actually looking at on the model of Earth.
Yeah. So okay. Right. So
and
now I
then
know
have
what.
other views, views from airplanes and so on.
Yeah.
And each time you're going to have the model just use like mark off what it is you're actually looking at. And of course, sometimes so see people do the compression videos. That's you seeing a specific aspect of curvature, but it's not the actual lateral curvature that everybody thinks. It's to give a visual indication, depending on what your observation is, what aspect of the curvature you're actually seeing. So the model is just to illustrate. It's just to put a line and go, here's the view you're seeing, here's the arc you're seeing, here's the circle you're seeing, whatever it might be.
Yeah, let me just show you this, because this is the problem. I literally only have got 5 minutes, but I'll just show you this. So the problem is we've got the Earth here, and this is the highest resolution texture that I can you see this? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I use for that sun fucking 70-mile wide thing, and this is the highest resolution texture that I have for planet Earth, and that's it.
Yeah, as I said, it doesn't necessarily have to show a specific. Like, it doesn't have to be Earth textured. That's an optional thing.
Yeah, but yeah, but it's not going to be a good illustration if it isn't. So, like, you're up here in Scotland, aren't you? On this I'm kidding. You're Glasgow? No, you're here. Are you Glasgow-ish?
Glasgow,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, so the point there is, if you're looking, you're only going to be able to see, like, I don't know whether you can see my mouse, but like
I
from here,
I do know what you're getting at with the scale thing.
Yeah.
But in order to demonstrate it, you're going to have to exaggerate the scale, I think. So, as I say, that the model is a visual aid, but the point of the visual aid is to explain what part of the curve of the Earth you're looking at, depending on the observation you're making. So you may have to go larger on the scale on the model to make it visually more obvious. You know what I mean?
But the problem
But it's to explain, so if you see a boat going over the horizon, what are you seeing? If you are seeing the curve of the horizon from 128,000 feet, what are you seeing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, so have you seen this model that I've got here?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen this before?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are 1 kilometer square segments.
Yep.
And this is the curvature of the Earth that we're looking at right now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So when you say we can only see 20 kilometers, great, that's from here to here, and I still don't see a curve that much.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the issue? The only way that you can see that this is actually curved is when we get to here. When you're close down, the fucking 20 kilometers, which is a vector perturbation of about fucking 0.28 degrees, you don't see it. So when you say emphasize, that's like times it by 1,000, and times it by 100, and yes, you might be able to see it. I'd just say it's what you're trying to illustrate might be a little bit harder than you think.
Yeah, but as I say, it's not necessarily a case about putting it exactly to scale. It's to show, what direction are you looking at and what's causing what it is you're seeing.
All right, so literally we could actually have kind of a British gas fucking thing like this.
Yeah, like almost. I mean, you probably want to find some kind of balance with it so it's not insanely stupid, but the scale isn't the most important thing. It's just that it's the kind of angle of view and which way you're seeing the effect happening. And yes, you may have to exaggerate it through scale to make it a visible thing on the model, but it's to try and match up a real observation with what's causing that observation on a 3D model, so that it makes more sense. And the whole reason for it is because you will look at an observation and you know what you're looking at. You know what aspect of curvature is causing what, depending on the, there's obviously a couple of different views you can take of the Earth. But what I find is when I talk to a lot of people, they don't even understand the basics. They don't understand what a horizon is on a sphere. That would be one of the things you'd illustrate. Do you know what I mean? By showing the ring around you, that kind of thing. So it's to try and just make it more of a visual aid for each aspect. Because I find that when you talk to lots of people, they don't even understand they make false correlations between one aspect of curvature and another. You know, like look at Chris and loads of other people. When they look at Pontchartrain in that photograph that he was arguing about the other day, that's a really, really common mistake they make, where they think, oh, well, look at the curve on that. The Earth must be tiny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They make these kind of false correlations between.
But I'm just thinking, it is a diagram that actually that illustrates or accentuates the curve, as in foreshortening. That's not going to help that situation, is it? You are going to get Chris Berry going, look at the curve. That's ridiculous. And it's like, will that really help someone? Because it's just not that curvy.
Can I chime in here on that? Because this is exactly why I got into flat Earth. That exact photograph of those power lines, right? And back then, it wasn't at the time that they were taken, because I think they were taken in like 16 or 17 or whatever. And I came in after that. But I saw that video when I started researching flat Earth. I thought it was crazy, so I started looking at globe proof, and that was one of the first videos I saw. And when I saw that picture, right, I knew right away it wasn't right. There's no way it's that much curve. You know, like he said, the Earth would be tiny. But when I heard the arguments that was used in those pictures, including the arguments that were being used on Jose's channel, nobody chimed in and said what y'all are saying right now, right? They all were saying, yeah, that's proof of the curve. There it is right there. You can see it. It's right there.
Well, no. The issue with that, Raqia, is that is proof of the curve, but that's not what we see. That's foreshortening. So all that does is take that curve and flatten the depth. And what
the
is
first
doing,
time I've heard that in 2 years was like last week when you said that. And I've seen that argument with that exact same photo up probably 40 times.
Yeah, I've never argued about that. Well,
but you understand what I'm saying, right?
But Raqia, by the same token, I know for a fact that myself and several other people have been talking about foreshortening since day one with Soundly, and that's why I made the video that I shared on Jose's the other day when I was talking to Chris Berry about it, with the Dowling rod to demonstrate how it works, precisely because it was an argument that people didn't understand how those particular aspects of perspective and whatever worked. So it has been talked about. Whether you've heard about it, it's a different story, obviously.
But here's my point, okay? I can bring that. I can have a Glober friend of mine come on tomorrow, show that very picture to a group of, debaters, and all the Globers will not mention foreshortening. They'll say, "There's the curvature of the Earth."
That statement is correct. Yeah, but that statement is correct. That statement is correct.
But it's exactly. I mean, come on, man. You see what I'm saying, right?
No, I see what you're saying, but listen to this statement. This statement is absolutely true. What we are seeing there is curvature. There is no other thing except curvature there. The problem is looking at that focal length. That is the effect of what foreshortening does. It takes the depth and it compresses the depth down. So now something that would normally look like it's thousands of meters apart, 1,000 meters now only looks like it's 100 meters apart. And the reason for that is you are looking along a focal length which is at the tail end, which is relational to the distance. Yeah. So all that does is accentuate what's there. So when they say, "Hey, that's curvature," that's true.
So did Soundly make that video?
I don't know. I don't know which videos you guys are on about.
The original video showing the Earth curve due to those power lines.
Yeah, he filmed the power lines and the causeway.
And also some buildings in the distance or something like that, I remember. That was showing how much was missing. Soundly was the one who put that video out, right? There was no mention of foreshortening in that video.
But right, this is what Dean's literally just tried to say, right? The video doesn't show anything that's untrue. It's just an optical effect that when you have a large amount of information that's
There was no
that's
mention of that in that
covering
video.
a small lateral space. It exaggerates. It's just basic perspective. Think about it. When you've got a
There
run of
was no mention of
streetlights.
that in the video. They talked
Hold on a
about
minute,
Earth
Dave.
curve. That's it.
Dave, there's no need to mention it. That's the bit you're just not understanding here for some reason. You're making it sound as if something's being hidden or held back. This is the point
They're
we're trying to
making the
make.
video to
The
fight
curvature
against
is there.
flat earthers.
The
They made
curvature
the
is there,
video
Dave.
and presented it to flat earthers and never mentioned anything about optics or foreshortening or perspective.
Why not? Why do they have to do that?
Okay, that's my point.
Just tell me
would they
why.
not? Why would they not if they know that's
Why
what's
do you
causing
maybe right? Do you think maybe the problem is that nobody
maybe
at
the
first
problem is-
considered the possibility that you would actually ask the question and come up with this weird idea that there was too much curve when you saw the photograph? Do you think?
Yeah,
do you
maybe.
think that might be the problem?
Yeah, right. That's what I did. I went out and said, I saw it. There's no way it's that curvy. Even though these guys are
Dave.
telling me that's the curve.
Dave,
they didn't
do me,
make
Dave,
no
just do
bones
me
about
one
it.
favor, right? You presumably got lots of different materials, of different textures and stuff like that. So find yourself something like a pencil, or better yet, something that's slightly flexible so that you can put a little bit of a dip in it when you balance it on your finger. Hold it out in front of you so that it's straight across your line of sight, then turn it so it's pointing away from you, and you'll see the exact same thing happen.
I get it. It curves.
Yeah. So just really quickly.
Right. No,
just have a look at this,
understand all
Dave. Yeah, just have a look at this, though, Dave. For me to so this statement is absolutely true. What I'm about to make, right here, this is a curve. That's it. That statement's true. Now, if I take this up here, using exactly what's still here, yeah. So all I'm doing is I've duplicated a section of it. And then I say, right, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to scale it in a direction. And when I get to scaling it like this, all I'm doing is I've kept the same curvature, but I've just made it happen over what appears to be a shorter distance. That looks like there's more curve there, but the tangent at the start and the tangent at the end are no different to this. That's what foreshortening is. So me saying that there's a curve there on the black one is exactly the same as me saying there's a curve there on the top one. Both statements are true. It's just that one is accentuated due to that effect, the foreshortening effect, or the tail end of a focal length.
What happens when you hold an object really like as far away from you as you can, and someone's taking a photograph of you, of viewing that object? What does the object do? Say I'm holding a fish. I'm holding a fish up. I just caught a fish, and I hold the fish at arm's length away from me with someone taking the picture. What does that fish do?
Look very dead and yummy? No, not yummy. Fishes don't look yummy. I don't know. Actually, I think I know what you're going to say. You want me to say it looks bigger than it is, right?
Think about it.
Do you want me to say it looks bigger?
No. It does appear. It does appear bigger in the picture, right?
That's what you want me to say. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
If I hold it close to me and take a picture, and then hold it at arm's length and take a picture, the fish looks much, much bigger, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, if I send those pictures out and I'm saying this is how big the fish was, right? It's not a lie, but it's deceptive, right?
Wait a minute. Different thing.
No, if I'm doing it on purpose, it's deceptive.
You see that you've went back on the whole point that's being made here is nobody says this is how big the curve of the Earth is. It curves by this much. They just said here is the curve of the Earth.
I beg to differ. Many people use that video.
Yeah, they used it to show the curve. They never said this is how much it curves by, like how it looks in this photograph. Oh, it looks like it's curving by 10 degrees according to somebody like Chris Berry. Therefore, Lake Pontchartrain curves by 10 degrees. Nobody ever said that. They just said, here you go. Here is an example of the curvature of the Earth. Dave, as I've just explained, this is basic perspective. You see like this every day. You see this happening to objects all
You don't have
around
to
you.
tell me that. You don't have to tell me that. I've been
Right, so
studying
why
this
does it have
spectrum.
to be explained to you for this particular photograph then?
Just really quickly, just because I've got to go in a second. I really have. And Al, I'll talk to you later about this anyway. I think I've got you on Skype. If not, no, I have got you on Skype. Yeah. Send me a message on Skype and we can talk about the Earth thing. But Raqia, just really quickly before I go, the equivalence there, an equivalence, given your fish example, is not for the individual. You see, the thing that makes the fish look bigger is it is a greater proportion of the distance in front. So if I'm stood let's say 3 meters away from you, and you hold the fish out 1 meter, I can tell that it's going to be a third bigger than it actually is. That's just basic fucking perspective. Now, here's the thing, though. The equivalence in this circumstance is about the distance between you and the fish, or maybe how arcing your arm is. Because if I stand 1,000 meters away from you and zoom in so that you're perfectly in frame, guess what? The fish is pretty much the right fucking size. It just looks like it's very close to you, less than a meter.
So let me ask you this.
That's the equivalence.
Let me ask you this. Knowing what they know about all of that, focal length, blah, 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 they take that same photograph from that same position on the same day. Could they have shown curve in the photograph? No.
No, wait a minute. Sorry, I didn't get your question.
I don't understand.
Same person.
Yeah.
Takes the same picture, right?
You mean same angle, same shot, same everything?
Same everything, but takes out of all the optics, everything that's making it look curve in that picture. They take it out. Would it be showing a curve?
Yeah. Yeah. See.
No way, sir.
Yes, this is a misunderstanding from you. Same one Chris had the other day, that you think the camera is creating a curvature effect, and that is not what's happening. The curve is there. Right, again,
Yeah,
Dave,
yeah. So
why did you... Hold on a minute, Dean.
Okay.
Dave, why do you think I gave you an example that didn't involve a camera, about holding something up in front of your face and spinning it away from you? Because it's still just perspective. The camera isn't doing anything to that image. The only thing it's doing is magnifying so you can see that bit at the end of the causeway or the pylons.
Yeah, I got it, but it doesn't make the water curve either, and you can't measure it. If you draw a tangent on that top of that curve to the viewer and as far to the horizon, you should be able to measure drops on each side of that tangent line, at the viewer height and at the horizon. And you can't.
What? Measure drop from where?
Okay, so take Soundly's photo. Draw a tangent line out from the top of the water, right?
The
to the viewer. But it can't be.
So I'm just trying to follow what you're saying, right? Are you saying draw a tangent line from your eye to the horizon, or across the horizon? Or
let me explain it better. If there's a physical edge of water blocking your view, right? Then you can draw a tangent line from that top edge back to the viewer, and then you can measure the drop from that tangent. Right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what a theodolite does.
No, sir.
It does. You raise it. You know your altitude, and then you measure the drop.
You might want to check into that.
Well, you could do it with an optical instrument. You could go 8 feet tall. You could go 8 feet up, and you could get a pipe with water in each end, so that you know that it's going to be level, and line it up with a lens and see that they all don't line up with the horizon. Figure out the angle down to the horizon by having a level on your camera and moving it down so the center point is on it, and you've got the dip to the horizon right there. And then based on your known height and the down angle, that means you've got the hypotenuse and the opposite. So then you can actually start plotting this. It's very simple.
Here's the problem: when you do it along a power line or a bridge.
No power line, no bridge.
No,
Stop.
No, you stop, and I'm going to explain what I'm trying to explain. When you do it along a power line or a bridge, you can mark along that bridge where the apparent horizon is, go to that point on the bridge, and go to 4 foot above the water level, and then do a tangent, and it's 4 foot above the viewer height too. There's no difference. There's no drop.
No. So what you do, don't use a bridge that curves. Don't use power lines. Use nothing but altitude and the dip to the horizon. That's all. No, nothing else. Just the altitude and the dip to the horizon, and then using basic trigonometry, you've got the components to figure out things.
Right.
No man-made other shit. None of that crap. Because you don't know whether someone's level it, you don't know whether it's Drew, you don't know anything.
Water is level or it's curving to the ball, either one. So when you use that water level and a physical object that's not going to move during the period that you measure it, so then you get the apparent horizon, you send someone to that point from your view height, you're at the shoreline and you're viewing down this power line, and the apparent horizon is 10 towers down. You send someone out 10 towers down and use the water level at that point, at that 10th tower, and measure up to a known point. Say it's 4 foot, and your viewer height is 4 foot, right? On shore.
All you're doing there is measuring elevation, which is constant around the globe.
Right.
Stop doing that. Do what I said.
Doing a tangent line is not measuring elevation, sir.
No, but what you're doing is you're doing a step tangent line that's equidistant from using elevation. Don't do that. Measure the curve. All you're doing is measuring elevation there. You will get the same round the planet. Doesn't matter how far you go. You come all the way around and go up your own ass. What you need to do,
measure the curve.
But you're doing a stepped tangent. You are doing a straight line to a 4 foot elevated point, to a straight line to a 4 foot elevated point, to a straight line. You will continue doing that until you come back around the other fucking side. That's not the way you measure the circumference of the Earth. You do it by going up high. Let's even say 200 foot, and make sure you can look out to the ocean. And all you do is hold up that pipe so that you've got a level, and then you'll realize that the camera is pointing above the horizon. You'll dip it down, and then you've got the hypotenuse. You've got the opposite, which is your altitude.
A tangent line from a 4 foot viewer height going out to the apparent horizon, and that's where the in your words, the physical edge, right? The physical blockage starts. Then if you draw a tangent back to the viewer height, you should have 8 foot. You see what I'm saying? You shouldn't have the same 4 foot, because that water is what's blocking the viewer. So it's higher than the viewer.
Are you?
Oh my
I feel
God.
like you're mixing.
Please, wait a minute.
A tangent line or a horizontal?
Just really
We're
quickly,
not understanding each other.
Dave. No. Do you want to do this? Do you want to go out and prove that the Earth is a sphere? All you do, you know trigonometry, right?
Right.
That's
so angles.
Well, yes, angles or distance.
Assuming
you actually figure, assuming you
can't
need to
use an angle on a sphere. Only if you assume that line is following the curve of the Earth.
No. These are straight lines, Raqia. This is nothing to do with a curve of an Earth at all. Nothing, nada, none. That's it, none. All you do to plot this is, let's say you've got an area where you can see out over the ocean, and you've got the ability to stand at 10 foot high with a camera, 50 foot high, and 100 foot high. We could do it down here on the south coast of the UK, on the cliffs of Dover. Now, all you need to do is you want to take sample points at these heights to actually figure out how far you're seeing. Yeah, that's it. Now, you don't have to assume a curve or flat at this point. You just want to know how.
You're saying distance?
I'm saying you want to know the distance to the horizon here.
Distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you need 2 of the components to trigonometry here. One is the angle, the dip angle down. The other, well, you don't want to know the distance to the horizon. Wait a minute, what do you want? You know the opposite.
No.
Wait a minute, listen, be quiet. You know the opposite, which is the elevation, and you want the dip angle down. So yeah, you can work out the hypotenuse from this, because you will just assume this is where you assume it's flat. This is it. You assume it's flat. You have to. So you now know the opposite, which is your elevation. So we've got 3 different things: 10, 50, and 100 foot. Let's say. You know the down angle. So we'll call this, well, we'll just call it angle A. We won't call it anything fancy. You've got angle A. With those 2 things, you can actually work out the distance, the hypotenuse, to the horizon. Now, the way that you figure out the down angle is in a basic tripod, you can actually have a level on it, and you can actually level the tripod, and then it has like a protractor at the side of it, and you can move the camera down. To make sure that you're level, though, don't use the bubble. Use a pipe with 2 pieces of water. The further these can be separated, the more accurate that level was. Line your camera lens up so that it lines up perfectly with all of them, and then realize that, right, you are now lined up with them, but you're not pointing at the horizon. The horizon is a little bit down. So you dip that angle down and record that angle, and do that at those 3 elevations. You can work out the hypotenuse to the horizon line, and when you plot that in 2D, it starts to form a curve. That's how you measure the curve, using nothing but water, a camera, and a projector, and a little bit of altitude knowledge.
And the camera is giving me what again? What am I lining the camera up to?
You don't need a camera. You could use a rifle target. It's just an optic to be able to say, this is the center point. I'm going to put this is the center point. I'm aligning it with the water, so this is dead level. And then I'm going to point it down at the horizon and measuring that angle. You're doing nothing else except that.
And I'm pointing it to the horizon, correct?
Yes, the line where the sky and the water meet.
Up here.
Everything appears.
Don't leave that out, because that brings in optical effects, which means when you go higher and lower, that's going to change, right? Of course. We all agree on that? And different conditions are going to change that too.
It's going to change the variance of this to a degree, to an incompatibility of anywhere from about 2% to 8%. Let's say you're never going to be 100% accurate. I don't think. Depends what you're measuring it with. If you're just doing it this way, you're not going to be. But you'll work this out. You'll plot it, and you'll be within 10% of the Earth's radius.
And when I'm at 10 foot on day 1. And I use my camera to get that apparent horizon.
Or a rifle scope.
When I get that apparent horizon dip angle with a rifle scope or a camera, and then I come back on day 2 at that same 10-foot observer height, is that angle going to be different? Is the horizon going to be different?
Not if weather conditions are nice. You don't do this. No, listen. You do
not.
not.
If refraction occurs.
You do not do this if there's fog, if it's nighttime and you can't see, if you've got your eyes shut, or if there's heavy refraction. You do not do this when the observations are going to be hindered by it. And if you thought they were, just do it multiple times. This is called statistical analysis.
Yep.
Just do it multiple times, and you take the mean of each of one of those, and I guarantee you that if you did it 10 times on each, you'd have a nice average mean for each of them. You would plot it, and you would still be within 10% of the Earth's radius.
Using an optical region of where the sky appears to meet the ground. Is that a geometric point?
It's a physical point.
It's a physical point where the sky appears to meet the ground.
It is. Well, it's a physical point of the ground. Yes. Yes.
No, it ain't. Have we ever seen it?
We look out and see it. We see physical things. That's what we see.
How come many people on the globe side now? I hate to say that because I don't like labeling people, but on this side of the argument, say you never see the geometric horizon.
You do not see the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is a mathematical representation of the geoid. It is derived from math. Math you do not see in physical reality. What you see in physical reality is the physical body of water. We see it optically, as we do everything. Apparent means apparent to the physical object. We see the physical object through an optical medium. It is apparent to us. It is physical and apparent at the same time. You measure the dip angle to the physical horizon. Is that clear?
David, I take it you constantly go on
Physical.
about
So
optics
from a 1
and the
foot viewer
atmosphere.
height, how far is the geometric horizon?
It doesn't matter. We are going to assume we do not know. We are going to assume we do not know the shape of the planet. We are going to assume we don't even know that it's a planet or a flat disk or a hexagon or a pyramid. We just don't know. All we want to find out is let's plot these distances to the physical horizon.
Using a dip angle to an apparent position of our optics. It's a tough one, man.
Dave,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
seem to be
I'm
pretty
listening.
obsessed with this optics
Not really.
thing. As if,
Oh, okay.
really? It's pretty much your answer to everything. Whenever we try to discuss about measuring, you always laugh and go, optics, huh?
Well, because I'm being
it seems to be
told
your
that
get-out clause for everything, because
I'm not trying to
the
get out of
current-
anything.
Dave, the current narrative stemming from the Black Swan bullshit has been this geometric versus...
I'll quit interrupting when you quit projecting on me. Don't project
not
on
projecting.
me. It's not my go-to. I'm not trying to get out
Geometric
of everything.
versus apparent. You just literally said it 2 seconds ago, so why are you denying it?
I'm not denying anything. I'm denying that there is a geometric.
Don't tell me
point.
I'm misrepresenting you when it's the thing that you just said.
Well, I want to clarify, right? I don't want you to just assume that I think a certain way. I'm not trying to get out of anything.
Well,
Never.
every time your whole argument, all I've heard since you started coming out to the Hangouts the last couple of days, has always whittled down to this thing about not being able to measure because things are apparent. Right?
Just really quickly, Al. I've really got to go. I just want to put this, and then I'll leave him with you. Dave, imagine we're looking at a fucking basketball, and we just want to know how big this is. But all we've got is we're on the surface. If we go up and look to the apparent horizon on that basketball, which is absolutely apparent, and there will be refraction, because the atmosphere, air has refraction. We might not get it exact, but we'll get it close. All I'm saying is do that to the fucking land that we're stood on and just plot it. If you're scared to, that's fine. But I'm saying do it. It will be enlightening. All right,
I'm not scared of that. I'm even agreeing with you that if you do that, you're going to get a ball. I'm not even disagreeing. What I'm disagreeing with is that you're using an apparent position of optics to get a shape. That's not geometry.
So wait a minute, just really quickly. Geometry is a mathematical representation. We do not measure geometry. It is the representation after we've measured the physical reality.
But you can't measure it with optics.
Now listen. Yeah, well, you can. Now listen to this. Can I figure out roughly, let's say to a tolerance of maybe 2 to 5%, how big the circumference, no, the radius of a basketball using optics? Yes or no?
Yes.
Brilliant. What about a basketball 20 times the size? Can I do it then? Yes or no?
Say that again. If you're measuring with what?
Yes. So what about if I measure it with optics, as in some kind of targeting level, angle, and trigonometry, using the fucking light that's coming off it? Can I get its size? Can I get a basketball size? At what point do you think that fails to work?
I think it fails to work when you start including all the conditions that we have that are unknown, including light. And
so which bit of light do you think is unknown?
Oh, you don't want to ask me that, because I think we know 5% of nothing.
That's brilliant. What bit do you have a contention with that light is well known? How would you combat that statement?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Do I know everything about light?
All right. Transverse electromagnetic fields, waves, particles, don't give a shit. They are known, and their interactions with physical media are well known and met. What part of that statement do you disagree with, and why?
I disagree with the part that says we know how light is working in our atmosphere, and that's what we're measuring by.
Okay, why?
Because I think it's tricking us, and I see things differently.
Why is it tricking us?
I don't know why. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
the
to say
reason I
it-
think it's tricking us because I don't think we know exactly how light is affecting everything.
Right, that's circular reasoning right there.
It might be, but I mean that's my reason.
Yeah, but circular reasoning doesn't actually have a logical conclusion to it. It's I think this because I think this because I think this.
Yeah, I agree. It's not logical right now.
Yeah, so that's not logical. If I can measure a basketball using nothing but light, angle, and that's it. At what point does that fail in the size of things?
I don't know.
Because, well, I'll tell you, it doesn't. The only thing that changes is the error tolerance. But guess what? If I measure a basketball, I'm probably going to get within 0.5%, depending on the camera that I'm using, depending on the lens. Easily within 0.5% of the diameter of that basketball, I'll be able to tell you. If we increase that to 10,000 times its size, all I've done is say, well, I'm going to be able to measure this, but my error tolerance might be like 5% now. And if we get to the size of a planet, my error tolerance is going to be 10%, which means I'm going to be within 10% the radius of the Earth. Isn't that weird?
I guess.
And you can do this. You can actually do this. We can all do this. I can't because I'm not near water.
Curve. I've measured curve using the current rhetoric. I even said I saw curve the other day in my video.
I don't watch Flat Earth or Globe Earth. I don't watch Flat Earth people's videos.
I'm not making Flat Earth videos or Curve Earth videos. I was making videos of the creation.
If you were doing, oh god, not that either. But if you were doing like a video tour of your boat or something, I'd probably watch that.
I have those too.
What on your channel?
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
I'm not
talking
talking about God's creation in your instance. I'm just talking about nature, creation. When you walk outside and see the moon or see a pretty bird or what. That's what I shoot. I shoot the moon a lot. We shoot fishing stuff a lot. That's what's on my channel, not Flat Earth. Now I have Flat Earth videos that I don't mirror them on my channel, but I save them on my channel because I go back and watch them. But I have Globe Earth videos too. But what I post is the moon, family, fishing trips, picking blackberries. You understand? Boat tours.
Boat life is that one?
Yeah.
Boat life.
Yeah, I love my job. Yeah, that's what I'm about. This discussion is just.
Yeah. I'll have a look at your boat life one now, but I am going to have to get going. But I do recommend that you absolutely do these observations and just use basic trigonometry. And if it reads out as a sphere, an arc, and you get within 10% of the supposed radius of the Earth, you don't have to believe it, and it could still be some magical thing that's fooling you. It absolutely could. But the thing is, it becomes less and less likely the more people do this from different areas, and a lot of people have done it.
No, I agree with that. The mass is definitely on your side, the majority. But all my life I've gone against that, and I've done pretty well. Just saying.
Dave, the only point I was trying to get to a minute ago was.
Oh, sorry, Al. Yeah.
When do you?
I'll see you later, StingRay.
When you're out there, when do you stop trusting your eyes? You're out in the water, you see a boat a couple of miles away or whatever. Do you think that that's not the real boat that's there? Do you have any problem agreeing that, one boat can see another and that, during wars, ships can target each other and fire at each other?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, that you seem to, every time somebody talks about an observation of the horizon, it's, how can we know what we're looking at is true? And then in general, everyday reality, you don't have a problem accepting it.
I'll get your I get your question, right? Here's my answer to that. My eyeballs have limits, my telescope has limits, my camera has limits, and those limits are based on optics, atmospheric conditions, things like that. That's what's fooling us.
But you haven't separated one from the other. This is what I'm getting at. You seem to
Maybe
separate the horizon and the ability to measure it from the way that we can, visibly agree that something is in a physical place on every other aspect of life.
Well, that's part of it, isn't it? I haven't found a great way to measure it. I've been told great ways to measure it, but they don't add up to me. So just be patient, right? Be patient with me. You think you have it all figured out, and you're trying to tell me that you do and that I should, and I'm dumb. You're not saying I'm dumb, but you know what I'm saying.
No.
That's the whole argument.
I just feel like you're very biased towards a certain point that you just refuse to agree on that point.
That's not
But
biased.
everything else you accept. That's the problem I have with it, is that there's a special rule being applied to the horizon and nothing else. Why is that rule being applied to the horizon?
I don't get what you're asking, because the horizon is affected by things that I don't think that are being taken account of. And I can't physically measure the horizon. It's not a physical place.
But you can measure it. That's the point. You know, you keep saying you can't do it.
I've been told I
Yet,
can.
if there was a boat out on the horizon, you wouldn't have any problem saying you're looking at the boat and you could measure the height of it and the distance to it.
Here's the problem. Okay,
or
so
the causeway itself, or the pylons themselves.
Here's the problem. From my beach, with my boat and my camera and people I trust, from a 4-foot viewer height, my boat disappears about 3 foot over 10 miles on one day.
Uh-huh.
And on another day, it doesn't disappear at all.
Over 10 miles.
Over 10 miles, sir. I have a paint line. on the bottom of my boat that's blue. It's dark blue, and my boat is turquoise. And some days we can see the paint line at the same distance, same viewer height. And some days we can't. And some days even more is missing of the boat. And the only thing that changes is optics, atmospheric conditions that affect optics.
Atmospheric conditions. And we got to this point the other day when I was talking to you, and I pointed out if that's your problem, then you need to start including your measurements for the temperature and pressure and all that stuff. And the thing about it is, the reason people talk now like as if we know about it is because we do. Just because you don't, that has nothing to do with all the people that have come before us.
You just told me to trust what I see. Do I trust what I see? Yeah, when I see that blue paint line at the waterline,
no.
I trust it.
Stop, because you're not talking about the same thing as me at the moment.
Yeah, you just told me you know everything.
No, I didn't. That is absolutely not what I said.
It's because we know, and you haven't found it out yet. You don't know yet.
Right, so the point I was trying to make, Dave, is that we know about certain things. People before any of us were born have looked into all this stuff. It's been studied for like 2 centuries minimum, right? And that's why me and you can actually even use the word refraction, because it's something that exists and has been studied, and we do have an understanding of it in science. You know what I mean? And that's why you can talk about it. It's why we and you can use cameras and all that stuff and talk about what things happen to the light and all that, because it has been studied. And the thing about it is we know the general profile of our atmosphere, i.e. what the pressure is down low and where it's up high. We know that when the temperature changes, it changes the density of the air. We know that when the density changes in one way, it causes a certain type of refraction to occur, and when it changes in another way, it causes another type. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we don't know these things, Dave. You can't just pretend that we don't know about it. We do.
I don't pretend nothing. I know y'all think y'all know, but I've seen different, and I know how many variables there are, and I know you can plug 10 of them in and get millions of different conditions with just 10 conditions. I know that. And you're going to tell me you know? Huh. Come on, brother. All right, man.
Raqia,
I'm walking in.
Raqia, are you on Discord?
No. No, I'm on his meet or whatever.
Do you have Discord?
Yeah.
I put a link in the chat for Gem Panda's channel. If you go in the description in that video, you can get on Gem Panda's Discord. A lot of us are over there a lot.
Okay, cool. I've never been there, but I'll check it out. I'm walking in somewhere, so y'all have a good day.
Cool. See you guys.
All right. Later, man.
Oh, I've hung about here much longer than intended. I'm off too. I'll see you guys later.